Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Brothers, sisters, wanderers in the dark. They gave us many pills, but they never told us who made them or why. I was born into a world already spinning. Voices all around me telling me how to live in it. Blue pill comfort, everything's fine. But something in my spirit said that can't be right. They said don't look deeper, just play your part. But there was a quiet fire burning in my heart. Truth kept knocking, wouldn't leave me be. Said, child, there's more than what you see. Oh, Lord, which pill shall I take tonight? The one that shows the truth or keeps me blind. Red or blue, black or white. Tell me, Lord, which one leads to light? Oh, Lord, I'm standing at the edge of sight. Too awake to sleep, too scared to fight. If I see it all, I'll be free. Will I be free? Is the truth just another prison for me? Yeah, red pill said wake up, see the game. Power patterns, people playing for games. But the more I saw, the colder it felt. Like I lost a piece of myself. Black pill whispered, there's no escape. It's all been written sealed your fate. Sat in the darkness, heavy and still, till I felt my soul begin to chill. White pill calling from the other side. Calling from the other side. Don't give up now, don't let hope die. Don't give up now, don't let hope die. Whole pill singing soft and low. Whole pill singing soft and low. There's still a path you just don't know. Ooh. Every pill a lens. Every pill a lens. Whoa. Every lens a frame. Every frame a story. Every story a name. None of them whole. None of them complete. The shadows dancing at your feet. Oh, Lord. No pill can save my soul. No single lens. No single lens can make me whole. Red or blue, black or white. I still must walk into the night. Oh, if truth is hard and love is blind, then maybe wisdom's in the balance of mine. Not what I take, but how I see is what will finally set me free. So tell me, which pill shall you take? None. I said none. Brothers and sisters, you see the game. I gave you choices, but they not red. Not blue, not black, not white. There's something deeper. Beyond the side. Brothers and sisters, just find Gnosis. I said brothers and sisters, don't take the pill. Don't lose your soul. Just find Gnosis. Beyond the fear, beyond the lie. Brothers, sisters, I said brothers and sisters. No pill, just knowing. No pill, just Just knowing. Brothers, sisters, wonders in the dark. They gave us many pills, but they never told us who made them or why. I was born into a world already spinning. Voices all around me telling me how to live in it. Blue pill comfort, everything's fine. But something in my spirit said that can't be right. They said don't look deeper, just play your part. But there was a quiet fire burning in my heart. Truth kept knocking, wouldn't leave me be. Said, child, there's more than what you see. Oh Lord, which pill shall I take tonight? The one that shows the truth or keeps me blind. Red or blue, black or white. Tell me, Lord, which one leads to light? Oh, Lord, I'm standing at the edge of sight. Too awake to sleep, too scared to fight. If I see it all, I'll be free. Will I be free? Is the truth just another prison for me? Yeah, red pill said wake up, see the game. Power patterns, people playing for games. But the more I saw, the colder it felt. Like I lost a piece of myself. Black pill whispered, there's no escape. It's all been written unsealed your face. Sat in the darkness, heavy and still, till I felt my soul begin to chill. White pill calling from the other side. Calling from the other side. Don't give up now, don't let hope die. Don't give up now, don't let hope die. Whole pill singing soft and low. Whole pill singing soft and low. There's still a path you just don't know. Ooh. Every pill a lens. Every pill a lens. Whoa. Every lens a frame. Every frame a story. Every story a name. None of them whole. None of them complete. The shadows dancing at your feet. Oh, Lord. No pill can save my soul. No single lens. No single lens can make me whole. Red or blue, black or white. I still must walk into the night. Oh, if truth is hard and love is blind, then maybe wisdom's in the balance of mine. Not what I take, but how I see is what will finally set me free. So tell me, which pill shall you take? None. I said none. Brothers and sisters, you see the game. I gave you choices, but they not red, not blue, not black, not white.
Hello, everybody. We will start as soon as somebody joins. We're waiting for a few people to come on. When we have enough people, we will start the show.
Just by Gnosis. I said, brothers and sisters, don't take the pill. Don't lose your soul. Just by Gnosis. Beyond the fear. Gnosis. Beyond the lie. Brothers, sisters. I said, brothers and sisters. No pill. Just knowing. No pill. Just knowing. Brothers, sisters, wonders in the dark. They gave us many pills, but they never told us Who made them? Or why? I was born into a world already spinning. Voices all around me telling me how to live in it. Blue pill comfort, everything is fine. But something in my spirit said that can't be right. They said don't look deeper, just play your part. But there was a quiet fire burning in my heart. Truth kept knocking, wouldn't leave me be. Said, child, there's more than what you see. Oh, Lord, which pill shall I take tonight? The one that shows the truth or keeps me blind. Red or blue, black or white. Tell me, Lord, which one leads to light? Oh, Lord, I'm standing at the edge of sight. Too awake to sleep, too scared.
Beautiful music.
If I see it all, will I be free? Is the truth just another prison for me? Yeah, red pill said wake up, see the game. Power patterns, people playing for games. But the more I saw, the colder it felt. Like I lost a piece of myself. Black pill whispered, there's no escape. It's all been written sealed your face. Sat in the darkness, heavy and still, till I felt my soul begin to chill. White pill calling from the other side. Calling from the other side. Don't give up now, don't let hope die. Don't give up now, don't let hope die. Hope pill singing soft and low. Hope pill singing soft and low. There's still a path you just don't know. Ooh. Every pill a land. Every pill a land. Whoa. Every land's a frame. Every frame a story. Every story a name. None of them whole. None of them complete. The shadows dancing at your feet. Oh, Lord. No pill can save my soul. No single lens. No single lens can make me whole. Red or blue, black or white. I still must walk into the night. Oh, if truth is hard and love is blind, then maybe wisdom's in the balance of mind. Not what I take,
My
but
first
how I
talk.
see is what will find.
We're starting now.
me free. So tell me, which pill shall you take? None.
There you go. Okay. Mic check. Mic check. We are starting tonight. We are stepping into one of the strangest developments of modern times on the internet. The world of pills. Red pills, blue pills, black pills, white pills, doomer pills. What else? Hope pills. An entire language built out of metaphors that people use to describe what they think reality is, especially in the world of human relations. And what's interesting is these pills aren't jokes anymore. They've taken on a lot of meaning for people. People are building communities. They're not just memes. They've become philosophical outlooks, worldviews for many individuals. And as I said, each one is basically a claim about the nature of reality, what it is to be human. Is the world honest or deceptive? Are people good or self-interested? Is there hope or is everything completely fucked? Do you have any agency at all, or are you completely trapped in your fate? And depending on which pill you pop, which pill you take, you get completely different worldviews, completely different angles on what it is to be human, different outlooks, different futures, different behaviors. And so the question tonight, folks, is, are these pills even actually true? Are they true at all? Are they an oversimplification of matters, or are they, as I said, are they true? Are they just psychological lenses people adopt to cope with reality? Because maybe the truth is no one is fully red-pilled. No one is fully black-pilled. No one is fully anything. It's too simplistic. Maybe during the course of their life, people move between them, depending on mood, depending on the environment, depending on their experience, depending on what they've been through, what they're going through, what falls in front of them. Or worse, maybe these pills are some kind of indoctrination, some kind of ideology that traps people in a stagnant way of thinking that doesn't offer any good answers to what is a very complex problem, i.e. life itself. So tonight, guys, we're going to look at what are all these pills about? Do any of them actually describe reality? Are any of them actually dangerous? And is there anything we can take from any of them that actually helps us live well? As usual, guys, it's an open panel. The link is below the video in the description. You can come on here and have your say. That's what it's about here at Finding Gnosis. If you're not familiar with the theme here, Finding Gnosis, it means trying to find out just what the hell is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing, and just what we should be doing as individuals in this strange existence as we continue our journey onwards into the future, and what we should be doing collectively as a species. We are trying to find out what is going on here at Finding Gnosis and what we should be doing whilst we are here. Just quickly look at the chat. Hello to everybody who is here in the live chat. Great to see you as usual. Salutations to Brother Marcus. He's got the little pill emojis out already. Nice to see you, mate. Black Hole, what's up? Says he will be on the panel again soon. Great stuff. Good to hear. Hello to El Pero, who says greetings all. Soap, lovely to see you, madam. I do hope you can pop on and give us your perspective on matters at some stage. El Pero says, do you believe the blood and the body of Christ already paid the debts of sin? Asking for a friend. Be blessed. Thank you for that. Incorrectual politics says the root cause of all evil problems is breeders. Everything else is nonsense. Okay. He also says, Salom asked, how long will death and suffering prevail? The Lord replied, for as long as you women have irresponsible, reckless, aka unprotected sex. That's from the Gospel of the Egyptians, apparently. Retro Doomsday is here. Good to see you, buddy. I hope you can come on. He says, reality is changing right here on Finding Gnosis. Hello to V. Thomas. Any pills you can get your paws on. Okay. Hello to Austin Murphy. Good to see you. He's asking about everybody's welfare. He says, hello, everyone. Is that you, God? Says GT. Okay. And Slain OP says, what is this? Good question. What is this? Well, it's just an open conversation to try and find out what is going on in the world of internet pills. What are they all about? Is there any meaning to them that is worth extrapolating? Is there anything from them worth taking into our own lives as we go forward in our own subjective journeys? Can we have empathy, development from understanding what the hell these pills are all about? Or are they just toxic and unnecessary? We're going to have a look at them because they are a force of nature at the moment on the internet. And we're trying to understand them so that we can relate to others better, basically, and perhaps find some gnosis along the way. There's loads more comments. Ricardo says, hello, D&W, you're sounding well. Nice. Thank you, Ricardo. Good to see you, buddy. Witchy, yes, she says black pill, blue pill, red pill, crap. Yes, which we are talking about those kinds of things here. We're wondering what the hell they're all about, Witchy. So if you know anything about them, do come on. Or if you want to just join in the conversation and analysis of matters as other people describe what they are, then please, we would like your feminine perspective on things, as always. Okay, guys, thank you for being so patient. Nefarious Rockers, you were first here. We are talking about internet pills, truth, coping mechanisms, or something else. Do you know anything about these internet pills, whatever they may be? Tell us what you know. Spill your knowledge on the Finding Gnosis show.
So what I know about this internet pills is, first there's the blue pill, which is the pill of hope. Some might call it the pill of naivety, where outlook matters more, and it's especially prevalent in the dating scene, where outlook matters more, where one can change one's habits and get one's favorite bride or something. And then there's more pessimistic pills, such as red pill, where it's all about the looks, where looks, height, money, stuff like that plays a very important role. And if one doesn't get it, one can still improve on oneself. And then there's the black pill, the most pessimistic pill, where a lot of these black pillers ends up going out of the dating pool because they don't think they got what it takes. And it's similar to red pill, but it's more cynical.
Okay, sounds like an awful way to think. Thank you for that, Nefarious. Sean, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Do you know anything about the internet pills?
I think it started from The Matrix. Oh, by the way, that song was great. Was that AI song?
Yeah, obviously I prompted it a bit.
Yeah, but pretty good. I thought it was real. But anyway, so the pill stuff, it's not very it's a bit like immature, but it's kind of correct. It's like 50% correct maybe. But it's just a thing that people do it was political as well. I think the red pill was like like conservative, right-leaning stuff, and blue was left-leaning, and black was like, yeah, like there's no hope and all that stuff.
Okay, and have you ever followed any of them, or is it something you've ever given any thought to?
I'm more of a blue pill kind of guy. Well, a black blue pill kind of guy, but yeah, that's it.
That's interesting. So you're a mix of the most optimistic and the most pessimistic.
No, I thought the blue pill was the left-leaning side.
As far as I'm aware, blue pill is where you kind of think everything's great, and there's no problems, right, with anything. Am I right, guys? Anybody else want to save me on that one?
Yeah, you're blissfully ignorant. Basically.
You're blissfully ignorant. Okay. Well, Austin, we'll come to you in a second. We'll go to PGA Tour, Fantasy PGA Tour. We're talking about these internet pills. Do you know anything about them, Fantasy PGA Tour, or are you just coming along for the ride to find out more?
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to be discussing good contacts for ease off the deep web, but it sounds like we're doing something completely different. I don't know too much about these internet pills other than what Nefarious Rockers has just said there. I believe there is as Sean said, there's a connection to the Matrix in the sense that there seems to be some kind of connection to taking a certain kind of pill and understanding that you're in a simulation. I don't know if that's related at all, but I'm quite sympathetic to the view that we are in a simulation. I think it's quite a strong argument. So whatever that pill is, maybe that one's my pill.
Okay. I've got a little list of definitions here. I'll read them in a moment, but we'll go to Austin Murphy. Austin Murphy, do you know anything about these internet pills? Welcome, by the way. Good to see you again.
Yeah, I do.
Tell
I
us.
don't know, I don't know the specific definitions for them, but I'm familiar. We've all seen The Matrix and stuff like that. But I agree with what the last guy said about the being in a simulation. Um, to me, that explains things like deja vu and the Mandela effect. And so I guess that would make me more leaning towards black pill. I guess. I don't know. That's all I got.
So did you say leaning towards black pill?
Yeah. If
Ah.
that's the simulation side of things.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, it all gets mixed up because some of it seems to be wholly based on dating, others seems to be based on what reality is, and others seems to be based on like hope or no hope in terms of existence. So it's a big mishmash, you know. But again, I'll just quickly read out. I've gone into the AI LLM here, and I've asked it to give us definitions of a few of them. So I'll read them out. Okay, see what it says. Again, this is AI, so it could be wrong. But it says blue pill, core idea, stay comfortable within accepted reality. So the blue pill is about trusting mainstream narratives, norms, and institutions. It's about avoiding digging too deeply into uncomfortable truths. It's about valuing stability, harmony, and normalcy. The strengths are peace, social cohesion, and AI says the risk is naivety and avoidance. Black pill we'll go to next.
Hey
Black pill,
there.
it
Hello.
says, hello, Bear, just one moment, mate. I'm reading this definitions here. Black pill, it says, core idea, it's over, outcomes are fixed. So it's got strong determinism. It talks about genetics, it talks about social status, and it talks about systems deciding everything. They say that in the black pill, there's little to no belief in agency or change. It's often pessimistic or fatalistic. Okay. Strength. Apparently, the AI is saying there is a strength in its brutal realism in some cases. Some people benefit from brutal realism. It gives them, I don't know, it gives them inner peace, perhaps. They don't blame themselves. They see beyond the veil and realize none of this is their fault, perhaps, and therefore they don't go too hard on themselves. And maybe there is some truth to that. They practice kind of compassion for themselves. But the risk, this LLM is saying, is the risk is it falls into nihilism and paralysis. Okay, so basically, the person becomes completely unable to act because they don't see a point in anything, and they feel completely unable to, have any agency in terms of bettering their life because they don't see a point in it. So that's the danger when it goes perhaps too far. I don't know. Once you take it, is it that you accept that and perhaps that is the outcome no matter what? Are there gradients of black pill? I don't know. That's something we can talk about. Anyway, white pill. This is the core idea of the white pill is that there is still hope. Belief. There's a belief that things can improve. There's a focus on resilience, solutions, and rebuilding. And it's deemed to have come about as a counter to black pill despair. The strengths of white pill are motivation and optimism, can be uplifting and can give people a sense of well-being and meaning that gives them, in satisfaction and contentment. The risk is it can ignore harsh realities. And again, that probably goes back to being like the blue pill in that it can make people naive. And what was the other thing it said about blue pill? Naive and maybe avoid harsh truths that sometimes need to be tackled. Sometimes we do need to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, what am I doing wrong? What can I do better? Not everything isn't great. And I need to kind of overcome a hurdle somehow, you know, in my life to become more content. Now, AI has chucked out another one here, the Doomer pill. Now, the Doomer pill, the core idea of the Doomer pill is apparently that things are getting worse and probably won't recover. Cougar Doomer, Cougar is a Doomer. Have you to pop this pill? The focus is on decline. So the decline of society, the worsening of the environment, and the losing of meaning in human cultures, human society. And they say these things are getting worse and probably won't recover. When you pop the Doomer pill, it's like watching collapse in real time, in slow motion, whilst accepting you cannot do anything about it. It's not always total despair, okay? Because again, it's not completely definitive in that they don't say for certain things won't recover. They say things probably won't recover, but they are deeply, deeply pessimistic about matters. The strengths of this Doomer pill are that it acknowledges real problems and talks about them in great detail and analyzes these matters in great deal, perhaps inspiring people to think about solutions. The risk is that, you know, when you pop the Doomer pill, you are in a world of chronic negativity, over-analysis that is, you know, wholly pessimistic for the most part. And there is disengagement because some people feel that there's nothing they can do. So they abandon all hope and jump ship in terms of, you know, they don't go along with anybody else trying to do things better because they don't think there's any hope. That's what some people do when they take the Doomer pill. Then there's also the hope pill. Now, this one's interesting. The core idea of the hope pill is that despite everything, there is still a path forward for humanity and for us as individuals. It's similar to the white pill, but it's more emotional and spiritual. And it focuses on meaning, personal growth, and possibility. It's kind of like a cross between existentialism, or it's probably got elements of existentialism and religion, spirituality in it, whichever facet of coping you want to take, or inspiration. And the hope pill is often tied to belief in future breakthroughs or awakening. Now, the strength of this pill, the hope pill, is that it does keep people going, keeps them motivated, keeps them thinking positive things so that their neurochemistry doesn't break down and become, you know, injurious to themselves. But the risk is it can become wishful thinking. So it can, you know, cause the person to go out into perhaps delusional ways of thinking and you know, analyzing matters. So yeah, each pill, guys, is basically a lens on reality. Some show harsh truths, some preserve comfort, and some remove hope totally, and others try to renew it, restore it. So there's all the pills. It's interesting, and it's always interesting to think about what happens to people when they take them. We have a few more people here on the show. We have who's here? Bear, you're on the Finding Gnosis show, mate. Do you know anything about these internet pills? What would you like to say?
Oh yeah, with the pills themselves, because I had it where I was in a Discord server with a lot of black pill people, and I was trying to like faith pill them, just as like a bit of a fun thing, kind of. But yeah, with these pills that a lot of people ascribe to online, it's one of those. I can see why people turn to these certain type of things, but at the same time, I'm kind of like saddened that that's the way the world is.
Thank you for that. Dr. Pepe, with his red pill there, what would you like to see about what would you like to say about the internet pills?
Well, as a Donald Trump supporter, I often see normies getting triggered when red pill ideas are thrown their way, especially when they're wrapped up in the meme of Pepe the Frog. To many, Pepe starts as fun, harmless meme, but when folks use it to challenge mainstream beliefs, it really sets off alarms. For us, these red pills reveal truths that the mainstream media often ignores. But for normies, it feels like a direct attack on their worldview. The humor of Pepe contrasts sharply with serious discussions, making them feel mocked. Plus, Pepe is now a symbol caught in a culture war which can make normies feel defensive and all triggered and butthurt. They push back hard, often missing a chance for a real conversation. It's really fascinating to watch. Praise Keck.
What a troll. There you go. Anyway, we're going to get trolled on this challenge. Just let the trolls speak. They end up running out of energy, and then we can continue the show. So, I mean, the first thing I think about is the internet has amplified, this problem in that, we all have subjective views on reality. And what happens is the internet allows these subjective views to bandy together in a way that has never happened before. So in the past, there may have been doomers and black-pilled and white-pilled and purple-pilled. I've heard of purple pills as well, by the way. They may have existed. Obviously, they wouldn't have had that name or that terminology, but that general outlook would have existed, but they didn't have any kind of way of connecting to a tribe of like-minded individuals. And that's what the internet has allowed people to do. And in many ways, it's a false environment, because for millennia, as I said, people had these different outlooks, but it was just part of the mishmash of the general society that they were in. And it was that mishmash of different outlooks that caused the collective to go forwards. Okay. But what we have now is these individuals with the same outlooks are forming their little cliques, and the mishmash isn't made up of individuals fighting with each other or trying to talk about reality and direct it. It's actually formed of little bubbles banging into each other of greater significance, greater power. So it is interesting. It's, in my view, it's just an amplified version of what was. Because in the past it was individuals, now it's groups, but they're doing the same thing that has always been the case, which is humans arguing about what is going on and what is happening, what is important. But of course, individuals are easier to control. Individuals can do generally less harm by themselves. So the problem here, I believe, is, well, the danger of it, because with the increasing numbers in these little bubbles, they become perhaps more powerful as an ideology, and also they egg each other on. In the past, they didn't have people to talk to about their ideas, egging them on, perhaps making them think deeper and deeper about the things. They always had, in the past, you didn't have an echo chamber to go to consult with. In the past, you would have to deal with other members of your tribe, and they would have told you to shut up, or they would have overpowered you with their view, or just changed the direction of your thoughts. But now these people can go into their echo chambers, stay in those echo chambers, and be completely consumed by these ideas without any break. And that obviously can't be healthy for the individual. But yeah, it is worrying. So guys, what are your greatest worries about it? We'll go there first. Do you believe it's worrying, or do you believe it's overhyped and it's not as worrying as people make out?
This for me first.
Yeah, anybody go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, no worries. I'll go first then. See, the thing I would say is that, yeah, with the internet, how it used to be, it was like, certain corners of the internet, but it wasn't all one big click. But you are right. Nowadays, it's people find their own little corners and echo chambers that are just bolstering their beliefs and if they want to plan an action, stuff like that. It's just, for me, it's a case of it's how the internet has evolved, sadly, even though I don't wish it was like that. But it's just, for me, it's just a tricky thing of how you'd handle it. Like I honestly don't have any answers how to handle it. But
does it need to be handled? Is it, as I said, is it dangerous? Why is it dangerous? What's the fears here?
it's more dangerous now than it used to be, because, as I said, it's like people will branch off and form their own little corners or echo chambers of the internet for people who just align with what they say and believe. And it does bolster these people to reinforce their ideology or go out and commit an action or something. Whereas, back in the old internet, if you were someone to do that on like a certain forum or something, you wouldn't just have everyone going cheering you on and encouraging you. You'd have people go, no, stop, don't, or yeah, whatever, because obviously you've heard of like Poll on 4chan. It's a lot more stringent nowadays, but back then.
What is that? Sorry, I've heard of 4chan, but you said something else. What was
Oh yeah, it's /Poll on 4chan. It's like
I don't know what that is. Sorry.
It's so originally it's the politically incorrect board of the message board on 4chan. Back in the day, that used to just be one big like meme and flinging stuff out to the wind. Whereas nowadays, 90% of the people on there take it seriously. When it never used to be like that.
Interesting. What about the rest of you guys? Are you worried about these pills? Do you think they're overall, are they a social a net negative? What do you think, guys?
Well, the internet has changed things a lot. I mean, the internet has been here for what, 30 years? So we can talk to each other all over the place, and yeah, it's probably causing problems too, but it's also solving problems. I mean, I don't think the internet is all that bad, but I think you're right. There is a lot of tension now in politics and science, and we're criticizing each other now more because of all the different. I think the atheists are rational people are are trying to win the war of ideas, and the religious and the pseudoscientific people are fighting back. And I'm not sure we're going to win, the atheists. I'm not.
Interesting. And if you had to pick a pill for atheists, would you say most atheists are red pill, blue pill, black pill, doomer pill, or no pill? What would you say they are? No,
not all atheists are woke. Like some of them are left leaning. Most of them, I think, are left leaning, progressive, and.
I mean, what pill is woke? You've brought woke into it, but I didn't see woke in any of the definitions.
You could say woke is like blue pill, and the conservative or right wing is red pill. We'll make it that simple. I'm talking politics here, but
yeah, I know
the ideas of science and philosophy and all that is mainly like trying to find the truth, and the truth is usually the good thing in life. I think, even if the truth hurts sometimes. It's good to know that the truth. I think humans. Some philosophers say that the people don't want the truth; they want comfort and other things.
Right. Interesting. I mean, another way of looking at this, I suppose, is that it's all just to be expected. Internet came. We're at a stage in the evolution of society where this is happening. Tribes have formed. Yes, it's causing problems, but this won't last. We will get to something else. What do you think could be the next stage? What do you think all this tribalism, these pill poppers, these people clinging to ideologies, forming these echo chambers, What do you think that could cause going forward for humanity? Kugo, good to see you, brother. Do come on and talk to us. That goes for everybody in the chat. The link to come on here is pinned below the description. Also, guys, it would be nice if you could help keep the stream going by giving whatever you can. The link for that is in the live chat, pinned in the live chat. Sorry, go ahead. Did you hear my question, guys? I was just asking. We are at this situation where this was kind of inevitable. The internet came along. People sat at home, and they had with their own psychology. They went on the internet. They were trying to figure out what was going on. They found like-minded people online, and it was kind of amazing because sometimes you can meet people that you wouldn't meet in real life, and it's good. Sometimes it feels good because you gel with them. You're on the same page, and you've never been on the same page with anybody before. So suddenly you feel content and safe, and you don't feel like a freak of nature. You feel like that you're not insane. You're not a weirdo. There's other people who think like you, and they've had similar experiences, and now you belong in the tribe, and you're somebody. So that was kind of inevitable that would happen. But I'm just asking, what do you think will come from it all? Going forwards, what's going to happen due to this clash of echo chambers going forwards? What's going to come out of it all? Do you think, guys?
I would say that humanity's always had tribalism, like throughout its entire history. Just nowadays, we've just manufactured that tribalism into stuff like political ideology and religion and stuff. But no matter what, humanity will always have tribalism with or without technology. It's just in our nature. So no matter what happens from it, like whether extreme or linear, we're just always going to have that.
Okay, so you think it's inevitable we will always be this fractured society. Do you really believe that going forwards? Even when we have like an overarching AI that kind of knows everything and guides us on everything, perhaps influences us in different manners to get to the same point that it thinks is important? Can you not see that potentiality?
Oh yeah, no, definitely, yeah. Because even if we do have like this big one AI that's guiding most of the people, there's always going to be those who'll be like, I don't agree with this, and reject the idea entirely.
Someone's called us a Nazi. D&W or anyone on the panel, are you not prepared to defend yourself from his accusation that we are Nazis? Okay. Come on and, accuse us of such. I'm sure we'll easily debunk that.
Who called someone a Nazi?
This arsehole here, Philip Matthews, obviously an attention seeker. Yeah. Okay, you got a little bit of attention there, Philip. Well done. Congratulations. Anybody else have an opinion on where we're headed as a society given this situation? I mean, we're talking about the pills, but there are other movements, aren't they, that aren't as known, perhaps, or haven't been given the pill terminology. What about, MGTOW, WGTOW? I think that's another one. Then you have like the subcultures of the different political outlooks, philosophical takes.
I think we should call antinatalism the abortion pill.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Can I give you my little idea? Can I just give you my idea on the whole pill thing real quick before I have to run? First off, thank you for the topic. I didn't know there were so many pills. I thought there was just red, blue, and black pill. So for me personally, I like being able to have an explanation for things, right? And it bothers me that I can't explain how the Mandela effect works. And so for me, the only way that, because there's thousands of examples of the Mandela effect, it's like undeniable at this point. I don't think it has anything to do with memory, like a lot of people will claim. But I think the only thing that I could see would explain the Mandela effect would be some sort of simulation with a programmer behind it. And so that takes me down the black pill rabbit hole. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think from what I'm understanding, a lot of it is related to dating and socializing, and the black pillars are fundamentally people who believe that certain people are destined to be lucky in love and others are not, and they give a whole list of reasons for that. Some of it's because of how people look, some of it's because of their social status. Some of them go into race and ethnicity, some of them go into neurochemistry and neurology. They have all their different reasons, and they have obsessions as well in relation to what they feel is the only acceptable, for example, man or woman to date. They put certain, configurations.
Are you talking about with like incels?
Yeah. That's heavily part of the black pill world. But I feel like the Doomer world is different, right? The Doomer world isn't necessarily about that. It's about existence, society, politics. I don't know. I think that's the differentiation, isn't it? It's the Doomer world is perhaps not as heavily focused, or maybe it is focused. Maybe it agrees with that, but it extends it to society and politics, the world, existence itself as being a problem. That is insurmountable. Interesting, but what is also interesting is to think, in many ways, we've had these copes, as I've said before, in society throughout the ages. I mean, is religion not a kind of white pill, as it were, or a blue pill in some sense? At least depending on how you utilize it. Some people are very let's just say naive, and that they use their religion as an excuse for bad action. They use the religion as a kind of get out card for whatever they do. It's a strange state of affairs, but it does seem that a lot of people pick their ideology in life. And what's the difference between that and these pills? They pick their religion, they pick their political persuasion. What is the difference between any of that and these internet pills?
Yeah, they're basically the same, aren't they? Once you accept one of these pills, or you accept a religion or any sort of view like that, you sort of you're creating a lens on which you're going to view reality. And personally, I think it's better to not take any pills and just view everything in a balanced manner. But when we take the pills, then we'll start viewing everything through the lens of the pills that we've decided to identify with as something that we've consumed, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. And I think what's interesting is there may be grains of truth in all the pills, but I find it very strange to view reality through just one lens when you can actually look out at all of these pills and say, what are their fair points? What are their, naive positions, and take an overarching view of matters rather than zoning in and trying to affiliate yourself with just one, which I find very strange. And I suppose to me, that shows the kind of, these people aren't trying to understand reality. Rather, they're just trying to cope with it. They're just trying to find a way of waving a flag, saying they matter, and giving themselves individual meaning. They don't actually care, perhaps, about the greater meaning of matters for society, for us as a species, for life as a phenomenon. It's about themselves as individuals.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Also, just randomly off topic, everyone click the like button, because DNW is a cool guy. He's probably not going to share it, but I think we should get in the habit of clicking the like button as soon as we click the StreamYard link, just to help DNW out,
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, because we don't always get this. The ratio is always a bit weird here. We do have a lot of people watch this channel who don't particularly like us, so it's quite funny. But they don't comment. They're lurkers. It is what it is. But we also have shy viewers who perhaps like it but don't interact. You know, we have someone here called Logan 30 Acre. I don't know who this is, so I'm going to put up the newcomer banner. Let's go. Logan 30 Acre, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Hey everyone, it's Logan on my Super Mario Logan account, and I want to help y'all get free money and free gift cards.
Okay, Logan, you want to give us... I don't know, some arsehole running an ad. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Logan. Fair enough. Money pilled. So anyway, yes, lurking hate viewers. Definitely, there's definitely a few of those for sure. But they're not too bad. It is what it is.
Nazi diatribes you keep going on.
Sorry, buddy?
It's because of all those Nazi diatribes you keep coming out with, mate.
Oh, yes. Right. Wallflowers in chat. Yeah, there's a few of them.
I would like to know more about the Mandela effect. I'm skeptical about it because if that's true, that means that there's a spiritual world or higher power, and I don't believe in it. So I'd like to know more about it.
My favorite one's the the Monopoly guy.
Yeah,
I swear he had a monocle. I swear he did. So that one.
I swear he had a monocle as well. Now he doesn't, does he?
No, he never did. There's no example of it, other than in our own heads.
Weird. And the other one. When I was a kid, there was this brand called Fruit of the Loom. Like when I was very young, I remember the Fruit of the Loom T-shirts.
I remember that.
And they say there was a cornucopia, a basket, isn't it, in them?
Yeah, there was always a cornucopia.
But now they say there was never one, right?
Yeah, that never existed.
Let me have a look at the logo.
Yeah, that one to me was another one that was strange.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that we're in a matrix or something, or that God is controlling us all and all that?
No, personally, I'm going to say I don't believe in the Mandela effect. I know people might not like that, but I think there's probably something going on where we're pattern recognition beings. That's how we orient ourselves around in this strange existence.
The Mandela effect is just like the pedestrian effect. If it's like you've if a lot of people believe it, it'll just be engrossed onto yourself. It's like with do you know the whole thing where it's like, oh, if you eat carrots, you can see in the night.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Sorry, so that's actually not true. That's just like old British World War II stuff.
I think there's way too many examples of the Mandela effect to deny it. From my personal memory, that's all I can speak from.
Sorry, just with that Fruit of the Loom logo, DNW, does it have the cornucopia or not?
No, apparently it doesn't. It doesn't have it. It never did. Yeah.
You can go on Google. There's like a list. There's hundreds of examples.
See, I've just had a look at the Fruit of the Loom logo with the cornucopia because I've got it side by side with the one without it, and I swear the cornucopia one is the one that I think should be right.
Yeah, I know it's weird, isn't it? It's really weird. The other one isn't it? Like I remember Sex in the City, right? But it was Sex and the City. That is
Sex in the City.
Yeah. But again, I feel that there are weird things going on in the human brain where we have false memories. We also have pattern recognition. So maybe there's all these other things we see in the world, and in our brain we somehow align things in our memory together, and then that's why we form these interpretations of what was.
It would make sense. It would make sense if it was just me having that experience and having that mishap, saying maybe I'm the only person that remembers the cornucopia, but the fact that there's thousands of people having the same experience means that there's something else going on.
Well, yeah, but as I said, it could be that the human brain just does the same thing in lots of people. It just
That would mean we all have
misfires.
the same brain.
Sorry?
That would mean we all have the same brain if we're all experiencing.
Not necessarily, because not
the same Mandela
everybody
effect.
agrees with not everybody agrees with these Mandela effects. Some people don't.
I guarantee if I go to anybody my age and I ask them if there was a cornucopia on Fruit of the Looms when they were growing up on their underwear, they would say yes. Guarantee.
Okay, well, anybody who is in the live chat, please do let us know. Do you remember the cornucopia in the?
But that's
Fruit of the
just one of hundreds of examples.
I know it is, but I'd just like to know on that one. By the way, what the hell happened to Fruit of the Loom?
They're still around.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah.
Brother Marcus says, is it more likely a possibility that our flawed evolving brains has hiccups and hazy memories, or there is an evil god with a supercomputer that we are plugged into? There you go. I mean, I don't know if they necessarily say it's an evil god. It may just be that, there's some people speculate that there is no god, but there's multi-universes, and there's like, you hop in between them depending on your decisions, and that's why you get all these Mandela effects. I don't necessarily think they all believe it's God's doing or a God's doing.
There's another really good one as well in Star Wars. He doesn't. The Darth Vader doesn't actually say,
"Oh yeah,
I'm your father."
Yeah, I mean, I fucking remember that one. I remember being a kid watching that repeat of that on the TV.
Never happened.
Never happened.
Did the Simpsons parody it? Maybe the Simpsons said it when they parodied it. I'm not sure. I've not looked into it.
That is one of the weirdest ones. That is a very weird one.
Yeah, that one.
I am your father.
Berenstain Bears.
Oh yeah, the Berenstain
I am
Bears,
your father, and then he goes, "No." Yeah, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, I've heard the Berenstain Bears, but is that American? Because I'm not actually familiar.
Oh yeah, it's like American kids book. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea about that one. I've heard of that. That's an American one, but I don't know anything about that. So we've gone off the pill topics, but yeah, as I say, we can talk about the Mandela effect as well, but we can go back to the pill topic whenever anybody wants to. There is a documentary out at the moment. Louis Theroux did one, so that might be worth watching. It's about the manosphere. I mean, what I found, I did a cursory glance into red pill, the red pill world and the black pill world before, just like looking around, because obviously they are topics of interest. And with the black pill, it is very sad. People just get their obsessions about little things like their looks. And sometimes it's just one particular facet of their looks. And they just think there's no point in carrying on, their life in any way because they're not perfect. So that is.
Have you heard of the looks maxing trend, where people are changing their looks to look better? And there's a young man who's famous about it. I think his name is forgot his name, but anyway, he's famous on social media, and he's like totally changed his face. He looks beautiful now with plastic surgery and all that.
Yeah,
can I just say something real quick?
Sorry, go ahead.
Witchy, what is it? Witchy bitchy in chat. A lot of people, a lot of people, when you bring up the Mandela effect, they like to bring up CERN. I don't know why, but CERN wasn't fired up until December 21st, 2012. And people had examples of the Mandela effect before that time. Even myself, I remember examples of the Mandela effect before 2012. So,
is there any evidence of Mandela effect pre-internet where people like wrote it down or discussed it in newspapers?
Well, it started with Nelson Mandela.
Yeah. It started with his funeral, right? Some people said he died in the 80s, right? But then obviously, dying. Yeah, but that was still an internet phenomenon, right? That was discussed on the internet. What I'm asking is there any evidence of like newspaper articles from like pre-internet where people were saying that something had changed, that there was a Mandela effect, as it were, pre-internet, that was discussed pre-internet? Is there any evidence of that?
I wasn't alive. Well, I kind of was alive pre-internet.
No, I'm not saying you were alive. I'm just saying, has anyone come across that kind of thing in their research of the Mandela effect?
The only one incident I can think of was when it was during the Boxer Rebellion, when a newspaper reported this big guy's death 5 days before he actually died, and it was like a widespread thing that everyone talked about. But then when you go back to the historical records, it was actually just something that was misconstrued, where it turns out they actually reported about his death 5 days later, not 5 days before.
I feel like I've heard like an example of like a baseball match. You know what? I don't know enough to remember it, but just quickly to go back to Austin, did you say they fired up CERN on December the 21st, 2012? Because wasn't that the day the Mayan calendar ends? Is that right?
Oh yeah, I thought the end of the world was going to happen.
Retro Doomsday says CERN was established in 1954. A long time before 2012. I mean, I don't know, to be honest with you. I only became aware of it in the 2000s myself, but
maybe we used to be the timeline where it was 2012, and now we're in the 1954 timeline.
The Higgs boson was discovered in 2012. Brother Marcus says, if time is an illusion and there are multiple dimensions within this worldview, he doesn't see how that debunks the theory CERN had an effect. Maybe it shifted time or our perception of time too.
Yeah, but
I don't know. Can anyone explain the fucking reasoning, what they give for CERN fucking having shifted?
I think the whole CERN thing is all bullshit to start off with. I don't think you can collide atoms, because I don't think atoms exist.
I mean, you gotta
go YouTube, man.
Like, I'm gonna throw a lot of people off right here. Atoms don't exist.
No, I was going to say you can collide atoms, because the nuclear bomb was just like, we're going to split an atom. And
all I've ever seen was cartoon pictures on Google. I've never seen any evidence of an atom.
Yeah, but they've got electron microscopes that can take pictures of
atoms. They do. They do have telescopes. They have telescopes that can zoom in.
I've been looking for years. For a picture.
Not telescopes, microscopes. Sorry.
Yeah, show me a picture of an atom through a microscope. You can't. All they have is cartoons. It's all fake.
Well, fair enough. Maybe they don't, but they could still find evidence of it. They found evidence in the 50s. The British scientists did.
Atoms don't exist. All right, I gotta go. Take it easy.
All right.
Take care, Chief.
What an exit. Have a good one.
I mean, even in ancient Greece, they were talking about the possibility of atoms being the smallest particle of matter, right? What do you think we're made out of? Are we not made of something? Is there not a substrate, that's a foundation of matter that it has to be built?
No, the thing is that we've got true basis around atoms, because the whole Manhattan Project was about splitting an atom.
Who says no atoms exist, no evidence at all? That's from Tony Whitcomb. Wow. I didn't know this was a thing. I didn't know there were people out there who said atoms don't exist. I mean, what is it then? What is it? Tell us. If atoms don't exist, what the hell is going on? Is everything nothing?
Wasn't it was it Democritus or Democritus in ancient Greece that said that you have to have atoms because no one could run 100-meter race, because you could always just split it in half, and if you can split it in half infinitely, then you would never finish the 100 meters. So there has to be the smallest possible particle as an atom, where you just can't even split that in half, although we are talking about splitting atoms in bombs, to be fair. Is that right? Is that what you were referencing, DNW?
Sorry, mate. I was reading Retro's comment there. I missed what you said. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
Wasn't there like a ancient Greek philosopher? Was it like Democritus or something like that, where he said there has to be a smallest possible particle that you can't devise, because if someone was to run 100-meter race, you could always just halve the distance they were running. And if you were to do that infinitely, they would never actually finish the 100 meters. So there has to be
can't remember who said it. I can't remember how they said it, but I thought it was Plato. I don't know. I thought someone just theorized like something akin to atoms, like the smallest, fragment of being that made up what is in terms of physical objects and us. But of course, now we have subparticles.
Yeah, exactly.
You know. But maybe someone in the comments knows the ancient Greek guy
I think it was
who.
like Damocles or something.
Yeah, something like that. Democracy, something like that. But maybe the panpsychists are the ones that don't believe in atoms, perhaps.
But he is kind of right. I get what he was saying in a way. Yeah, he is right because he says everything is mostly nothing. If you look up, it's a long time since I read about it, but if you look up like the what is in an atom, what it is mostly nothing. It's like 99.9. It's crazy how much of it is actually empty space.
Yeah,
What is it? Dark matter or something?
I don't know.
Dark
No, like
matter
literally emptiness.
Yeah,
isn't the distance
but I heard
between?
We'll
the
have to
universe
get.
is like,
He was a biologist, but perhaps he could come on because I've heard the same thing said about the nucleus of a cell. In many ways, the nucleus of a cell is like they look like an atom. It's kind of like looks like an atom, doesn't it? To me, it does. So he can come on and explain what he knows about what makes up a nucleus, but also, if he knows anything about atoms, come on and talk about that, please, Kukudima. Save us from our ignorance, because it's been a long time since we looked at this shit.
I feel like I've heard that, the distance between the protons and neutrons in an atom is relatively the same amount of distance between us and the sun. That kind of is that true? Am I misremembering?
Us and the sun, is it? Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, the planet's distance to the sun is similar to the relation between the protons.
We should really take off Ingora when we make extraordinary claims. We should Google them and read out the claim.
Yeah, I was hoping one of you guys could back that up, but I can't.
It's been a long day. None of us can be bothered. Oh dear, that's terrible. Well, hopefully somebody in the comments can do it.
no, but it's amazing how I just saw a short there today about democracy, and Socrates said he didn't like democracy because it made well, to be fair, it was debunked in the comments when I read the comments, but it shows you that if people are uneducated and vote in someone that's not good for the job, it can be pretty bad, and that's what's happening now, I think, in America, where I think they voted in someone that's pretty bad and not very educated and is doing bad things.
Yeah, Brother Marcus brings up the question, why should he trust the organization of Google? Good point. Maybe you could ask multiple search engines, see what they all say, and then relay the information to us, and we could somehow come to an appreciation of what might be true, whilst admitting we don't know for sure. But going back to the pill stuff, from what I understand, the red pill idea is that everything is transactional, right? So I think some people say that Jordan Peterson's big into this red pill. Well, he doesn't overtly say he is, but he's looked to as a kind of someone to listen to by red pillars, because they believe everything is transactional. That it's kind of like putting women in the situation of being kind of, well, let's not mince our words, prostitutes, because it's like a trade. You give them something to get sex, and it's seen as like a transaction. It's seen like as a rational thing rather than emotional, rather than hormonal, or maybe it's a bit of both. But I mean, I wouldn't personally say everything is a cold transaction myself. But what do you think of these red pillars? I mean, there's also this phenomenon, is it men going their own way? Women going their own way? I mean, I think that's kind of red pill as well, to some degree, where they kind of view the other gender as just for sex, just for procreation, but not for anything else. And some of these MGTOWs, in my view, are atrocious because they kind of negate any responsibility. So some of them don't even want to pay child maintenance and such. It can get very, very dark. Does anyone know anything about those ideas? or have an
Yeah,
opinion
with
on?
the MGTOWs and that, yeah. But do you want to go ahead first, mate?
No, you go. You go.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, with the MGTOW stuff, I haven't looked in this for like ages, but that it seemed to me as like it was like a movement I didn't agree with, but I kind of saw a reason behind. But then it just kind of like spiraled out of control into full on like isolationist stuff, and I was like, yeah, no.
But it's probably more popular now with the technology that can, and like women now have more freedom because they can get work, so they don't need the man anymore because they have freedom and they can vote and they can work, and now they have the pill, contraceptives, so it's way more easy now to not rely on the man anymore. So I understand why it's more popular now. Oh yeah, and the religion as well. Nobody's believing in religion anymore, so that's also a factor.
I think it's making a bit of a comeback, though. To be honest with you,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
yeah,
I've seen a lot
say
more
that,
young.
say that to the burgeoning inhabitants of mosques around the world, and you know, even Christianity is making a comeback in the you know, the trad pill people. I don't even know if that is a term, but yeah, some of the right wingers in America are apparently going back to more traditional conservative Christianity. I've even heard in the UK some people are turning
Oh
back to
yeah,
the.
Catholicism's rising in the UK by I think like 0.5%.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed a rise from when I was a child. It seemed like atheism was the most popular thing, but it definitely feels like there are definitely more Christians coming about in the last, probably just like the last 5 years. I've noticed it. I feel like could just be my circle though.
Oh no, yeah,
Yeah, and I
I
heard
agree. Yeah.
Hanko Flamio, I believe Hanko Flamio knows a little thing or two about these pills. Do you want to come on, Hanko Flamio, and tell us what you know, brother? And also, guys, Retro's here. Retro, good to have you back. What would you like to say? You're on the
I'm just
Finding
here
Nation show.
for hey, welcome. I'm just here for a short time. Hopefully my mic's working all right. Hello. I think you're talking about a guy named like Zeno of Aelia or something like that, Malia or something. He's like from 400 BC. That's not about atoms. That guy disproved motion by proving infinity. So if you cut the distance half between the rabbit and the hare thing, which was Achilles and the tortoise. So the tortoise gets to start the race first and say he's 100 yards ahead of you, and then Achilles makes up 50 yards. Well, he only has 50 more yards to make up, right? Well, the tortoise stays moving, and you cut the next 50 yards in half. Well, the tortoise stayed moving. There's a little more to cut in half. You can do this infinite times to cut distance in half. Therefore, it can't be motion because you don't have infinite time to move in space. So he disproved motion, and that was Zeno.
Well, that's false because time is distance. So if you cut distance in half, you cut time in half as well. So it didn't prove anything.
Well, it was about infinity. It was about infinity. And that he was just disproving distance with their version of math. It's been disproven in modern times 3+ different ways. So that was an ancient theory using their version of math. And this was something he came up with just to, poke in the eye of the mathematicians of the time to get them to disprove what he said to prove motion.
Oh, okay, yes. The Zeno's paradox. I was making sure you understood it properly.
Hank, it's good to have you here, brother, again. Austin says, enjoy your cartoon pictures of atoms, LOL. Yeah, he really doesn't believe in these atoms. Thanks, Austin, mate. It's definitely something I've never heard of before, but I appreciate you telling me about it. I'll look into it. He also says, this is a hologram. Yvonne says, follow the white rabbit. There you go. Hank, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The main topic is the internet pills. Do you know anything about the internet pills? The floor is yours. Please take it away, Hank.
So I had my fill of all of the internet pills. So I learned in my travels, I learned that the black pill was secretly the blue pill the whole time. They just follow the facts and follow the science to its logical conclusion. and they pretty much come to the same conclusion as the mainstream. But there are people who scam other people called the red pillars who want to offer rituals that magically make you attractive, even though there's no evidence of it. Just the best they can find is people who don't leave the house that look fine, that will get people to leave the house. And that's the long and short of it. All the other stuff is nonsense to make money, which is why
Sorry,
they end up all going out of business for being scammers.
I don't understand what you're saying, mate. Sorry, can you repeat
Red
this?
pill is a scam.
Red pill. Okay, red pill is a scam, right? I got you. What is it for? Why did it come about? Sorry, go ahead.
It's to monetize people's unluckiness. That's
Okay, I get you. It's a kind of yeah. I would agree with that. It's a kind of way of taking advantage of people's suffering for clout, basically, and financial gain. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
And I think Jordan Peterson is a good example of that. He has a lot of opinions that I disagree with. He has some good ideas, but a lot of it is woo-woo, pseudoscience.
I mean, most of the internet is now. Yeah. So, I mean, I would say that the like all these channels that try to say they're red pilled, like there's a few of them that look into stuff and do their own research, but the rest of them are just branding and trying to make money, like dude just said. And they still haven't told you who got JFK. They still haven't told you where the aliens are. They're just water dripping at you and hoping you pay in something. You know, they don't care. They just want to sell something.
In fact, even in the Matrix, where this comes from, it was a scam. I'll go that far because they didn't actually go to the so-called real world. They just went to a partition of the Matrix. So even in context of the source material, it was a scam, just to get cultists to just barrel out Morpheus's fantasies.
What color was the pill that Neo took?
It was red.
They tried to exploit lonely, isolated men, and that's pretty sad, in my opinion, says Brother Marcus. Is there anything equivalent in the female world? Are they trying to exploit lonely, isolated women in any way in the pill world? Is there anything equivalent?
Beauty industry, maybe?
The beauty industry, okay.
Yeah,
religion. I mean, a lot of them fall for religion. And what else? Politics. I mean, you know, the usual pseudo fake stuff that people follow.
Okay. Guys, I can't change the description. I don't know why. I'm not able to do it in real time. It's not letting me do it. So I will keep sharing the stream link for you to come on and chat in the live chat. So if you do want to come on, just let me know. I'll share the link if you can't see it.
So DNW, you can change it from YouTube Studio, but not from StreamYard. StreamYard only does it the first time, but you can change it live from YouTube Studio.
Nice one. See, that's what we're about. People helping each other. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. I'll do that now. But I can't change Danny Shine's channel, unfortunately. So anybody watching there, you'll have to, click on the link in the live chat when you see it or come over to Finding Gnosis. Do you see any huge problems, Hank, going on? Are these pills a huge problem? Or do you feel that, yes, they may be taking advantage, but are they offering a service? Are they helping people at all? Is it all bad? What do you think?
Well, red pill helps the scammers get to your money, so that's one thing. It stimulates the economy.
How does it help people get your money? Are they offering courses? What are they doing to get people's money?
Pretty much. Just sell courses, sell lifestyle, and then you pay for it. But I never really see any success over it in the last 20 years that I looked at it. I got
freeze-dried food and solar generators, right?
Yeah, that too. But I generally just get them cheap from Walmart and Amazon now because that's all. That's they get. I don't like to pay more for stuff.
They all got their own vitamins now.
Yeah, Joe Rogan is a big scammer. He shares a lot of fake news. The anti-vaxxers, what else? The climate change deniers. Loads of bad ideas out there that are in the red pill zone.
LegalZoom is probably the worst thing he sold, because even at the time you can get everything for less via your state's website. So LegalZoom was probably the worst thing Joe Rogan sold, in my opinion.
All right. Well, Alex Jones is one of them as well. He's a red pill scammer. But there's some scammers in the left as well, to be fair. I'm not saying they're all good. Like I heard, what's his name? That scientist that was caught in the Epstein files. There's loads of them. Noam Chomsky, that physicist who's in the Epstein files. They all.
So Lawrence Krauss, is that it? Lawrence Krauss?
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss. Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence liked to sell atheism, which atheism doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
It's just people playing a massive multiplayer game of peekaboo, in my opinion, because they go on shows every day to talk about God for hours, and if they really believe gods don't exist, there's no point in doing it. It doesn't make any sense. So they're playing peekaboo.
What is this
What do you mean,
Simulacron 3 that you're sharing there, Retro?
People seem to have a big argument of where the Matrix story comes from, and it's a 1964 novel by Daniel Galloy called Simulacron 3. So that's another red pill mishap of people believing the Matrix, where the story origin came from. So it's again, Plato's allegory of the cave, and then Simulacron 3 with a lot of action from that 90s action era.
Well, I tell you what, thanks for that information, and I really like the studio office there that you have. You got a lot going on there, mate. Very cool. Okay, and he's got the Matrix there as well. Right. Brother Marcus says red pill is maybe the male beauty industry with a mix of ideology. He says he remembers years ago women telling him those beauty magazines also gave dating advice. So maybe one was just around longer and bigger than the other. He admits he finds the new atheism movement a little odd because they talk about something they think doesn't exist for many hours and years. Yes, he agrees with you, Hank. He's an atheist, but he doesn't spend that much time on it. It is interesting, isn't it?
Mm.
It's kind of absurd, isn't it?
Atheism is quite popular now. I follow it on YouTube a lot, and it is important. I mean, there's big activists that talk about it all the time. They make a living out of it, but it has to be fought back against, because if religion is correct, then we're all going to hell. So that's why there's activist atheists out there that they're fighting back.
Well, suppose if you legitimately thought religion was harmful, then you would be, you would feel, you would feel that you had a duty to, talk about atheism. Yeah. So go ahead, Hank.
Yes. Well, I used to be an atheist, and I pretty much got snapped out of it by reading Fictional Theism by Roy Sorensen.
So you took the God pill.
Yes. So
tell us about why you took the God pill and what it's done for you.
So I'm going to start with my original Christianity. I was just raised Baptist, but I quit Christianity because they rejected all the science. They did was their what's that called?
Can I ask? Can everybody hear Hank? Okay, is it just me that's having problems with him with hearing him?
I talk slower.
I can hear him.
Let me make sure I'm using the right mic. Yes, my mic is fine. Yeah, creation science is why I quit Christianity in the first place, because that was obviously nonsense. But then I quit atheism because science in general doesn't solve all problems like atheism promised. Around 2020, So like 2008 was when I quit Christianity for atheism, and 2020 is when I quit atheism for theism.
With atheism, don't you pretty much have to evoke a infinite multiverse, right, to accommodate all the crazy statistics of us getting here, or an infinite universe.
It's one solution. You can there's one universe solution to atheism, but usually the multiverse just makes more sense. It less more parsimonious. It's easier to explain things, in my opinion.
Yeah, but then I feel like you just have to have a faith in a multiverse rather than a deity, and I don't really see why you would do that, unless there's any other way.
Because atheist deity isn't literally an absence; it's the negation of the god of fictional theism. Atheism is the worship of the negation of the god of classical theism. That's what they worship: the negation of the god of classical theism.
So they're open to a god, just in a more loose way, you mean?
Like a negative god, pretty much. An anti-god.
Sounds satanic.
So, funny thing about Satan is that even in context of the Bible, he's just one of God's lackeys. So, I wouldn't say it's even satanic. It's distinct.
Yeah, I guess my point is...
So what do you believe in? Sorry. No, you go on. Sorry, you're going to say something.
Well, very quickly, I was just going to say my point was that we can't actually see the infinite multiverse, so it probably requires as much faith to believe in an infinite multiverse than it does an actual God. But yeah, go on, say what you're going to say.
Yeah, I think you're right. But Hank, what do you believe exactly? You don't believe in the normal Christianity, or you have your own religion made up in your head?
Right now, I think the easiest thing would probably just compare it to egoism from Sterner. That probably be the closest thing.
Egoism?
Yeah. Can you briefly elaborate? What is that?
Pretty much, I usually derive my well-being from Lacanian models, and I pretty much accept that they're just pieces of culture that kind of operate on their own, using people as a substrate.
Okay. Well, what's an example of like a piece of culture that's using people as a substrate? What's like an example of that?
Like school spirit.
What spirit? Sorry.
School spirit would be an example.
I'm not too familiar with that term. What's that?
Well, pretty much, people were infatuated with the government school they went to, and they go to sports ball games and stuff. But it's not the school itself. It's not the building itself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm struggling to wrap my head around that, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's the same. But like that.
Or like, have you heard the term of egregore? Or that may be a good term to help you understand.
Are you talking about like objectivism?
No, I don't.
No.
I reject objectivism because we don't have access to it. We have the subjective and intersubjective, and we just intuit the objective.
Selfishness being virtuous. Is that what you're on about, Hank? Egoism, selfishness being virtuous?
No, Sterner's egoism.
Guys, I want to welcome Patsy Klein. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Patsy Klein, what would you like to say about internet pills? What do you know about them? And what do you think of them?
Well, first of all, I'd like to address something that somebody just said about atheists. Atheists aren't anti-God. They are of the position that there is no reason to believe in a God, in an existence of a God. So you can't be against something that doesn't exist. So first of all, let's clear that up. So they're not anti-God, and they're definitely not Satanists because they don't believe in Satan either. So
Then
first of
why?
all, that needs to be cleared up.
So that is propaganda from the Atheist Code of Austin and American Atheism. And even if I assume you're correct, them having shows every day, even on Sunday having multiple shows going for hours at a time, talking about something they don't believe exists, makes no sense. They'd be irrational.
No, it doesn't. It does make sense because they see that religion, particularly Christianity, is now overflowing into government and the laws that are being created at this particular time. Just recently, it's becoming more and more predominant. That's why they're going on and on about it. It's
so what reason
the government for the people by the people.
So it's a political movement, which is why they go up against Christianity, but they don't go on against Discordianism for hours because it's a political movement.
No, I'm not saying it's just for that, but that's one of the reasons.
Well, I'm saying it's just for that, though.
And see the fact there is no proof of it. There's no proof of it, and they don't like people being stupid, believing in things that there's no proof of.
Yeah, but if you're an atheist, you still have to account for the crazy amount of statistics that got us all here, right? With like the fine tuning of the universe. What was that? Sorry.
There are no statistics that God is here. A God. You have no proof of that.
Church.
That's not a proof. That's not proof. That's an organization of people that believe.
Yes, that is evidence.
That is not evidence. Belief is not an evidence.
Okay, how about Kenneth Copeland's plane? How did he get that without God?
It's not evidence. Show me evidence. I want evidence.
Kenneth Copeland's plane, who he attributes to God, how did he get that plane in your model?
I have no idea what you're talking about, number one.
The preacher, you don't know who Kenneth Copeland is, even though atheists rail against him?
Yeah, he got that from scamming people. He didn't get that from God. He got that from telling people, I'll save you and give you loads of money. Give me loads of money, and then I'll...
Exactly. Kenneth Copeland? You're talking about Kenneth Copeland? I know.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
He's a fanatic. I mean, he has no evidence whatsoever of what he's saying. Nothing. No evidence. And if you're acting like he does, you're out of your mind. Okay? You're denying reality.
So the plane he got, that he attributes to God, that plane doesn't exist now?
I don't know what you're talking about, the plane he got. I have no idea.
Yes.
Hank, are you joking? I think you're an atheist. You're joking.
Breakfast Talk was the same Cope till he realized that I was serious. So
that's a good name. Kenneth Copeland, great name for him. He's coping. He's coping with reality. Good name. I like that last name, Copeland. Good one.
Yeah,
that's what religion is. It's a coping mechanism about life and death, particularly death.
So
people are afraid as hell of what do you want to call it? Pardon the expression. People are afraid shitless of dying and what's going to happen afterwards. This is why we have religion.
Is atheism a religion by your definition?
No, it's not. Absolutely not. Because a religion is based on a belief system.
There are religions without an afterlife, though, aren't there?
Yeah, so ritualistically talking about something you don't believe exists for 3 to 6 hours a day is not a religious practice.
Couldn't hear what you said.
No, it's like a job of any kind, a hobby or job. There's some dumb jobs out there. There's some dumb hobbies. But atheism, activism atheist activism, I don't think it's dumb. There's probably bad ways to do it, but I think most of it is correct. Is fine.
Atheism believes in the fact that there is no position. You have no position. There is no position to take because you don't know. Anything that is not provable is a belief. Which is where
what's the
your
proof of
faith
atheism?
which is where, excuse me, which is where the word faith comes in. Faith is belief is based on faith. And faith is based on hope. And none of it has to do anything to do with evidence. None of those terms.
Yeah,
I put a piece of paper on the table, and it's a white piece of paper, okay? I see that piece of paper on that table. I know it's a white piece of paper sitting on that table right there. Okay? There's no denying it. There's evidence that it's sitting there.
Yeah.
There is no religion. Zero.
Yeah, but
I was a Christian for over 50 years. Sat on a pew every damn Sunday and pretended that I believed in something I really didn't believe in. Tried to convince myself that it was absolutely true. And I dropped it 3 years ago. Because I finally came to the point where I really thought about it, critically thought about it, opened my mind about it, really thought about the logistics of it, and it made zero sense. Because there was no evidence.
It doesn't conscious life from nothingness also make as little sense, though?
I'm a realist, and I'll always be a realist to the day I die.
Guys, I want to welcome Objective Ethics to the show. Objective Ethics, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say? And also, do you have any knowledge or understanding of what these internet pills are? And do you have any views on them? That would be appreciated, because we're still in the same ballpark, but we'd like to bring it back to the main topic at some point too.
Yeah, I'll try and circle it around to that, because I really need to come in here and offer some clarity to this conversation, because there's some just wild claims being made here that just they need to be fleshed out here. And thank you for letting me on, brother. And the sister is absolutely right with what she's saying, that there's no evidence. But I don't generally, as an agnostic, and as a person who's empathetic to people, I don't generally get into the God belief claims, because what happens is that you end up pushing the believer into a corner where they either embrace cognitive dissonance or moral bankruptcy. And I don't like to force people into that corner. So I'm going to try and be as careful as I can about how I say this. Okay. But when you talk about atheism, for one thing, the etymology of that word goes back to ancient Greece. The atheism itself probably goes back way beyond the written record, but we can track this back to ancient Greece. Atheism, atheos, without God. It was a claim, or a way to describe people who made an affirmative claim there was no gods. But over the millennia, words changed. Definitions of words evolved, right, with society. So modern atheism is an umbrella term that covers a number of different types of beliefs and non-beliefs. So you have hard atheists who will make the claim there's no God. You've got soft atheists who simply lack belief, which is kind of what the sister's alluding to. And that is not a religion or a belief. It's not something that even needs to be defended. It's simply a lack of belief. The other thing you've got atheist religions like Buddhism or Taoism or something like that don't have God figures, for example. So when you talk about atheism making this bold claim that atheism is this, it just shows an ignorance of what atheism actually even means. As far as the comment about getting something from nothing, that's one of the most nonsensical talking points I've ever heard, because the creationists are the one who actually think you get something from nothing. If the universe existed eternally, right, then there's no need for the creator. If you need the creator to create the universe, then you have to ask the creationist, what did this creator create the universe out of? If matter and energy didn't already exist, well, they say, well, he just created it out of nothing. So you're getting something from nothing as a creationist, not as an atheist. And if you say, well, the matter and energy already existed and God just formed that matter and energy, then you just eliminate the unnecessary step of God. So the something from nothing thing is so nonsensical if you actually stop and think about it. And as far as the evidence goes, the sister's absolutely right. All the things that you just cited are not evidence of anything. They're just claims. Claims are not evidence.
Right.
So that new definition of atheism extended by American atheists so they can have a higher head count for their politics. And that extension has pretty much collapses language. You need to read the Steve McRae paper on the definition of atheism, because he explains if you define agnostic atheism, define agnostic theism, well, you can make theist into atheist, which was the point, for they can have a higher head count.
People can come up with whatever definitions they want. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. All definitions are subjective. So the etymology of the term, you could trace back to what it was, but you have to go to modern parlance and say, okay, well, there's different usage, common usage of this word. So what you have to do before you attack a group of people under a label, you should really figure out if that label even applies to the entire group of people, which it clearly does not.
Yes, but it's purposely extended to cause confusion, which is why I usually default to the philosophical definition of atheism, which was denial of gods existing. And there was a time where Christians were atheists because they denied the Greek pantheon existed.
And that's perfectly fine, but you cannot levy that against an entire group of people and expect that plane to land, because there's going to be people within that group, like the sister Patty Klein, who came in here to explain to you that she's not a hard atheist. She didn't use that terminology, but she simply explained to you that there's a lack. She's got a lack of belief until she gets some evidence, or probably, I'm sure she would probably accept a logical argument that reaches a sound conclusion. But no religion has produced this for the existence of a God.
And that's why I say new atheists are playing a massive multiplayer game of peekaboo, because they'll deny any evidence.
Well, it just, again, this is such a generalized. That's such a blanket statement. New atheist. There isn't new atheist. There are individual people who will do all kinds of crazy stuff with language. That is true, but that does not define an entire group of people functionally.
So you're not familiar with the new atheist movement with the Four Horsemen stuff?
I am well familiar with it. You're talking about Dawkins. You're talking about Hitchens. You're talking about Harris and I can't even think of the other guy's name. I'm very familiar with the Four Horsemen. They don't even acknowledge
the Four Horsemen is a Roman belief. The Quadriga.
No, he's talking about the Four Horsemen, the Dawkins, Hitchens, Harris, and
Dennett.
Sagan. Dennett. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I know who you're talking about. And they even say themselves that the new atheist movement wasn't a label they coined themselves. That was a Christian journalist who actually gave them that name.
Yeah, they didn't coin themselves, but the name was coined and the label sticks, because we know what we're talking about when we say new atheism.
They don't know what you're talking about, and neither do I, neither do a lot of atheists. They don't accept that label. You can attempt to put that label on them if you want to, but if you're trying to have so basically what it gets down to, this, brother, if you're trying to have a functional, respectful dialogue with people, or even about a group of people, you ought to use language that applies accurately, and not some tag, some divisive tag that came up that these people don't even adopt for themselves. There might be individuals that call themselves whatever, but you're not talking to those individuals. You're talking to somebody who's clearly told you that she doesn't even know that label doesn't apply to her.
No, I'm a Christian for 50 years. Again, that's something now. You think about it. I mean, my family was Christian, still are Christian. I'm the only one that's broken away, actually, at this point. And I'm talking about generations. I'm the only one that's broken away and started to think for myself. Okay? That's a big move, but I did it because I didn't want to sit there and believe something I had no proof of. I am so much a, what do you call it, person that seeks the truth, demands to have truth and proof in my life. I want it straight. I want life straight at me, okay? I want to know the truth. I don't want to sit here and pretend that something is true. So it was a big leap for me, but I did it. And I feel good about it because I'm being true to myself instead of pretending. And pretending is bullshit to me.
Fair enough.
Well, I have bad news for you. Truth is just a feeling. So even if I brought the evidence, like I brought the New Atheism Wikipedia page, our friend Objective Ethics would just deny the Wikipedia page, even though the page obviously exists and defines what New Atheism is with examples. He'll just say, well, no, it doesn't count because I believe I'm a New Atheist.
I don't like
Brother,
the
you
new.
could,
I don't.
yeah, you
I don't
could,
like that new atheist. What I don't know what that is. I have nothing. Atheism's been around forever. Okay, so there is no new atheism.
So the
it's
facts
What do
don't
you
a
mean?
matter.
What do you mean truth is a feeling? Obviously, we get feelings from the truth, but the truth, we need feelings to find the truth because because the truth would set you free. But if that doesn't make sense, Hanky.
Well, just because you have feelings doesn't mean you have the truth. Okay. Because there's a lot of people that have these experiences when they become Christians, like, oh, I had a personal experience, a personal revelation, or or whatever, and they think that's the truth, man. That's it. I had personal revelation, a personal experience, okay, and they'll throw that up to you every time. That's zero evidence. No evidence. I mean, think about how ludicrous that sounds.
Yeah, I know. That's why we went back to theism, because how ludicrous that sounds. There's no evidence except all the evidence that I'm seeing is just deny. So
Unfortunately, I got to run do some things, guys. Y'all take care and be nice to each other. I might be back.
Thank you, Retro. Good as always to have you here. Patsy, we were talking about pills, internet pills. You're familiar with these phenomenon on the internet, right? The red pill, black pill, blue pill, doomer pill. What else, guys? Purple pill, white pill, blue and yellow, purple pills. What Patsy, would you say is your pill? And if you had to create a pill, what would you call it? And what would it consist of in its ideological take on matters?
Well, you ask a loaded question there. If I had to pick between the ones you said, I would say I would.
By the way, you don't necessarily have to pick between them. You can create your own pill right now. And you can just tell us what it would consist of in its ideological take on matters.
Since I'm such a realist, I'm going to have to lean toward more of. I'm not saying totally, but I'm saying more toward the doomer pill, and that is because our life, the way we have it now in this world, revolves on a system that's based on consumerism and consumerism and excreting. Let's put it simply. We consume a lot and don't give back a lot, and everything revolves around the dollar bill. There's really no true freedom of the way you really want to live your life without consequences of whatever decision you may make in the way you want to live your life. There's a lot of traps in this life, but you're always needing things. Life is full of needs. I need this. I need that. I need to eat. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to breathe. It's just full of that. That's all life is. It's a struggle in that respect. So, but I don't see anything in the future to me that's going to take that away. So this is why I lean toward the doomer. And then you got the government telling you what to do, ruling over you. I could go on and on. And then I'm going to add one final aspect to it, and that's religion. Because the way the supposed God set things up in Christianity, he could have made the world any way he wanted to do it. But he made it this way, where we had to struggle and ask for forgiveness and all this kind of stuff. So that was kind of like a setup too. So again, we're struggling with that, if you believe in that. So if I'm making any sense, I hope I am. This is why I lean toward the doomer pill.
Right. Okay. But what's that? You lean towards that, but what's the general? Because a lot of these pills tell people how to act, within this existence once they've taken that pill. How do you feel people should act in this existence, given your doomer-esque outlook on matters?
The best way to do it, if you're in that particular realm, I would say the way I'm dealing with it is that I try to get around people that understand my perspective. Okay. And at the same time, if I can, I can try to stay numb to all this running around trying to get things, attain things, all this struggle crap. I try to numb myself out of that. Okay, just numb out. But when I can, I like to talk to people that understand my perspective on it and the reality of the way the world operates. That's how I handle it.
Interesting. So become numb, become comfortably numb, as Pink Floyd said.
Yeah, because as I see it, there's no way.
How do you become numb, Patsy?
The only way out of it is death.
Oh my goodness me! How do you become? How do you become numb, Patsy?
Just you had to train yourself. You had to. It really, and I've been working on it hard. Like when somebody says something to me that upsets me, I try to just say, okay, whatever. Say the word just whatever a lot.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
So become like a stroppy teenager and just say whatever.
No, a teenager doesn't have any awareness. I do.
Okay.
You see, if you got, I have the awareness, but I'm choosing to ignore the crap, that I see going on. So it doesn't upset.
LA says Patsy Cline for president, by the way.
LA, I love you. You know I do.
Okay.
You've got a great accent, Patsy. I like the accent. The cowboy, Southern cowboy, American. I picture you in the countryside with horses and stuff like that.
Well, I don't have horses, but I do live in the country. I live in a rural area, further away from the city. Yeah, definitely. Which I'm thankful for.
Patsy, is there not a danger that you said you seek like-minded individuals? Is there not a danger that you're just immersing yourself in a group of like-minded people, and all you're doing is creating an echo chamber full of personal biases to kind of stroke each other's ego, pat each other's back, and you're in danger of not developing as a person?
Well, I'm 67 now, so I only have about 20 years, maybe hopefully 20 years, if I get that left. So I'm really not worried about that.
Fair enough. Guys, how do you feel about Patsy coming on here at 67 and saying she's a real doomer? What does that make you feel and think?
Well, I kind of agree with her, but I applaud you because my mother is Christian, and I try and convince her to be atheist like me, but my brothers are always telling me not to because then she will lose hope and be depressed and all that. But I lost my faith through the internet and all that. It was depressing in the beginning. It was quite weird in the beginning, but then you get used to it. You're like, oh, okay. But when you're older, I guess it is harder because then you realize you wasted a lot of your life.
Yes. Matter of fact, I had opportunities. I had some opportunities that I could have taken if I hadn't been sitting there thinking about the dangers of hell.
It wasn't all that bad, though. You probably didn't have that bad of experience with Christianity.
No, it wasn't bad, but there was things I could have experienced that I didn't get to experience. That's part of life, It's a shelter. It shelters you big time from actual life. You know, especially when, see, I growing up I grew up in the church as a child, you know, so it's a very sheltering, protecting, you know, thing, you know, and I'm sure there could have been some bad things I went through, but at the same time, there could have been some good experiences I didn't get to go through too, you know. So, but I would never sit here and say, don't believe, you know. I would never, like my sister, I just talked to my sister the other day and she was on the phone with me. And, you know, she was telling me, well, I hope I see you in church again. You know, she wants me to come back, you know. And I told her exactly what's going on, you know, with me. And she said, you're an erring Christian, you know. And I said, no, I'm not an erring Christian. I just started thinking for myself, you know, instead of just accepting things that they say is true, you know. But I wouldn't sit here and say, don't believe anymore. You know, I wouldn't say, I can't believe you. I can't believe you believe in that. No, I'm not going to say that to her because she has a right to believe what she wants to believe, even if it's not true. And no
This brings me to an interesting conversation, and it's related to what you just said there, Patsy, and what Sean said. Sean said his mother is still a Christian, and he's tried to persuade her to be an atheist. In some ways, this is a bit like someone trying to persuade a blue pillar, someone who sees everything as okay, just, you know, do as is expected, don't look too deeply into matters. They feel happy, that makes them happy. They follow God, they go to church, it makes them feel good. Sean, why do you feel compelled? I'm just asking the question, and then you can say whatever you want.
Oh,
Why feel compelled to shake someone out of something that makes them feel good? Why feel compelled to make them drop another pill when the blue pill or the religious pill or whatever it may be is making them feel good and happy? Why do you want to shake them out of that, Sean and Patsy?
I just forgot what I was going to say.
Because I think it's a short-term pleasure, but long-term, I think it's worse. So it's like anything. It's like drugs. It's like drugs will make you feel better in the short term, but long-term will be bad. Because I think the side effects of the short-term pleasure of the religion and false beliefs is a long-term pain, I think. Yes. But I'm trying to do it in a nice way.
Well, I mean, what is it doing for her that's wrong? I mean, how are you going to liberate and make her feel better about matters?
Well, Patsy Klein can maybe answer this well because you probably got questioned by your relatives or internet mainly, yeah, Patsy Klein.
Before I forget what I say, because I'm getting older and I forget things quick. Okay, that's why I'm butting in all the time. I'm sorry, because that happens when you get older. You have to say it when you're thinking about it. Okay, but anyway, just like I say, I was talking to her, and I'm not going to sit there and say, don't believe in it anymore. I'm not going to tell her to do that. But I will tell her why I don't. Okay? And she can do with it what she wants to. Okay?
I get that perspective.
Wait a minute. And she can do whatever she wants to do with it. But then, at the same breath, in the next breath, she will say to me, well, religion's a very important part of my life, and it always has been. And I just don't think I can't be with you now. This is my sister's talking to me now, okay? And she says, and we were close. We've been close all our life, okay? And she says, I don't think we're not yoked together anymore. That's what she told me. So I'm going to have to go through a sacrifice of my sister, okay? Because she feels like she's not yoked with me in Christianity, and if she gets with me, she might fall into, not believing. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that must be a very weak way to be a Christian. If you think somebody can pull you down that quick, or whatever you perceive to be pulled down, if you think that can happen, you must not be a very strong Christian. So, anyway, I had to get that.
But Sean, I want to bring it back to you, Sean, because you actively want to change your mum's mind. You want to make her see the world as you do. In many ways, you want her to take your pill, the Sean pill.
I know there might be a risk.
Why?
Because if I do I do. If I do try, like hypothetically, if we did try and convince all the Christians to be atheists, and they became atheists, I think there might be a short-term suffering of people maybe not being depressed. But I got when I was Christian Catholic, I went to the internet and looked up all the critical stuff, and I was shocked at the beginning, but then after a while you get used to it. But it depends. I guess when you're older, it's maybe more difficult. But I'm going to try and still do it. I'm still trying to do it because it's fun, and the truth will set you free, as Jesus said, or something. Even if it hurts in the beginning.
So the answer is more simple than it looks. The answer is misery loves company. There are plenty of atheists, extinctionists that wants to just advocate for boots because forcing their worldview on everyone and then preventing everyone from breeding because they're miserable.
We're not miserable.
How old is your mum, Sean? Sorry, if you don't mind saying that.
Or like 60s.
Because my nana's in her 80s and she's a Christian. I'm an agnostic myself, but when she expresses doubt about her faith, I try and reinstate that faith within her, just because she's in her 80s. So I don't see any positive of her realizing her whole life's been a lie at that point. I'd rather her just have the faith and just enjoy those last parts of her life. Do you think that plays a part at all in
Yeah, fair enough. But if you're young, if you're old and you can still vote and you believe in crazy, because my mother has crazy beliefs, you know what I mean? Conspiracy theory, like pseudoscience beliefs. So I'm not only trying to debunk the religion, I'm also trying to debunk other things. I'm not doing it very well because I kind of go into fighting mode and stuff like that. But we're still friends, so I'll keep at it. But I'll try and be more rational and not be as emotional.
But he said something about we're miserable. So, in other words, unless you believe in a delusion that you don't have any proof of, you're miserable, right?
No.
And so unless you believe in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and somebody coming to save you when you need to actually save yourself in this life, you're miserable.
Yes. So hypothetically,
That's
if
bullshit.
your goal was, yes, it may be, but hypothetically, if your goal was to live your best life and believing in bullshit made you feel better, then your imperative is to believe the bullshit.
You can still live your best life and not believe in bullshit.
Prove it.
People do it all the time. I'm doing it.
How do you know though? If there's no God, your whole reason has been constructed by unconscious matter just arbitrarily colliding together.
I'm doing it right now. I'm living the best life I can possibly have right now. I'm doing anything I want to do. Best life. You know?
Yeah, but how can you trust?
Love. I have a family. I have everything I need. Friends. Dog. I love my dog. I mean, you know, best life. I love nature. I just take care of things in nature. I mean,
Yeah, but how can you trust you're not living in bullshit if your reason has just been arbitrarily arranged by unconscious matter just colliding together with no reason? How can you know that you're not living in bullshit if that's how your reason arose without a God?
I didn't understand a thing you said.
Well, without a God, right? Your whole logic and reasoning has emerged from matter just meaninglessly colliding together in arbitrary fashions.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you assume that logic that's arisen from unconscious forces just arbitrarily colliding together would give you a perception that isn't bullshit?
Still hadn't put that together.
Yeah, I could be explaining it wrong.
Yeah, you could be.
You explained it correctly.
No.
I thought maybe take a different angle. In Soviet Russia, there was a group called the League of Militant Atheists, and their goal was to stomp out all religion, and they used the might of state power to do so. So they punished people who were religious, even though they wanted to be religious, because they thought it was better that people just didn't have their religion. So they were spreading by force their opinion, which brought misery. So they were just spreading their own misery.
I didn't plan on coming on here today, but I got to back up, Passy. Um, what happens is that people impose suffering onto their children, and then they want to find justifications. My father told me, because he pretended that he was an anti-natalist, even though he was trying to convince me to give him grandchildren on his deathbed. He just, I don't know. Um, he told me that the suffering that we experience on life doesn't matter because there's going to be an afterlife. So basically, all the suffering that he imposed on his children is justified because I'm going to be rewarded later. This is what they do. This is a post hoc justification. They know that they're imposing suffering, and then they're going to say, well, it doesn't matter that what I did was unethical because God is going to make it right. So everything that you went through is going to be rewarded later. They have no proof of this, but this is how they're able to justify their evil, that God is going to correct all of their wrongs. They're not going to take any responsibility for it. They're just going to leave it in God's hands.
Well, I don't think a lot of Christians believe that. I think a lot of Christians still think they still want their kids, they still treat their kids correctly. And I don't think all Christians think that they're all, well, a lot of them are delusional and believing that everybody's going to go to heaven and stuff like that. But they probably do know that my kids go to hell. Some of them are.
I don't think they believe it at all. I don't think they even believe in the Bible. You can tell by their actions. Their rhetoric says one thing, their actions show another thing. They're afraid of dying. They're terrified. They cling to life because this is all there is, and they know it. They know there's not an afterlife, which is why they're so terrified of death. They don't follow anything in the Bible. They're so contradictory. They don't read the Bible. They just go to church, put on their funny hats, and then go out and do whatever they want to do. They fornicate, they lie, they cheat, and steal. A lot of them are actually worse than unbelievers. So I just don't take any stock in them claiming that they're Christian. It doesn't mean anything.
I mean, I've got
So
a sister.
life abolitionism. What do you say about Calvinists and determinists? They don't believe in free will at all. They just think the world is how God programmed to do it to happen. So your argument doesn't even address those people. Please address those people.
Well, they don't believe in free will, which is why they use the state. They use the state to impose their will onto other people. They don't want you to have any choice about they don't want you to have agency about anything about your life. They want to force you to be heterosexual, to procreate, they don't want abortion. They want to force you to live according to their belief system because they don't believe that their prayers, they don't believe that God has any power. They believe in a state. They worship the state.
So was the League of Militant Atheists theist or atheist?
I'm not affiliated with that. I was a Christian, so I can only speak about Christianity. So I know the way Christians think. I went to church. I was a Christian for the first half of my life. So I don't know about these other groups because I'm not affiliated with them.
So you just don't know about the existence of the League of Militant Atheists.
I would object. It calls for speculation. There has to be a foundation. I'm not the expert. You haven't established that I'm the expert witness for me to testify about that. You can't just ask people random questions without laying foundation that they are even credible witnesses for it. So you can't you have to there has to be a setup for your question before you ask it.
We're still laying out the foundation. I just want to know if you knew that the League of Militant Atheists was a thing that existed.
It calls for I object. Your question calls for speculation.
It's not speculation. I just want to get there was a knowledge check. So you're just ignorant of the League of Militant Atheists, which was a group of atheists that used the state to enforce their worldview.
Objection calls for speculation.
Really?
See, this is why I say New Atheism became a massive multiplayer peekaboo.
Peekaboo? If anything's peekaboo, it's your religion, Christianity.
I mean, I asked him a direct question about whether he knew the League of Militant Atheism was a thing, and he said that's an offensive question.
It's not offensive. You have to establish You don't understand how foundation works. That your question is illegitimate. It's not proper because you have not established a foundation for it. You can't just ask someone something like that and then. And I mean, I know I'm doing this like a legalistic way. This is what objection we make in court, but the premise still is well founded. You don't have any basis for asking me that question. You have not established it.
You claim to be an atheist, and they asked you if you knew about an atheist group existing.
Do I know about an atheist group existing?
Yes, called the League of Militant Atheism.
No, I do. No, I do not.
Yes, existed in Russia from 1925 to 1947.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You have to ask me that question first before you get to your second question. You can't just jump into it and then think that it's a legitimate question.
I asked you the same question 3 times.
It's not the same question. The question you just asked me is not the same question that you originally asked me.
Now you're just triggered over it.
No, you asked me, do I know about it, which is different from you just assuming that I know and then asking me to testify about something that you haven't established that I know about.
LA?
Yes.
That was hilarious. The way that you're like talking like you're in a courtroom, and I'm enjoying it. Please keep it up.
Well, I know we get obnoxious if I did that all the time, but it was
hilarious. I love it.
I like it.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of I don't even know the phrases, but it's awesome.
Cause for speculation.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe we are generalizing Christians and simplifying them, and also atheists.
But I think like he's saying that he objects to he's not offended by the question. He objects to the question and the framing of the question, which I think is fair.
Brother Marcus, do you know? Sorry.
I mean,
I tell you what, guys, I want to go back to LA. LA, in terms of the pills, we were talking about the internet pills. Are there any of them you take any stock in? Do you believe some of them have good points? Do you perhaps have your own pill you'd like to talk about? Perhaps you don't believe any of these pills are good enough. You have your own pill you'd like to name here and now on the Finding Gnosis show, and perhaps tell people to take. Go ahead, LA.
I don't know. I agree with everything that Patsy said. I just wanted to come and back her up. That's pretty much it. Like, I don't know that I have any pill, but what she said was correct.
Well, LA, I said antinatalism should be the abortion pill. Are you happy with that?
Okay, Brother Marcus, what about you, brother? Do you know anything about these pills, the internet pills? Do you have any thoughts on them? Go ahead, sir.
Oh wow, I was putting all my thoughts in the chat. I don't know if I can summarize them all. Give me a minute and I'll try and come up with something. That's
okay.
Life abolitionism, so thankful for your support.
No problem. I love when you come up here because you're like speaking common sense.
Thank you.
Digital Denizen is here in the chat. Good to see you, brother. You're coming on. He says he tries not to take pills. Guys, can I ask you all to do us a favor? Share the stream somewhere. It does bring in new voices. Share it wherever you can in your community posts on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, on Instagram, wherever, Reddit, Discord. Yeah, go ahead, share it, bring in new people. It'd be good if you all did that. We have Roy. Roy, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say about the internet pills? You're muted, Roy.
So I think it's inevitable to take some form of pill. Like, I think pills are just a set of ideologies and they associate that with a colored pill. But if you think about just ideas in general and sets of ideas, we all have sets of ideas built on other ideas. So it's kind of inevitable. We'll have some type of kludge of ideologies in our minds at some point in our lives, right?
Right, yeah. I think they're overly simplistic and solipsistic in my view. And I think that's the problem there. Too individual in their take, and they slice through reality with too narrow a focus, and they don't see the wood for the trees in terms of they're too self-centered and they're not empowering for the most part. in terms of the black pill, the doomer pill, the red pill. Also, there's a weird shit going on. I think you pointed this out as well, Brother Marcus, where like in black pill, red pill, there's a lot of misogyny or misandry, whichever side of the fence you're on. Because I know there's like red pill women, they have a different, but they throw hate at the other side, but at the same time they want to be with the other side. It's a very strange situation.
That I find fascinating. They're like, I want women, but I fucking hate these bitches that they want to love. Isn't that the most bizarre thing? It's like, how do you love something that you hate? I don't.
Yeah. And also in the red pill, from what I've seen, on both sides, a lot of the time they seem to hate the other gender, but they don't talk about the fact that they may have a son or a daughter, like as in they may be a man who has a daughter one day. And, why are they saying all these hateful things about the other gender if they're willing to create someone from that gender, or equally they're willing to create someone who has to experience that other gender? It's they don't follow their logic through. And if they did, they'd realize it doesn't make sense.
Well, we have a black pillar on the panel, right? Like, well, not now, but he shows up. I hope he shows up later today.
I can answer why they do that. It's because they have not integrated their anima and the animus. They think that they think they're all masculine. They think that women have some quality that they don't have, so they don't see the femininity in themselves. So they think that femininity is suspect. They can't trust it. They will, assume that women are cunning and that they're like they use their femininity and weaponize it against them, but they don't recognize it themselves. So they think that femininity is something external that women have to use against men.
Thank you for that. That's an interesting take. Roy, is your microphone working? You've been very quiet. And Hank, good to see you back. Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We're discussing this phenomenon of the internet pill. There's all different varieties. Have you ever taken one? Have you ever, been in the community? Have you left the community? Are you an active member of any community? Do let us know in the chat, or come on and talk about it.
The Whatever podcast and Andrew Wilson are a big part of the right wing now, or red pill, and they criticize women a lot for they're not very traditional anymore, and they want the Christian morals back, and he's quite popular now online.
But then his wife Rachel isn't even traditional, and like she's a debater as well, and I mean she's good at debating, but damn. Like,
I mean, they're not traditional. Rachel Wilson pegs Andrew Wilson. Mark my words. They're not traditional at all.
But there's like a lot of these conservative types, especially if they're women online, spewing that other women ought to be these traditional roles and submissive. They're leaders in their own movements and like have like leaders in their own businesses. And I'm like, you're saying women should do this thing that you're not doing yourself. You're just showing how you can become popular and line your pockets by doing the exact opposite of what you're preaching, right? All right, never mind.
Yep.
Yeah, they're quite extreme with it. Is there some truth to it in terms of like OnlyFans being part of modern society and women walking around scantily clad? Do you think there's any truth to that?
Well, I think it's different though. I think because you'll see this like even like in the Jewish culture, they're not submissive outside the household, but within the household, they believe like the father or the husband is the leader when it comes to like spiritual matters or whatever. Even like, for example, like some of those Jewish women actually earn more money than their husbands. So I guess in society they're sort of equal, but within the household, they submit to their husbands.
Oh, I wonder what that means practically, to submit to your husband privately.
Meaning,
what movie are we gonna watch? Okay, whatever the guy says. Like, how does that work practically?
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, okay.
I think there are some women who do like to be submissive in that manner, though. Not all women, obviously, but there are definitely women I've come across in life who seem to like to have that submissive dynamic.
Meaning, like, I guess the husband will confer with her or whatever, but he makes the ultimate decisions when it comes to where they're going to live, where their children are going to go to school. Like, of course, he makes decisions that are like what were you going to have for dinner or something like that. But like the more consequential decisions are usually made by the husband.
I'll admit this is a thing that I find difficult in relationships because I understand you have to communicate your the points of disagreement and agreement and come to a point of agreement. Actually, for you guys who are like on the panel who are in relationships, I've always struggled with that because let's say simple example, movies, right? You're picking a movie and I say, well, I want to watch this tonight, and the other person says, I don't want to watch that, I want something else. Why is it that one person gets to concede the point when you have different preferences? Maybe you guys should just watch a different movie on your own.
Mm-hmm. Have two separate TVs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Andrew Wilson would tell you that the man
they
has
can do that,
to
but
choose.
sometimes they want to literally do something together, and
Well, sometimes you can't do it together.
Yeah.
You can usually make
you
a
have a
compromise as
finite
well.
time on Earth, and it's like if someone's pushing you to do something you don't want to do, why?
Yeah. You need to be true to yourself.
Well, then this is how I end up alone because like I don't want to.
Yeah, you need it. Everybody needs to be true to themselves first.
I don't get that term. What does that mean, true yourself?
That means follow your own self, which
Ego.
is what your self is telling you that you are.
But how do you know who you are, what you want is good, Patsy?
Because who's to say what's good? I mean, good for you or good for me. I mean, it depends on whether it's good for you or not.
But D&W, how would you reconcile that? You want to move to point A, the other person wants to move to point B. That's a perfect example. This comes up in relationships. How do you?
Well, I mean, it depends on how often this is happening. I mean, if it's happening all the time, relationships are give and take, aren't they? I mean, if it's one person getting their way all the time, then clearly that's dysfunctional and toxic. But obviously, if you're in a relationship, part of you says, "Yeah, I'm willing to bend to the will of my partner sometimes because I care about them and I want them to be happy." And if it means something to them for you to be there watching a bloody film with them.
I was trying to say moving. Like one wants to live in place A, one wants to move in place B, because that's a bigger emotional investment than just movie picking.
Well,
if there's a spectrum between A and B,
well, I mean that's a big deal. I mean that's a big deal. If someone wants to move to a different location and you don't necessarily want to move there, I mean that's a deal breaker. Obviously, if you really don't want to go there, that's up to you. But obviously, you should when you go move somewhere, you should both agree that it's you should be in agreement that it's a good move rather than just going because of them.
I actually just addressed that. I was talking about Rousseau's two discourses on inequality. He basically said that humans are not actually social animals. Socialization is a product of civilization. And basically, you don't know yourself because you have been told who you are from childhood. You've been indoctrinated. Your parents told you what's right and wrong. And so it's a performance. It's a constant performance for social validation and approval. And so in the case of a movie, the reason why the other person doesn't want to watch it by his or herself is because they can't enjoy it without the other person's reaction. They want you to watch they want you to have the same experience, and they want you to validate their experience to say, oh, this movie was funny because you're laughing together, or, oh, this was a good movie. They're looking for your approval.
Right.
No, I don't think we're what do you mean? Yeah, but what do you mean we're not a social species? Sorry. What do you mean we are a social species?
And in a state of nature, I was in a state of nature, human beings are not nearly as social as they are in a state of society. In a state of
no, in a tribal society, they're probably even more social because they need each other more. We probably need each other less now because of technology and energy and all that.
Okay, that's not what I meant by that. Rousseau explained it. that basically you would, in a state of nature, I'm talking about pre-political, before any of these institutions, you would leave your parents. You would, the way it is where you still cling to your parents, you have a lifelong relationship with it. You would basically be no different from an animal. Animals are not, I mean, I guess they can be social, but they don't have these lifelong social bonds the way that human beings do, where you were born by, you were born into a family, and then you have that your family has these close ties to you, and you form these pair bonds. Most animals are not even monogamous. So I'm not going to say that you're antisocial, but these like social constructs where it's like, oh, this is my husband, this is my wife, that that you would need to be social only for your own survival. That's the driving factor in all these things. It's not just because you need validation. You need someone to approve of to prove your existence.
So life abolitionism is clearly ignorant on the latest on anthropology. Humans were always political as long as we were humans. Humans were always social as long as we were humans. We were in tribal societies. We weren't like lizards or gators or whatever. We were always tribal. We had the dad was the king pretty much, and we had tribes. We raised people as multiple groups. Otherwise, we just wouldn't survive all that well. Technology, we weren't, there weren't nuclear families until a post-industrial society.
That tribal living is what I thought pre-political state of nature meant. Is that wrong? Life, eh?
Yeah, it's wrong. It didn't exist. It's a fantasy.
Okay, he's talking about like autonomy of your mind. Like society does not tell you how to think. You would just think independent of what everyone else thinks. So, I guess you're not antisocial. You're just not nearly as social as you would be under civilization or a state of society.
Yes.
I mean, do you think that cats are if you look at like any of these animals, they'll just wander off on their own and do their own thing. They're not just of course they'll come back and be social with their, whatever, but they go off and do their own thing. A lot of times they're solitary.
Yeah, we're not those animals though.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. The state of nature, human beings are pre-moral. They're basically no different from animals.
They're basically no different from animals now because we're still animals. But we're not those animals.
The civilized man is completely different from an animal. The civilized man is a complete creation of society. He has no natural thoughts, no natural instincts. Everything has been indoctrinated. Like, there's nothing natural about the civilized man.
Can we just frame it as non-human and human animal? Because biologists are going to get irritated if they hear that.
Exactly.
I'm talking about your existence, the way you think, the way you behave. Your natural instincts have been.
Like biologically, we are animals. It's just
no. Okay, what did I say? I said a natural. I'm trying to remember what I actually said. I'm not saying that we're not animals. I'm saying you don't have your natural animal instincts. Everything has been driven out of you.
No, we do. We probably have reduced animal instincts, but we still have it. I mean, obviously, evolution is changing us. Like I heard, our jaws are weaker now, our teeth are weaker now, but we still have.
Like for example, if you get pulled over by a police, you're just going to stay there. Or if you get attacked by the police, you're not going to resist because you have been indoctrinated to believe that it is wrong to resist violence, that you have to just stay there and go to court and then try to fight it later. Your animal instinct would be to fight or flight. You would flee that situation or you would fight. But your instinct now is to go against your self-preservation and to stay there and take it.
No.
Oh, okay. Then fight the police and get whacked.
That's the point. That's the point. That's what everyone does. They just stay there and just submit to it. You gotta. Well, anyway, I'm not going to pimp my channel out here, but I just talked about that.
If you hit the police officer back, it's going to be way worse for you. So it's your natural instinct of survival and self-preservation that actually stops you from doing that, I would say, LA.
I would say that too. So, I mean, life evolution keeps demonstrating his ignorance on anthropology.
Do you think an animal would do that? You think that if an animal felt he was in danger, he would just stay there and take it and submit? The animal would flee, or the animal would defend itself.
The
What's
real
that
danger
animal
is
that
getting
like
an
plays
extended sentence for
attack?
police brutality, mate.
Use that one.
I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry. I said the danger is getting an extended sentence for police brutality. So if your concern is a natural instinct of self-preservation, it would be in your best interest not to resist the arrest, because if you resist the arrest, it's going to be worse for you. He's going to.
But you're sort of starting from a erroneous premise. The civilization itself is illegitimate. So to say that in order to survive within civilization is to submit is begging the question. That's the reason. That's the reason why people are so degenerate in the first place. Because in order to survive, they have to submit. They can't think for themselves. They have to just go along with the herd, and it leads to more degeneracy. It doesn't lead to more peace. It leads to a lack of agency over anything that you do because everything has been externalized.
Yes, but we stay in society and play by its rules because being naked and afraid in the woods by myself actually lowers my chances of surviving.
That's okay. I don't want to, like I said, I've already addressed this extensively. It's not true. A lot of these are assumptions that have not been examined, but these are actually conditions that were created by civilization, and then they use after you have been degenerated so far, then they say we need more civilization, more rules, more laws, more social controls in order to correct the degeneracy that we created in the first place.
Yeah,
It is so well studied that we have game shows about it now, like 50 Seasons of Survivor.
I didn't get your point.
It is well studied, very well studied, so much that we have game shows about it now.
What's well studied?
The moment you're born, you're indoctrinated in some from the moment you're born, you were indoctrinated in one form or another. Many forms. You're led to believe certain ways, your position to be a certain way, your thinking to be a certain way. That's my point. And I never was the one to go along with the crowd anyway. I was always a nonconformist.
And I heard
I
now
like
with the internet,
being
sorry,
part of the
now with the
crowd
internet,
was not something that appealed to me at all. You know.
yes. And now with the internet, it's easier now for people to critical think their belief because they don't have to get criticized by their kin. They can do it anonymously online. So that's why atheism, I heard, grew when the internet came along.
Right.
Well, the reason we have all these institutions, the reason why we have the state, the reason why we have religion, these ethical frameworks is because people are afraid of themselves. They're afraid of their own nature, and so therefore they can't trust other men. So they need some external force to control them, to protect them from themselves.
Yeah, they need some rules and regulations, okay, and put hell over your head to make it happen. That's part of it. And
so can you give me an example of someone who isn't afraid of themselves, like abolitionism?
The primitive man is not afraid of himself. The person who has not been raised in a state of society.
But the problem is that there's no primitive men alive at this time. Is there anyone alive or have been alive recently that you have an example of?
That's not entirely true, but even if that were true, that's still, you're begging a question. It's like you're trying to use examples after civilization has turned everyone degenerate and say, oh, there are no examples.
You're making assertions without evidence. I'm asking for evidence.
I just told you, the natural uncivilized man is not afraid of himself. The natural uncivilized man is no different from an animal. The natural uncivilized man is only motivated by his own survival. And so he doesn't fear being judged by everybody, being told that he's unethical or he didn't obey a law. He would be no different from an animal. His only moral conscience would be his own survival. That's, again, I don't have to make it.
So you're telling me to look at something that's unobservable.
It is observable. You would have to go, okay, Jean-Jacques Rousseau observed this because he studied Native American tribes, but you can look at any
That's
primitive.
racist.
What is racist?
Calling the Native Americans uncivilized.
No, it's not. No. It's not racist. It's actually racist to say that the civilized man is better than the savage. I call myself a savage. I don't want to be civilized. To call me civilized is an insult. It basically means I'm a slave who can't think for myself.
You're not a slave to your situation, otherwise, though.
Don't call me civilized. To me, that's an insult. Call me a savage.
Yeah, it's going in with the assumption that uncivilized means negative, but LA likes that state of being, and I would agree with that.
So is LA naked and afraid in the woods right now?
No, I would like to be. I wish I was raised in a state of nature. That's my whole point. That once you have been civilized, it's nearly impossible to go back to the state of nature because you have been so corrupted and degenerated that you can't exist with nature. You're afraid of nature. You can't be at peace with it. You don't have any relationship with the animals or the land. And so now you're completely dependent on the state of society for your survival.
Life abolitionism. Have you heard of camping? Have you heard of camping?
It's not the same thing. Of course, camping, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, of course, I've heard of camping.
Why can't just camp forever?
Because your natural instincts have already been driven out of you. That's the reason why. Going camping does not drive out the indoctrination and the civilization that has already been ingrained in you. It basically changes your psychological DNA. You can't go back to being a natural man after being civilized.
Yeah, but hypothetically in the future, we're all like genetically modified and trans and robots and all that. Microchips in our brain. I mean, I don't know, man. It might be good. We'll be like we won't do any crime. We won't do any we'll know everything. We're heading there, man. Elon Musk is going to put a microchip in my brain. I'm going to get red pilled.
So you're saying you can't just go camping forever because you've been corrupted?
Yes, completely, thoroughly corrupted.
Would your position be that pregnant women should go to the woods as soon as they get pregnant and raise their child there? Would that be your position, LA?
I would say they should, if possible, they should find, if there are any primitive tribes that still exist and they can actually join that and raise their children in that tribe, I would say it's twofold, because on one hand, that is what would be in the best interest of the child. But at the same time, in order to protect yourself, you have to become civilized. It's a race to the bottom. If you're primitive, if you have not formed a state, like for example, the Palestinians, the outside world does not respect them. They're saying they're uncivilized, they're savages. So therefore, we're going to encroach upon you, impose civilization on you, and you have no right to exist. So in order to have a right to exist, you basically have to become civilized, because the civilized people won't leave the savages alone.
So you're saying the civilized people outperform the uncivilized people?
They inflict their violence and impose their way of life on a natural man.
But you said uncivilized people were better.
The uncivilized people, yes, they are better.
Then why can't they outcompete the civilized people?
That's a difference in power. One has more power than the other, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's my point.
Yeah, but power doesn't necessarily translate to better. It's how we define better.
So, in my respect, are the uncivilized people better than the civilized people?
Yes, they are, because they're not controlled, they're not enslaved, they're their natural. They know themselves. The civilized man does not know himself.
Are they not still slaves to their situation, though, of having to hunt to get their food, having the scarcity of food, not having medicine,
like slave to life,
having medical attention?
Well, everybody's enslaved to life, but they're enslaved to a much lesser degree, because their appetites can be satisfied. It's just no different from an animal. If you feed a cat, the cat is happy because that is the only thing the cat needs. A human being in a civilized world cannot be satisfied. You need more money. You need a better car. You need the best iPhone. You need more. You can never be happy because you're always comparing yourself to others. You need a bigger house.
Yeah, but in the
a
tribe,
title, a status.
In the savage world, they do that too.
No, they don't. No,
compete
they
with
do
each
not.
other. Yeah, they do. I'm better than you. I'm the boss.
No, they don't.
It's the
What they
same
do
thing.
is there's a fight between the two dominants to see who to establish the alpha, and then whoever is the alpha, everyone else just submits. There's a long period of peace until someone else comes to challenge that alpha, and then after that, they return to a long period of peace. It's not perpetual war. It's not perpetual violence. The way that you have, it's like you need constant police enforcement. You need war. You need the enforcement of property rights, which don't exist in the state of nature. Anyway, I didn't want to come here and hijack I did a whole discussion of this morning. If you guys want to listen to that, that is on my
Not
channel.
gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not gonna. And the thing is, LA.
Not right now.
Always,
not right now.
LA. That state will always try to become what is at the moment, i.e., civilization. Might makes right. Will always try to build a system that safeguards those in power. It is what it is, LA. Get over it.
Right, so get over it, and then everything that comes with civilization, then you have to accept it. Don't whine to me about factory farming. Don't whine to me about ethics that come from your.
You want to go back to these guys running around in loincloths, throwing rocks at each other, and I'm saying even if we did go back to that, it would still come back and eventually evolve into a system like we have now, where people create laws and systems to safeguard their power.
That's not true. These are
and
not.
They use their might to ensure that that system is followed.
That's only because the West has been colonizing
LA.
The West has been colonizing all these countries. They did not civilize themselves. The West civilized them.
Did China not have its own kind of system of civilization?
I'm not even talking about China. I'm talking about.
Well, it's not all what Europe did. I mean, I'm just asking, did India not have a civilization system before the Europeans went there?
I don't think they colonized, though. They didn't spread their system across the world. They did not spread it. That's something they chose voluntarily.
They had their own system of control. Okay,
Africans did not.
Principalities. They may not have had states as we know now, but they had regions that were governed by, I don't know what you call those dudes over there, but like sultans. I don't know if you call them sultans or princes or kings. I don't know what you call them, but they had their own system, okay, of what you would call statism. Now you're blaming the West. This is a phenomenon that pops up all over the globe. Now you may not think you may not think it popped up in sub-Saharan Africa, but the point is, LA, other ways of controlling the population existed there, and you seem to romanticize it. And I'm saying it is all the same thing, LA.
The point is okay. Let me just make this final point.
It's might makes right.
Let me just make this final point. We can change the subject.
You want to get down on your knees and suck the dick off the mighty one. But the mighty one isn't always right. The mighty one isn't always
Can I
good.
make one final point before we move on? The only point I would make is that there are very few primitive societies that exist, or not societies, but primitive regions that have not been influenced. And I think we should leave them alone. We should not force civilization.
You want to give up all modern comfort to go and chuck a few rocks at each other.
Give up. They didn't choose this. It's being forced on them. They're forced to become civilized. They don't choose to do this.
No, actually.
You can choose to give up your technology.
LA, might makes right one. That's what happens. The mightiest one. Just get over it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That is.
No. Why would
you? No one's forcing you to use the computer, LA. You can give it up. No one's forcing you to use indoor plumbing.
It is what it is. That's just human. When I say might makes right, what I mean is that's human nature. Human nature allows the mightiest to succeed. It's not saying we can't try and change the system, but to regress it to a state of chucking spears at each other is ridiculous. What you have to do is
don't want to me about factory farming, because this is your civilization. Don't tell me.
Exactly. LA is right. We can't just say, "Oh, fuck factory farming," when literally this system created it.
I had the privilege to whine about my society because that's a rule. We're allowed to do that.
Sorry.
As a member of society, I have the privilege to whine about society.
I mean, we're members of society, we could say that the way that it's come about has created some evils. So, for example, you keep saying throwing stones. Okay, we throw knives and bullets at each other. What do you mean? People are still killing each other. Even
they are killing each other,
maybe
but
even
not,
more so now.
Look, they are killing each other, but not as much as you're not in as much of a threat as was the case in millennia past.
That's not true. There's an omnipresent threat of violence.
Look at some of the archaeological evidence of. There was a great culling on planet Earth where there was unbelievable amounts of bloodshed for, they say, a period of nearly 1,000 years, where it was just men going and raiding other villages and annihilating them and raping their women. This happened for centuries, if not millennia. And I mean, this was par for the course. This was the way society operated. If you want to go back to a system with no attempt of a centralized security system, no attempt of a democratic process that allows people to vote for what they believe is right and wrong. If you want to go back to that's what you want to go back to.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said, there is no going back. Once you have been civilized, you can't go back to being a natural man. But the few people who are primitive, they should be left alone. They should not be forced to civilize.
I think you're too much of a pansy to go back to being a so-called natural man. It's just a you problem, in my opinion.
Right. I love this. This is so predictable.
It's the same thing. LA. Just one moment, LA. There's someone here. Chi, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. I'm not sure who you are. Welcome.
Yo, what's poppin', brother?
Yeah, what would you like to say?
The females here are doing a tremendous job at proving your point.
Go ahead. What is my point? Or what is his point? Who are you talking to?
Quite frankly, I don't know because it's just a bunch of icons.
Okay, so what idea do you support, or would you like to oppose?
I think this lady over here who's talking about whatever woodchucking spirit community.
You're not making any sense, Chi. I'm not bad. I'm trying to give you as much of an opportunity to speak as possible. You haven't exactly come in here in a blaze of glory with a competent.
Yeah, no, I didn't think it was going to be blaze of glory, man.
Would you like to make a point?
I just wanted to be here. I just wanted to be here, man.
Okay. Well, feel free to interject when you have a point. Vegan Equilibrium says something, probably one of the most adult statements yet. Anarchy is childish.
Okay, colonialism is childish. That's not an argument.
I believe colonialism is childish.
And by the way, to address what was said yesterday about blacks committing crime, that is also a product of civilization. And the reason they're committing crimes is because this is not their nature. They can't function within civilization. They're not meant to be civilized.
LA, you're preaching to the convert. I already agree. I thought that was a ridiculous attempt to, let's just say, slander black people, because it was a very surface level look at things. It didn't look at what was causing this. And it may not be the black community themselves that were causing these problems. It may be their maltreatment in society, their oppression, the systematic racism. I agree with you on that part. Okay.
And I disagree, LA, because I am black.
Go ahead, Hank. Tell me what you think, brother.
That was awesome.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead, Hank.
So pretty much there are black people who can function in society. That's why most of them aren't violent. But there are societal pressures that oppress them long term. So which is why they're more violent than average.
That's not the point. The point is that this is not our way of life. We're not. I mean, I'm black. I'm calling myself.
You are so racist. You know that.
Okay.
You think you can speak for all black people? I mean, have you done a poll on black people?
Jesus.
I mean, this is not our way of life. Who do you think you are?
Hank's a black man. He said it is his way.
My point is that it was imposed on us through violence. We were forced to become civilized. We did not choose it.
Everybody in the world.
We did not choose it.
Everybody in the world has had their way of life imposed on them by violence historically. Get over it.
You chose to be civilized. We did not.
Did we fuck choose to be civilized?
We.
By the way, that was a fucking crazy statement.
I can discard civilization anytime I want.
The
It's
whole
just stupid.
human species is a domesticated animal, domesticated by might makes right. Get over it.
Exactly. You get it.
Okay, get over factory farming.
There you go.
If I want to,
That's
sure,
a
but I
stupid
don't want to.
fucking reply. That doesn't mean you have to get over factory farming.
Yeah, might
I'm
makes
just saying,
right.
I'm
what
saying
the
the way
might does the factory
might
farming.
makes right.
Get
It
over
doesn't
it.
mean you can't try and challenge it. Doesn't mean you can't try and challenge it.
Yeah, that's right. Malay is challenging it.
Yeah, and you would make appeal to
No,
fertility.
he's not
to say,
challenging it. He's saying he's not challenging it.
I'm challenging the legitimacy of it. I'm challenging the legitimacy of it. That it's
It
not
doesn't care
proper.
what
It's
you
not,
think. It doesn't care what you think.
okay, but I don't care what they think. So this is the whole point. If you don't care about what I think,
might makes right continues, will always be. You just have to work with it, baby.
okay, well then I'm going to eat a steak.
You have to roll with it. You have to use your brain to try and manipulate
She's
it.
getting, and
You
now
have
she's
to,
getting
you have to
the steak.
appreciate that power has psychology. You have to work out a way to try and get that psychology on your side.
I have the power to eat a steak.
Kenny, what did you want to say?
Did I just hear Ellie say that the reason that black people are committing violence is because they're in civilization? That's the most racist thing.
It is racist. It's entirely racist. And by the way, Hank O'Flamio is a black man, and he even said it's racist.
Ellie, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm not ashamed of myself. I stand 10 toes deep.
We found that out. We understand. You're completely out of your mind.
Completely
nuts. I take that as a compliment. And I would take it as a greater compliment if you called me a savage.
Women are fucking out of their minds, dude. What are you talking about?
Anyway, Chi, be quiet, please. Hank O'Flamio, did you want to say something, brother? Because I'd be more interested in what you have to say as a black man to life abolitionism, who is also a black man. He reckons he can speak for you, Hank. Tell him what you really think.
I think he's a pansy because he refuses to give up technology he says is bad.
No, he's a savage. What are you talking about?
Thank you so much for that.
Guys, shut the hell up. Let Hank speak and let LA speak.
Yes, if technology's bad and you refuse to give up the technology, then you're bad from your worldview.
I would like to get to a position where I can get out of this civilization. I'm not sure exactly how I can make that happen, but I would love to do that.
Take maybe and throw it in the trash. Then go.
Maybe I need to find a group of people who are like-minded who want to form their own tribe.
LA. Why do you feel you could speak for a whole collective of people? I mean, you're kind of diminishing black people to one glob, one entity that you feel thinks the same way. I feel that's an extremely dangerous trope, and it does feed into actual racists.
I don't think that
racists like to overgeneralize. Racists like to overgeneralize and say all black people this, all black people that.
No, I don't think that I was.
The genetics of black people are more varied than all the genes out there in the world in other races. We know that. So why are you submitting? Why are you submitting to racist?
You don't even want me to respond.
Racist ways of thinking.
He wasn't submitting.
Okay, objection, compound question, because your question was compound. I'm not sure exactly what I'm actually answering. I'm going to try to figure out which question I'm answering. Okay, the reason my statement is objectively true is because Black people, Africans, descendants of slaves, we did not choose to become civilized. It was imposed on us. Now, you're saying everybody was the bottom line is that you were born into society.
You don't think any black chief? Hold on, you Patsy. Quiet down. Shut your pie hole. Life abolitionism. You don't think any black power had a say in what happened to other black people? You don't. You think all black power was submissive? How dare you? There were black chieftains, black chiefs who had a lot of power and were able to trade and bargain. Did
they choose to be a part of democracy? Did they choose that, or was that imposed on them?
The richest man that ever existed was a Nigerian man.
None of us chose democracy. That's not our system. We didn't choose a Republican from a government.
Are you
None of
saying
this.
there was no civilization in Nigeria before the Europeans came there? How dare you?
I stand 10 toes deep on it. I don't want to be.
Dare you?
I dare. I dare. You should dare too. It's objectively true.
No, it isn't.
No, it ain't.
Hank and Flamia, what can you tell? What can you tell this man? What can you tell this?
Can I just make a quick comment? The reason why I'm saying
Touch grass. Knife abolitionism. Touch grass.
They use this to weaponize this to say that we have never built anything, we never had a civilization. So I'm embracing their arguments and I'm turning it back on them.
Have you ever heard of Freetown, Sierra Leone? Do you know the history of Sierra Leone?
Yes, I do.
What do you think of that? It was meant to be a place where black people, the slaves, went back, started their own country with their own sovereignty, their own system. Black people chose to be civilized. They didn't choose to go around with loincloths throwing spears at each other. They chose to build a system of their own. Why are you saying they're not? Why are you saying they want to run around in the bush, hiding in the long grass, chucking stones at each other? That's not what they chose to do. That's not what they chose to do in Sierra Leone.
I think that's racist. I think it's so racist to speak so negatively about primitive people.
They're not primitive people. They are people. I view them as people. I don't view them as primitive, subpar. I don't view them as below anybody. How dare
It's
you?
not sub. Why are you saying subpar? I never said that. You're making assumptions.
You're the one who's you did. You implied that primitive was an insult. That means
I did not.
View
I
primitive
did not
as
say that.
subpar. You
No,
implied
I
it was an
think
insult. That means you view it as a derogatory term. This means you are safe. This means you are self-loathing, self-effacing, because you've just admitted that primitive is an insult. You, sir,
I think
are a self-loathing individual who, for some reason, wants to put that on all.
He didn't listen to anything I said. I think it is an insult to be called civilized. Don't call me civilized. Call me a savage.
Life abolitionism is your brain on the red pill. That's what the red pill does to you.
What you were saying about primitive people was the offense, not the fact that they're called primitive.
Well, okay, if you think that's what he meant, I don't think that's what he meant.
No, it's not. It is what he meant.
Well, we could just ask him. LA.
I can ask him now, yeah. Because I go ahead, LA.
I'm sorry. What can you ask me the actual? I'm not sure what the question is.
It wasn't the fact that it wasn't the word of primitive.
It
was what he was saying about primitive people.
I didn't use the word primitive people. Oh, by the way, I didn't use the word primitive.
I know,
he did.
And yet you said he was saying it as an insult.
Why is he calling it primitive? Why is he calling?
Primitive isn't an insult. It's saying historical development, like
they exist at the same time as other people. Why are they primitive? They're in the same time. They exist in the same timeline. They are not primitive. They are equal. They exist at exactly the same time. Don't call them primitive. How dare you?
Yes, it's factually incorrect to call them primitive.
So you're.
I did not use that word.
So you dislike the word, but let's get back to the substance of what
I think it's got
about what you were saying about these
connotations. I think it's dehumanizing to call anybody primitive when they exist at exactly the same time as anybody else.
Why do you think primitive people are not humans? What do you mean is dehumanizing?
Hank, you agreed with me, mate. Would you like to give an opinion on that one?
Yeah, so it's an insult to say that those people who started that town is primitive because they freaking started a town. It's just factually incorrect.
Oh my gosh, these people are helpless.
That's you.
We're primitive. We're primitives. We're all primitive here.
No,
guys.
you're civilized. You have been removed from your state of nature. You can't even think for yourself. You're so indoctrinated.
Yeah,
it's absolutely
we're more primitive than you then. So we're less good than your primitive ass. You're savage.
Yeah, exactly. We're more primitive than you are by that definition.
You're automatons. You're automatons. You can't think for yourself. This is groupthink.
Okay, how about ancient? How about ancient peoples? Would that help or no?
No.
Okay, what I said. Okay, let's use the term natural man. The natural man. That's the term that.
Even ancient people, I think.
Okay, what about natural man then? Fine.
Am I a supernatural man then?
Yeah, exactly. Even that has negative connotations.
You get you're nitpicking on the one word.
It does. It does.
Substance.
It can be.
The
It can be
substance of what is out on the table.
If
You're
I'm
like,
not natural, I must be supernatural because I outcompete natural man.
Oh my god.
This conversation is going nowhere. I mean, they don't even want to. They don't want to consider any other worldview where they're not the ones dominating.
I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let Hank, because you feel you can speak for Hank. Well, I'm going to give him the right to reply, whether you can speak for him and whether he thinks what you're saying is load of blood. I want everyone else to shut up because this is LA speaking for all black people. There is another black person here. Hank, go ahead, mate.
I'll let LA have the floor for now. Go ahead.
No, I don't have anything else to say. I think I've already stated my case. At the end of the day, might makes right. You're going to impose your. This is the same conversation we had yesterday, by the way. Might makes right. This is the framework for this entire system, for procreation, for democracy, for civilization. They all believe that might makes right. They all believe in violence, and violence gives legitimacy to the entire system. So it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter whether you want to be primitive, whether you don't want to exist. They're going to force you to do what they want you to do, and then gaslight you to say, if you resist their force, then somehow you're the aggressor. This is what they all think.
So I don't have to believe might makes right. It's just a fact of this universe. And might makes right whether you believe it or not. And
that's right.
The so-called primitives are less mighty than the modern.
And this, again, Brother Marcus, this is the reason why I cannot say apholism is wrong, because the entire thing is based on violence. This is what they all believe in.
I know. There's the hypocrisy there. Is that yes? I know. I agree. If you're invoking,
you're absolutely
you're
wrong,
saying those that can enact more.
No, you're absolutely wrong, because we've already looked at the power dynamics of it. The power dynamics of it are that those in power enjoy life. They do not resort to negative outlooks that mean that we should all blow the world up. Power wants to continue. Those who resent power want it to end.
Correct.
I think there's a hypocrisy there by saying that there's violence that is right, therefore, like...
No, it's nothing to do with right or wrong. It just is the way it is.
Yeah.
It's the way of the universe.
Yeah.
The moral sphere comes secondary to the might. The moral sphere tries to govern the power, but the power is ultimately in control, and that's the unfortunate state of affairs. That is just the way it is. Power is a big monster. It's a looming dinosaur. We create the moral sphere to try and persuade it to act this way or that. We don't always succeed, but the power is the mightiest.
Yes, the power is the mightiest. So therefore, how the way the world will continue to work is those with power and the biggest gun will get to rule. That's how it is.
Well, that's the way it always works.
Unfortunately, yes. That's why you have to try and be. That's why you have to get involved in politics and try and persuade that power.
Well, it's really, you think those guys with the biggest guns, they were being diplomatic with their coming over to other countries and taking them over? You think?
No, I'm not saying that was good. I'm not saying that was good. But obviously, since then, I'm not saying that was good. I'm saying since then, we've obviously clearly had an attempt to utilize the moral sphere to curb their power.
That is
to curb their wants and desires.
I, as a citizen of the state, has any power over that. That is no.
We have had what people would say are leaps in civilization that have given more power to people who didn't have it before. That so-called
civilization is built on the blood of other people. So I don't even know.
It is. Unfortunately, it is. You're right. You're absolutely right.
The land that I'm free on is built on like dead bodies. So I don't know. I don't know what you guys are.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's
I'm not saying
that's the way it works.
That's what it is. You seem to think I'm saying it's good. I'm just explaining how it works.
I'm just saying, how do you object to other people wanting to invoke their violence and power on others?
Well, they can do it, but if they do it and they don't like it, I'll invoke mine. So
exactly, that's what it's boiling down to. Just I don't know how you would object to other people trying to enact violence on you then.
Oh, because I don't like it. I use emotivism.
They can try, but they won't succeed.
Yes, I use emotivism. I don't.
This is all it boils down to.
Yes, exactly, Brother Marcus. It's true. It's a fact. Yeah. The powerful West has a better military system. That's a fact. The other world has to deal with it. Now they can try and compete with it, but that's okay. That's the law of nature. They're allowed to try and compete with it. Doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yes, I use emotivism, which means I don't like it, therefore it's immoral. So they can attempt to impose a will, but if they don't impose it strong enough, I will impose my will on top of them.
That is their prerogative. They're entitled to try and impose their will. They're entitled to start movements to try and persuade masses to topple regimes. That
No,
is all.
they shouldn't even. They shouldn't even start. No, by that
their
definition, it's like it shouldn't even be a method of persuasion. It should be a method of power and control.
Persuasion is part of power. You don't
exactly.
get it.
It's all part of the ambit. Like persuasion
So
is
how am
a
I
way.
supposed to object to people who want to just blow up the world? Then
you can't. It's
because
just.
There we go. That's what LA was saying. Great, you guys just defended LA.
Yes. No. You can object to. Of course, you can. You can say it's not pragmatic. It's not going to happen. You can say they're not going to do it. It's not going to be achieved. Because as I already said, power has an interest in surviving. They are not in power. They are bitter, resentful losers. And the point is, they have zero power to enact their wishes.
Exactly. Vegans have zero power. Therefore, fuck the vegans.
Well, they can choose what they eat.
That's a totally different. You're moving the goalposts.
Mine
That's
makes
totally
right.
different to wanting to blow the world up.
Have the power
Vegans
over us.
could manipulate power. Vegans could manipulate power by telling power, you will live longer by becoming plant-based. It will be better for society. We will live more productive lives. There will be less pollution. Your life will be less in danger due to climate change.
Oh, that sounds like
power has an interest in survival. Veganism can show power that they may have a more successful, healthier life, and power would be interested in that.
Yes, Brother Marcus.
There would be more happiness in a pre-industrialized age, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to go there because might makes right. Therefore, factory farming is there. Deal with it.
So, Brother Marcus, life abolitionism can express his interest in abolishing life, but we can, in response, abolish him once he breaks one more laws. It's that simple.
Do come on, folks. The chat is there. Sorry, 1 second, guys. If you want to come on, guys, the link is in the live chat. I will share it now. Come on. And the link is under the video. Do come on and join the conversation. Thank you. Kukadima, Vegan Equilibrium, Shideo, whoever else is there. Mike Donegan. Good to see you guys. Daniela. All of you. Yerf Dogs. Good to see you. I'd love to hear your impressions on this matter.
Well, I'm probably going to be dipping soon, but you disappeared yesterday. They were talking about the Taliban, that there was appeals to futility being made against them, that they can't change anything, and they were talking Raganov, whatever how you pronounce his name. He was talking about how a small group of people were causing all these problems from caves with basic weapons, and they cause so much damage. So these appeals to futility are not valid. If a small group of people, if they're well organized,
are the Taliban running the world at present? Will they ever run the world? I don't think so.
Are you saying? Okay, I'll leave it at that because I'm not going to defend it.
Will they change the way of the West?
But this is the reason why. This is the reason why they resort to terrorism, by the way, because they already know that they can't really stand up to a monopoly on force. So they have to do whatever they have to do, and this is why some people are going to be collateral damage. But this is the only way they can fight back.
As much as people.
So go ahead, Brother Marcus.
As much as you object to LA, all the things you guys have said have validated what he said.
And he validated what I said.
No, I'm still saying it's might make right. People can try. It doesn't it is a natural instinct to want to get power. They can try all they like. Doesn't mean they're going to get it.
And you could also have good might. So there's positive might as well. It's not always negative might.
That's true. It's a matter of exactly that. Sometimes we can have power that benefits all people. Sometimes you can have a right-minded individual or collective of individuals who genuinely are compassionate and caring. Other times you can have a tyrannical psychopath. You're absolutely right.
But here's the thing. Most people are not going to be honest, but if you ask the right questions, they all support the violence. It's not like it's some small group they're aware of it. They're not like innocent bystanders. They are the ones who authorize the violence and they actively support it.
Nature is violent and non-violent, but I don't know. Nature is neutral or something. I don't know what the fuck. but we're part of nature. We're never going to get rid. We're never going to leave nature. We're following the laws of nature. We're going to become robots in the future, and that's life. Deal with it.
But you're not going to resist it. You're going to actively support it and justify it. This is what I'm talking about.
I'm not about justification. I'm merely about describing reality and trying to explain how you should act within that. We are confined by a reality. Would you not agree?
Okay, well, factory farming is also a reality.
Yeah, we could change that.
As I've
but we're
already
still
said, you
part
can
of the-
persuade. There is ability to persuade power to change matters, and that's
Yeah.
there is the ability to persuade power. Power has psychology. You can pull on their heartstrings. You can persuade them to look in a different direction, to change course. They may not want to. They may not want to. They may not want to. I'm not saying you'll absolutely succeed. They may not want to, but there is that possibility.
Yes,
That's
abolitionism.
your prerogative is to try and persuade them, of course, or to topple them if you feel you can.
Yes, life abolitionism has the privilege to choose what he eats. He can simply not put factory farmed food in his mouth, but he just has to be able to afford it and find it.
Exactly, Yerf Dog's got it. Might makes right is descriptive, not prescriptive. It's just describing the way it is, the way reality is.
Yeah, but when you say might makes right, get over it, and then there are things in society that you object to, well, get over it yourself.
I will.
I didn't say you're misconstruing how and why I said that. He's trying to make out that might doesn't matter. That he was trying to make out that might doesn't matter. That we don't have this, like the LA seems to think that we can live in this fairyland where, you know, might doesn't matter, that we can all hold hands, sing kumbaya, and basically that there isn't corrupt power, that corrupt power isn't a danger, and the moral sphere has developed in tangent alongside the might to try and counteract it. He wants to regress to a state, to an older state where we were uncivilized, okay, where there wasn't any attempt to build a moral sphere to counteract the ongoing threat that power invokes on all of us. He doesn't give a fuck about that. Civilization has in many ways evolved to try and counteract corrupt power. You want to hand the reins to it.
I never said it doesn't matter. I said it's illegitimate.
And actually, VE actually mentioned something that's actually pertinent. The majority of people actually oppose factory farming. It doesn't give a fuck that we can convince people it's bad. What matters is who those in power that actually do it.
That's what I've been saying. What matters is what power thinks. And
yeah, so the whole persuasion thing, we don't even need to do it. We don't
need to do it. If we can topple them, we can topple them and then get power, but that's very unlikely. You also have to try and use persuasion.
It's done. Most people don't like it.
So it has to be a fortuitous situation where power has a psychology that meets what you demand. That is not always going to occur. It's a very difficult, complex situation.
I will say this. I think there's a kink in the argument for LA's society because we know that there are societies that want to attack that society. So I don't know how you
exactly.
That's what I've been saying. He lives in this fucking la la land where
I can address that, but I'm not going to try to do that on this panel. Don't do it now, but I'm
going to let you talk as long as you like, because I'm going to go. Someone said, "Have I been drinking?" No, but I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back. Not alcohol. By the way, Hank, please keep this guy in check, will you?
Sure. Well, I'm actually going to step down, but I'm not going to take you guys' time. I did listen to my live stream from this morning or earlier today. I can actually answer that question. How would you protect a society that does not have a state? But I don't want to do that right now because we've already run this. I think it's run its course. So, but it does confirm everything that I'm saying. I've already observed this is what people think. They do support. These are very violent people. And so we can't sit up here and start clutching our pearls when other people inflict violence, because violence dominates the entire structure of society.
I mean, the Marxists talked about that
Yeah,
too,
it's in nature, man. Nature, 20% of all life is predatory. I mean, when you look at nature, it's 20% of it predators. So there you go.
Yeah, so it just confirms, all those things he was saying. So yeah.
So life abolitionism says we should go back to nature, but nature is still violent.
There you go. Vegan Equilibrium says it best here. The civilization is evolving and will eventually get rid of factory farming. As I said, if you can convince power that it's the right thing to do, that's what will matter.
All right,
And
then make me go vegan and stop trying to persuade
You
me.
don't have
because
any power. I don't give a fuck what you
I
do.
don't have any power, so don't tell me to go vegan. I don't have any
make,
agency.
make you go vegan. You get to choose what you put in your own mouth.
Right? You just
Make
told me I don't
yourself
have.
go vegan.
You just
Make
told me I don't
yourself
have
go
any.
vegan.
You literally just told me.
Yeah, make yourself go vegan.
Did you kick him off?
That was an act of power.
Oh.
I want to ask Hank to say something. Go ahead, Hank. By the way, there's a link in the live chat if anybody wants to come on.
Yes, so by life abolition's own standard, he is the least modern person here.
D&W, you've been rude today. I gotta say that.
To LA, yeah.
D&W, I'm talking to D&W now. You've been rude twice today. Number one, you told me to shut my pie hole.
What?
Okay? That was rude.
Patsy, I'm sorry.
I said it was rude.
I apologize for that one.
And number two, you just clicked him off the panel because you didn't like what he said.
That was a joke, I think.
I'm a bad influence. I apologize, Patsy.
Kigadumi says factory farming has no future. There you go.
Do you take it personally, LA?
No, LA is.
I was about to step down anyway, so it is what it is.
Like, you understand the humor behind it? It wasn't like meant personally, or do you take offense to it?
I don't take anything personally.
LA is a great guy. He debates. He speaks frankly. I love him for that. You know.
The only thing I don't like is when people weaponize my personal information. But
I didn't do that today.
No. I'm just saying in general. If you have a critique about something I'm saying, I'm not a snowflake.
Yeah. We love you.
LA, I have a question. When it comes to some of your other beliefs, I think you've built a reputation that yes, you can go up against a lot of people all at once. When it comes to when that goes away, I'll talk tomorrow. Okay. So when, like, it's been a while now and you've gone up against multiple people on panels and you can hold your ground even if you're the minority. So when it comes to your other beliefs, why are you hesitant on that?
My other beliefs? What other beliefs?
The ones that you didn't want to talk about yesterday. You were like, I shouldn't talk about that because people will yell at me. And I'm like, well.
Oh, you mean racism? Because then if I talk about that, then that's going to follow me forever. And then people are going to take it out of context and say that I'm racist. So it's like, if I were to talk...
LA, with respect, and I know you... Look, I don't think you are racist, all right? I don't think you are. But you did say one or two racist things yesterday.
No, the things that I actually was holding back. Everything I said was tepid. I was trying to talk about biology and that what actually happened was not an evolution. It was a mutation.
Yeah, but mutations are what cause evolution, right? So that wasn't in any way substantially supportive of your argument. I don't understand.
Okay, but I didn't say anything that
you
was
racist. You were actually supporting the fucking racist argument by saying, yeah, white people are caused by mutations of black people. Yeah, that's how evolution works, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so how is it racist? If it's objectively true, how is it racist?
I wasn't actually talking about that side of things. You said some other things that I thought were racist. But anyway,
about how they colonize every continent. You actually agree with me.
You seem again. You do it quite a lot. You seem to think that there's this blue-eyed devil that the white people are to blame.
I did not say that. I never said that. Somebody in the comment section said that.
No, but your rhetoric is substantially from that kind of book of insults.
In some sense, I am racist.
Okay, can you give me one specific? Can you give me one specific statement that I said that I was racist?
You as always, you make blanket mischaracterizations of people.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm very precise in my language. I don't even say.
You do say white people this, white people that.
No, I don't. What I do say, I talk about. That's not true. I never say white. I say the West. I'm very precise in my language.
I could definitely catch you out on that one. You did.
And only when it came to DNA. When I say DNA, that was specific to whites and how they came out of Africa, whatever.
Well,
but
why not just why did you just call out whites? Why not Chinese people, Indian people, Aboriginal people from Australia?
Because Kenny was trying to say that. Okay. Kenny was trying to say that whites were genetically superior to blacks because blacks have black.
Yeah, I agree with you that was bunkum. But anyway, I think I wasn't actually talking about that side of things. I was talking about this whole blame game shit where you think it's all white people, this white people.
I never said that. I never said that.
Yesterday. You fell
Never
into
said that. The only thing I will blame them for is spreading democracy and civilization. Other than that, I don't blame white people for everything. I think they should stay out of Africa. They should, if they want their ethno states in Europe, they think that it should be left to the white man. Then stay out of Africa. That's my only stance on that.
But Elon Musk is from Africa, though.
He should not be from Africa. He's from Europe. That's where his people are from.
Wow.
He's from South Africa.
I mean, look. Do you think we should kick all black people out of Britain? I mean, that's insane.
No, but that's what they're saying. They don't want they don't want Muslims. They don't want black people.
I don't think. Personally, I'm against all that shit. I think the world would be better off being a homogenous group of people who didn't care about race. But that's just my opinion.
But why is it a double standard? They act like, oh, all these immigrants are coming to Europe, but then they never talk about how they went to Africa and all these other continents. It's just a complete double standard.
Okay, Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say today?
I was just come to defend myself. I never said that white people were genetically superior to black people, because I don't believe that. I was addressing the disparities in IQ tests. And I said that at the top are Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. So it's not a white supremacist stance. If you want to talk about another realm like athletics, then black people are superior to whites because they're more physically athletic. They've got better rhythm when it comes to dancing.
But I specifically said it was nurture, and you disagree with me. I said it wasn't nature, it was nurture, and you disagree with me.
It's yin yang. It's a bit of both, anyway. So anyway, I'm going to go. I'm tired.
Nurture is part of nature, so it's all nature.
What do you think of that, LA? Hank said
no. No, I think socialization is not the same as nature. Because if you take those Africans out of their environment and you put them in an academic setting, they can actually compete with Westerners. So I reject that.
No, but when you think about it, he's right, Hank. It's all nature because nature influences your social ideas. So it's all nature. We all live in nature. It's what we can't get rid of nature. Even if we're all civilized, it's still nature.
But nature is your DNA. If you're saying this nature, what that means is that whites are genetically superior to blacks because they're just inherently smarter.
That's not. Well, look, we all know that's not true. I mean, we all know that white people benefited from fortuitous set of circumstances where they had everything they needed in terms of agriculture and the right climate.
I want to push back.
And Britain benefited from being an island that wasn't, so it meant it could develop in an easier way without being involved in as many wars as some other parts of the world.
No, he did imply that blacks were genetically inferior because what he said was that it's not just the black people in Africa. The African Americans who came to America are just like the blacks in Africa. They're just as dumb.
Yeah. Earthdog says the idea that violence undergirds civilization isn't insightful. Yes, it does. Violence has always undergirded humanity's existence. No humans ever lived in utopian non-violence.
Did anybody argue for utopian non-violence? Did anybody say that?
No, he never said that in fairness, Earthdogs. Life abolitionism wants to go back to a state of nature where an alpha male gets in charge and then he runs the shop, but others can topple him at their leisure. I mean, it's basically the same system, but just with sticks and stones.
So, life abolitionists, would you like? I mean, with the environmental problems that we're having now, it's probably going to happen. We're probably going to have to go back to more uncivilized stage, but I hope we don't do it that badly. But it might happen. We're going to be forced to do that, but we could still maybe do it in a nice way, like eat less meat, use less energy, and then adapt to the changing climate, and then we can do it in a more civilized, but we'll still be less civilized because the climate will be less civilized.
Well, I think going vegan, recycling, or whatever these incremental approaches are being proposed, they're not going to change anything. The only thing that's actually going to save the planet is to reduce the human population. And
I
they don't
agree
want to
with
make
you
that
there, but
sacrifice.
I agree with you there, but that doesn't mean we should like not have any kids. We should not like do that. That's like, why would you want to force everybody to not have kids? I mean,
See, this is the
part of
thing.
life.
Everybody wants to push back on the one solution that would actually be consequential. They want to take half measures. They want everybody to make extreme sacrifices to change their quality of life. But the one thing that would actually change anything and would not actually reduce anybody's quality of life, we're all born child free. Nobody's entitled to a human being as a child. You're not entitled to have children. I'm not saying that the state should force people to have children or not have children, but the state also should not reward it. They should not get any financial incentives. They should not get any SNAP benefits, food stamps. If you want to have children, like the one-child policy in China, we'll help you for your first child. If you have a second child, you're completely on your own.
Well, children don't breed; only adults do. You need to learn some biology.
Did I say that children breed? When did I say that? Put on your listening ear.
You said you were children aren't entitled to children.
LA. All I'm going to say to you is, LA. I was going to say something. You're in the military. You know what a man's world is like. Men are very dangerous. You better be thankful that civilization exists to save your ass, to save other people's asses from the very dangerous nature of very brutal men who do not have your well-being in their heart, you know.
I disagree because in a state of nature, I would be able to protect myself. I would just get a gun, and if somebody was aggressive,
70 years old, and there's a fucking 25-year-old psychopath coming at you. Come on,
it's called a gun. It's called a gun. But the only reason
in nature.
What's to stop that same 25-year-old going into the factory that makes the guns, taking control of it all? LA, you haven't thought this through.
Are the guns in nature, LA?
So dismissive. Okay, I got to go. Y'all have a good day. I have some things to do.
Enjoy practicing your rock throwing in the garden.
All right, I'll let you go to. Nice conversation. Bye.
Have a good one, LA.
Well, that was the other thing is that even, granted, like gun usage, fine, it's a way to protect yourself. I'm not good with a gun. Some people are more skilled with a gun than others. That would still prove an inequality there, right?
Yeah,
inequality exists, of course. Inequality exists. And I think inequality in an uncivilized society would mean that the person who is in a lesser position for whatever reason would have a much more precarious existence.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a problem there. Oh, anyway, Hank, I was curious what you thought. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, life abolitionism use a modern Bailey fallacy to defend nature. So pretty much nature is just stuff he liked and society's stuff he didn't like. So that's why he could say he can use a gun in the state of nature, and that's why he said that towns in Africa are not part of society because he didn't define his terms consistently.
I agree. Cougar Doomer says there are many examples of organized people who manage without institutionalizing violence. Maybe so. But then again, other groups might have had institutional violence and overpowered them. It is what it is. A lot of this is, unfortunately, as I said, deterministic, outside of our control. We can only hope for the best. As I said, we just have to hope that the power is right-minded. It is a problem. It's a huge problem because we also know that sometimes power corrupts, but also darker psychologies tend to get into power. And then you have the whole problem of human power might have good intentions, but be misguided or mistaken. Maybe its advisors are not up to scratch, whatever. It's a huge problem. It's all a huge problem. But I don't think chucking sticks and stones or, resorting to a natural state is going to solve anything.
Well,
I mean, I agree with Hank that everything is nature anyway, even civilization. We came to this for a reason. Nature drove us to do this.
We don't know his full position, so.
Well, I know, but we don't know his full position, but we know what he's explained thus far, and I'm not impressed.
Well,
we have a Tanel here. Oh, sorry, there's a reverb. I don't know, it might be my microphone.
I like it though. You can just leave it on there. I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound like you sound more epic when you have it.
Okay. LA says, listen to his live stream from today. It's a natural inequality, not societal inequality. Okay, thank you, LA.
But Hank, you said you could be classified as racist. Let's giddy up. Let's go.
Yeah. So, me, like most people, have prejudices, and I guess I have a mild prejudgment based on race, but that's just a thing that happens. But I don't really feel that strongly either way. I would like to force it, but it's just a thing that happens. So
I thought there was going to be something. I thought there was going to be something more spicy. All right.
Nah, not really.
You have a mild bias. All right, got it.
Yes.
Is Tanel here?
Tanel's in the chat. Do you want to come on, Tanel? Yerf Dogs, Are You Puking? Mike Dunnigan, Sealust, you're already here. Cougar Duma. Who else is there? Mike Dunnigan. Yeah, all you guys in the chat do come on. Links under the video. I will share it in the chat as well now.
Do you want to share what the pink pill is?
I'm not sure what the pink pill is. I mean, you shared it, didn't you? Is it about feminine? Tell us what it is, Brother Marcus.
Okay, I have to Google it again. Just since we're covering pills, right? Pink pill refers to hold on. Oh, great. Now I can't find it.
While you look at that, fancy PGA Tour, have you got anything to say at this juncture? It's been quite the show.
Not too much to say. I was just enjoying the conversation. I don't really want to reignite the conversation, but do you think there's anything to the point that we haven't evolved quick enough to keep up with modern society, and perhaps the conditions to which we've evolved may actually be more satisfying to us than these conditions we've yet to adapt to fully?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's I think that is very different, isn't it, compared to what we're talking about? But yeah, there is an argument that we're still mad monkeys at the computer, you know.
I think it's actually going to cause us to be like degenerate. We're losing parts of us that made us human.
I mean, there's definitely a correlation between increased smartphone usage and like depression and mental health issues with young people who use them and stuff like that, isn't there?
Yeah, I agree. And also, our social evolution has outpaced our bio evolution. I think that's so the pink pill. I'm more interested in what he just brought up than this, but the pink pill movement is a multifaceted term primarily representing a feminist or queer, gender-conscious awakening to systemic inequality, often acting as a counter to the red pill men movement. It emphasizes solidarity, female empowerment, and challenges patriarchal structures. It is sometimes adopted by femcells experiencing despair or tradwives favoring traditional roles. So that exists within the rainbow of pills online.
So it's just red pill. So pink pill is just red pill again.
Well, I don't know if it's like a reverse red pill kind of thing.
But it's forward red pill. So the opposite of red pill is just more red pill.
Well, it's not for red pill. It's like a counter to red pill, I think.
But it's countering red pill with more red pill stuff.
Maybe. I don't know what these communities talk about, but it would be great if I doubt it, but if a pink pillar is out there, hop on.
Yeah, that would be good. Guys, can I just say, anybody want to pop on now? Because I'm going to take a little break for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and I'm going to walk away from my desk. But before I do that, come on if you want to join the conversation, because you might not get a chance to for a little bit. Harry Baker asked me a question here. He says, DW, I'll ask you one more time. What's your opinion on the meningitis outbreak in England? Are we staring down a new COVID? I mean, I don't know, but it is worrying there is an outbreak of meningitis. It started in the University of Kent here. I think we've had 2 people die, right? So far. It only started a few days ago, and a load of kids have it now. Apparently, I think it might have, they say it might have started in a nightclub or something, or someone who was infected went to a nightclub in the town, and that's why there is a load of university students, but also some sixth formers, school students have it as well because they were in the nightclub as well. But yeah, it is worrying. Meningitis is a horrible thing. Obviously, this one is a nasty one. But they do say it only affects mainly young people, like teenagers and young adults. You can get a vaccination for it. But in terms of being a threat to, the world and a threat to, the whole of the country, I don't know, because as I said, it seems to only, it seems to be only a mortal danger to young adults. But having said that, is it not ageism if we don't enact the same COVID rules for young people that we did for older people during COVID? That's an interesting thing to think about. But yeah, it is worrying. It's very worrying. Harry Baker says there's a case in Weymouth, rumors of one in Newcastle as well. Yeah, worrying for sure. Do you know anything about it, PGA?
Yeah, I'm aware of it being an outbreak. I'd like to make a point that's a bit of a tinfoil hat point, but it's something worth considering. Is I think 2 months prior to the COVID outbreak, there was a coronavirus simulation called Event 201. And the British government actually did a meningitis outbreak simulation a few months ago, and that was called Exercise Pegasus. So just, I'm not suggesting anything, but it's just something interesting to consider there.
Yeah, I mean, tinfoil hat. It's interesting. It is interesting. We'll never know for sure, though, what the hell's going on in that sense.
No, but we do pretty much know that COVID did emerge from a lab. But again, I'm not suggesting anything.
But we don't know whether it escaped, if it was an accident or on purpose, do we?
That's correct. That's why I'm not making any claims. Just putting information out there. We can be open to.
Okay. Well, guys, I'm going to give whoever wants to come on, like, literally 2 minutes to come on. Otherwise, it will just be the Fantasy PGA Tour and Brother Marcus show for about 15, 20 minutes.
You can only have one. You can only have one person that allows people, right?
Sorry?
Like, you can only allow one person to have access to allow and disallow people on the panel, correct?
No, you can have a few, yeah. But I don't really want to do that when I'm not here now, because it's been a contentious show. Yeah.
I really hope well, I think it's getting late. I don't think what was his name? Oh, it's the Batman character. Fuck, what's his name again?
Oh, Robin?
No.
Oh, Ross. Ross. Yeah, Ross.
Ra's al Ghul. Yeah.
Yeah. Ross is a cool dude, man. He's a clever guy. I
think he said he might have been a Black Pillar, correct? I think I may have remembered
that. Yeah, but I don't know what he meant by that. I think it would be interesting to see if he could come on. Yeah. Kugadima, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. What do you think of all these internet pills? Which one have you popped? Or is it something you think about? And do you see any problems with it? Sorry, a load of questions thrown at you.
Or have you
There you go. You're on the floor, covered in questions. It's your choice.
Yeah, it's just a social phenomenon, right? People, we're creating tribes, and people are doing that because they're frightened and alone, is my opinion. So they're creating tribes, and the more virulent and exclusive the tribe, and the more dynamic or maybe even violent the inside-outside relationships, the more secure they feel. And this whole pill thing has been like that. Now there's all kinds of pills. There's every kind of pill. And it's just, I don't think it's helpful. I think that people are deliberately going down these rabbit holes just to be in a hole. They just want to be in a hole. And if they're in the hole with a bunch of other people who talk like them and act like them and reinforce their feelings and reinforce what they are fearful of, then that's a good hole for them to be in. But guys, it's a hole, and when you're in a hole, you should stop digging. I don't think it's very helpful.
It could be helpful in terms of validation, finding a community, seeing the world with some type of structure.
Yeah, but they're not doing it like finding yourself spiritually or trying to improve yourself. They're doing it to just dig a hole and hide in it. They're hiding. These people are hiding. Everyone's hiding because they're afraid. And I understand being fearful. You have much to be afraid of. Oh, you don't even know how much you have to be afraid of. Science, physics. I come on here once in a while and I talk about it, and there's some fearful shit going down, people.
I know you only touch on the surface. Like there's a lot of, it's really bad out there.
God! And I've never talked about the sixth mass extinction. And I've never mentioned what's going to happen to all of you when, you can't get access immediately all the time to cheap and affordable, available fossil fuels. There's just so many things that are real that seem like politics, but they're not. They're real. The physics, talk about physics, that could just swat you like a bug. And yet people want to be pilled and they want to be in their hole with their mates and bitch about those other people who haven't taken the right pill. It's like, God damn it. Get a grip.
I understand, like, if it offers comfort in the end of the world, when the ship is sinking, why not huddle up to your comfort?
Okay, so here's an example. You're on the Titanic. You're in the bar. You're drinking whiskey. Someone comes along and says, there's a problem with the ship, and we're talking about getting to the lifeboats. But you just taken the whiskey pill, okay? And you don't believe it. You're feeling loose. You're feeling good. And you're having great jokes, and you're playing cards, and you're having the whiskey pill. And so you don't notice the people around you are running around trying to get to the lifeboats. You don't notice that the deck is tilting. You don't notice that the bartender is nervous and he's gone. And now you just have a bottle of whiskey in front of you. And you've had the whiskey pill. And then the fucking ship goes down and you're on it. And I can guarantee you, I can absolutely promise you, guarantee you, straight up fact, that when the guy who took the whiskey pill finds himself neck deep in icy, cold North Atlantic seawater, and he's paddling around, and the lights just went out. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know why he's there. He's wishing the fuck he had paid more attention every single time. You're going to take your pill. You're going to be in your world. You're going to be having fun. And then you're going to be up to your neck in freezing seawater. And you're going to wonder, what the fuck happened? And you're going to want someone to save your ass. That's what you're going to do. You're going to be screaming for help. And you took the whiskey pill. They all take the whiskey pill. They all take the pill of some kind because they want to be inebriated and they want to be out of touch with reality. And then when reality comes, they're absolutely the first, screaming at the top of their lungs, help me, help me, help me. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit. If you're going to take the pill, then go down with the fucking ship and be a man about it. But all this save me, I didn't know, I didn't understand, I didn't believe it was a hoax. That's bullshit.
So the comfort pills, the danger there being that they would be unprepared for those that have a chance at survival.
The comfort pill is, I just don't want to be bothered. I'm comfortable. But when everything is suddenly on fire, these people are running around and they're screaming and hollering. Where are the police? They don't care because they don't want to care. What is it? They're chimps. They don't want to have two thoughts at the same time. They don't want to be bothered. They don't want to care. But then they do care. It's like they tell you, people who survive jumping off of bridges, who survive to tell their story later, they all tell the same story. They change their mind halfway down.
Yeah, I've heard that. The people that jump off the Golden Gate Bridge, right? I think it's like at least like 75%.
Yeah, they change their mind halfway down. Yeah, and so the blue pill, the red pill, the black pill, whatever, it doesn't solve your problem. It just gives you a false sense of being insulated. Take the whiskey pill. You're insulated because you're inebriated, okay? Your nervous system has been shut down. And you get into these groups, and you all talk about the same thing. You laugh about those other guys, and you have your your colloquial wisdom, and you have your folk science, and you have all this stuff, and it insulates you because you don't want to be afraid. Okay, fine, but I can guarantee you this: halfway down, you're going to change your mind. Okay, that's not good. That's not going to work.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, there's the idea that maybe there is a correct pill to take, right? And maybe the people that are grouped in with the correct pill might be able to act more effectively and with more conviction to that end, assuming it is the correct pill, of course, if there is perhaps a correct pill.
Yeah, well, yeah, defined correct. I think that's where you start.
The Cougar Doomer pill.
No, I don't want, no. It is because I don't have one. I don't have the answer. Okay, maybe I have a behavior. I think the proper behavior, which humans have been basically following for most of 300,000 years, is being tuned into your environment, taking everything seriously, circling with your tribe, paying attention. Okay, I think that's the pill. What pill is that? I don't know. The real pill? I guess it's real. It's reality.
Have a meta question, but PGA, do you want to keep going?
No, you asked the question, mate. Ask your question.
It has nothing to do with this topic. It was more, yeah.
Well, we've been talking about this topic for about 4 or 5 hours, so if you have got an interesting question, I reckon we go for it.
Okay, Cougar, I'm curious. I'm an atheist and I'm a materialist, and I believe science is the best method to determining objective truth. So I feel like you and I have an alignment there. However, what utility do you have engaging with spiritual ideologies? I'm trying to be polite about this. There's a lot of woo-woo on these panels.
Yeah.
And you seem to be here.
And people like their woo. They like it.
But you
That's
still
fine.
hang out here.
What are you going to do?
I mean, I do too. I hang out here, but like, what do you get out of it? Is what I'm trying to get at. Like,
Yeah. So what do I get out of it? Believe me, I ask myself that every time. Okay. Every time I get on here and I listen to the arguments, and I lurk in the chat and I listen to the arguments, and then I jump on the forum. Okay. Although I did not today, please notice. Why am I here? Well, my default answer is I'm here to observe, which I do. I'm here to learn. Well, you learn through observation. That's kind of the scientific method, right? You observe and you learn through observation. I'm here sometimes to communicate. If I can provide some clarity, then I think that's useful, especially if someone is actually looking for clarity. If someone's just looking for clarity and they're just kind of confused, they're like, well, what do you think? Oh, I'll tell them what I think. And, one of the nice things about being grounded in reality is everybody can experience the same thing. And sometimes people just need to go outside and touch the grass, right? And that's reality. Look at the blue sky. Watch the children playing in the park, and then jump back into your red pill tunnel or whatever you're going to do. Sometimes you just have to get out of your silo, your bubble, and just go out and touch reality. So, yeah, if I can come on here and dispense with some reality, that's fine. It's worth saying, it's worth stating that I was invited on here the first time. I don't know who invited me.
It's probably D&W. We lost you, Cougar. Maybe I lost my connection. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. I thought maybe you were deep in thought preparing a response, but I think he has disconnected, hasn't he?
Oh, darn.
Now it's me and you, Marcus, so I hope you've got a lot of conversation in you.
It's weird because I don't want him to go. I'm just trying to understand the utility part. That's all.
Not invited because I took.
There he is.
All right.
We're back. We lost you for a few seconds there.
You lost me?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
You just completely went mute, and then we couldn't hear you for a bit.
Oh yeah.
So you said the last part we heard
was
that someone invited you here, and I think that was D&W.
Oh yeah, it might have been, yeah. And I'm just saying that I was invited here as an intellectual, so I've just sort of stayed in that vein, I guess. Yeah, I'm not into woo. I understand that people are. I kind of respect that. I know where that comes from. Uh, I don't do it, and I don't represent it because that. I don't think we need more people doing woo. We need more people probably just facing reality. I try to do that.
Okay.
What is your perception of reality, Cougar? Sorry.
Yeah, well, of course, it's based on observations. What I see is what is real, and I filter reality through objective, you know, physics, objective science, objective
Empiricism, right?
empiricism. Yeah, but even more fundamentally, just the laws of nature. There are natural laws and system dynamics, and it's all super complicated. It used to be simpler 200 years ago. Now it's gotten really super complicated, and I am sympathetic to people who have a problem with all the complexity. But I like the complexity. I pursue it. And if I can bring it here, then I bring it here. If I can explain it, then I'll try to explain it. And if I fail, then I failed because maybe that's my role is to try and fail. And I'm okay with that.
So you're a atheist? Sorry.
Yeah.
Why'd you say it like that? Yeah. It's
Well,
okay
I
to
am.
be an atheist. Let's say it with
I don't I because I don't want to bang it over anybody's head. Like, of course I am. What's wrong with you? Yes, that's the other way to do it. I'm not a militant atheist. You're an atheist. Yeah.
Yeah.
End of
No,
discussion.
Yeah.
I know you're teasing me, but I think it's worth saying because please notice nobody on this forum ever just says, yeah. Everything becomes an emotional argument. Everything. I am, and what do you care? And you're wrong, and I'm right. I know I'm right. Yes, of course I'm that way, but that's the right way. It's like, whatever. Yeah, I'm an atheist. So what?
Yeah.
I'm also male. Are you male? Yeah. Are you white? Yeah, I am. Do you live in Silicon Valley? Yeah, I do. End of discussion, guys.
What do you think about this new the new atheism movement, which is kind of old now, but like I thought it was interesting. Someone, I think it was Hank, someone popped up and said, there are atheists out there that create their content, their channels, their live streams. I've seen it. Literally talking for hours and hours and hours about how God doesn't exist. And I understand that if you're coming out of religion, I can understand that being part of the stepping stone or whatever you want to call it. But then if it's been 5, 10, 20 years and you're still talking about how God doesn't exist, isn't that a little bit odd? Or what do you think?
I think that a lot of people who are, I think it's called deconstruction. They deconstructed their faith. I think a lot of those people actually get beat up really bad. It was pretty easy for me to deconstruct my faith because it was very, very shallow. It didn't really exist. I had no fight. And plus I had science. I went right into science. But I went into science when I was probably 10 years old. So it was no big deal. But people have to fight their way out of theism. And that's a lot of the time who these people are. They fought their way out of theism.
Yeah.
And they've spent so much time explaining to family, explaining to coworkers, explaining to their bosses why they've given up because the family just keeps coming back. So have you rediscovered Jesus? Have you recognized the sin and the futility of what you're doing? And they get radicalized. So for me, it's like, well, I'm not radicalized. I was never that way. But I absolutely understand people who have had to fight their way out. And why do they do that? And a lot of the time, they just realize that they were wasting their time. Oh, and also, they deconstruct their faith because they realize they were lied to. This is not a whim. Like, oh, I think I'll just deconstruct my Christianity. I was born into it. I've been a Christian for 23 years. I had a career as a pastor. I think I'll just stop. It's not like that. It's just that they just can't balance the contradictions anymore, and they realize that they've been lied to, and maybe even forced to or encouraged to waste their life, ruin their life, and going to church 6 times a week or whatever it was, and and not enjoying certain aspects of life, and lost a relationship over religion of all the things, and so I understand people getting radicalized, and if you're finding those people, if you scratch under the surface a little bit, I think you'll find that story that was in play.
Yeah.
Is there something to perhaps enjoying life more if you've got a direct meaning outside of yourself, though? Do you think there's maybe some pros to having a religious lifestyle? Because I'm an agnostic myself, but the idea that there is no objective meaning and I'm just making up my own meaning, it doesn't really satisfy me.
How come? Out of curiosity, because okay, let's say there's an agent out there in the universe who creates meaning for you. That still comes from a mind. A mind still comes from some type of subjectivity. It would just come from a cosmic subjectivity mind, and then it's prescribed upon you. So it's just like me telling you this is your meaning, right?
Kind of. I mean, I suppose it depends on your perception of God, right? I suppose there's a perception of God in Christianity that God just is good, and that's just His nature. So any meaning would just objectively be good based off of that. But yeah, the idea of just making up your own meaning, I mean, in some ways, I could just decide that the meaning of life is to wear odd socks, and then that's just the meaning of life. So I don't know, I just find it deeply unsatisfying.
It just feels like arbitrary.
What was that, sorry?
Does it just feel arbitrary?
It just feels empty. I don't know. It just feels delusional. I mean, it just would be delusional, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because you're kind of telling. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd prefer an objective meaning. So I think you say people waste their lives in religion, and perhaps they do. I mean, I'm agnostic, like I say.
Oh yeah, if they're happy doing it, like go for it. But I was just curious about the motivation for that meaning. Is what I think what Cougar said was pretty. I could understand that perspective.
Oh yeah, big time. I understand both perspectives, which is why I'm an agnostic. But personally, for me, I feel like an objective meaning would be more satisfying than a internalized delusional fabrication. You know?
Yeah, but you're not going to have an easy time telling one from the other. It's all internalized.
Yeah. But I mean, if we were to assume the Christian position was correct, and that God was all good, and that the meaning that we're provided is objectively good, if we were able to know that for sure, then I would prefer that.
Yeah, and the stories of these people who deconstruct and then go on to become radicalized. Of course, not all of them do. Some of them just wander off, do their thing. But some of them become radicalized, and then the ones that become radicalized sometimes get on YouTube and start a channel. And then they find that they're surrounded by people who have been deconstructing and have questions. So it kind of feeds on itself. But if you talk to these people, or you just follow their story, or you listen to the stories they tell about why people leave religion, and it's not just Christians, of course, it's also Muslims. I don't think I've ever heard about Jews leaving Judaism, but let's just assume it happens. The stories they tell about why they did it, I think, are really illustrative about what it is people do expect from religion. They have expectations. It's not loosey-goosey. Well, I'll just take this pill and I'll be a Christian and it'll be great and I'll have meaning. They have expectations. And I think the biggest expectation they have is something they call truth. And the problem is, truth inside of religion is, of course, subjective. You have to believe. And if you don't believe, then you've got a big problem. If you're just going to believe it, you read the book, you liked it, it made sense to you, it resonated, and you just believe it, well, then you've arrived. Welcome home. But if in any time during that process you have any doubts, then you are adrift, because people want the truth. They don't want doubts. They want to know. And when it doesn't work, when the knowing doesn't work for whatever reason, interesting story. This guy named Drew, what's his channel? His channel is Genetically Modified Skeptic. And his name is Drew, and he's married. And they both have deep roots. Him and his wife have deep roots in fundamentalist Christianity. And he he did everything. He did it all. Missions, all of it. He did all of it. And then he was asked to. He was teaching a class to youngsters, and he was talking about the dinosaurs and young Earth creationism and how the dinosaurs were co-occurrent with humans, but they didn't get on the ark and some other things. And so he said, "Oh, I'm going to do some research on dinosaurs then." And of course, he ran into science, and he got interested in it because it is interesting. And there are so many dinosaurs. What did they do? When did they exist? All these different eras, all these different continents, and all the continental drift, and all the extinction events, and everything else. And he was like, 50 million years ago, 80 million years ago, 120 million years ago. He's like, oh shit. And he wanted to tell the story to the children, but he wanted to do it correctly. But he ran into science, and then he had doubts. Bingo, he had doubts. Now, a lot of people would have thrown that science book in the garbage, peed on it, threw it out the window, but he didn't. Drew didn't. He was like, I want to know. I want to know. That's why he went to the book. I want to teach this subject, but I want to understand it first. And then he had problems. And then he started doubting a lot of stuff. And the truth just evaporated. This like sieves, just trying to hold the truth in a sieve. And it just drained away. And then he realized he was an atheist. He didn't believe it anymore. He just said, oh my God, I'm an atheist. And it was a big problem for him because his family were all Bible thumping Christians and born again and fundamentalists and speaking in tongues and the whole thing. And he didn't know what to tell them. Christian Academy.
Sorry, go on.
And he had to say things that were, a benevolent power, and we're all looking for goodness. And they're like, you're supposed to say the Lord's Prayer, Drew. He's like, well, I'm just trying to be more inclusive. And they're like, no, you sound like an atheist. And so eventually he had to confess. And he confessed to his family, lost his family, confessed to his boss, lost his job. And then he went on YouTube and did one video, saying, I just lost everything. And people came out of the woodwork. And they said, Drew, you're not alone. Let me tell you my story. I have a story. I also have a story. We're all, and he was just overwhelmed with support. And all he did was a video saying, I'm fucked, basically. And then his wife, who he was married to, and she was also into the church. And then she was like, oh, you don't believe it? Well, guess what, honey? I don't either. And then he was like, oh, I didn't lose everything. My wife is on board. And now they're both raging atheists, and they're nice about it. I think he's a little more nice about it than she is, to be honest. She's a little more like, I wasted my life and I hate it. He's more like, well, it was a journey, and I found the right path for me.
Aren't
and I
they young?
suffered young-ish, 30-somethings now, but he's been doing this a long time. They don't have children, so he was young. He was 28, I think, or late 20s when he outed himself. But he had been...
They were in their 20s, because if they're in their 20s...
he had been living a lie for a while, but it was a while back, so now they're probably in their 30s. I like his channel. I like his stuff. And I like how he handles the topic. He's very sensitive, and he's always... trying to tell people, you're not alone. Don't feel like you have to go this alone. You're going to lose a lot, but maybe people will accept you anyway. And he's more like a therapist or a counselor than a radicalized atheist. And I appreciate that about him. And therefore, I don't feel like I have to be a radicalized atheist. I'm like, I'm an atheist. Yeah. So I have no what do they say? I have no I'm not trying to prove anything.
Yeah, that's fair. I like the idea of him explaining to his family that he's not a Christian anymore because of dinosaurs as well. That's quite amusing. But yeah, I mean,
what's interesting is that he was terrified because he was afraid of losing everything. And I think for people who have embedded themselves since birth in a community that just only does one thing every day, day and night. You just feel like you're just going to just die, that the oxygen will be sucked out of the room. And without God and Jesus and prayers and church and holding hands and singing, psalms or whatever, you're just going to die. You're just going to physically die. You can't survive. And he was terrified. And, then he emerged. It's like, oh, I didn't die. I lost friends. I lost family members. Some of them I got back later. Some of them, they started to respect me for other reasons or for holding my own or whatever. So I didn't lose everything. And it's been a fight, but I survived it. And I think he was terrified. He was terrified. He was really terrified about his wife. And then when he told her,
if I was in that
honey,
situation, I would be worried about
honey,
losing.
yeah. And of course, his example is people don't come out of the closet. They just fake it.
Yeah, there's actually
it takes a lot of courage.
Clergy project where like people who literally become like pastors and stuff like that, they lose faith, and then they have support groups for people who are like, shit, I'm gonna lose my whole whole life.
Exactly. And not even for any like a crime or something. They're not engaging in a criminal activity. Now they're going to lose their life. It's just like, I just believe something different, but I'm going to lose everything. My marriage, my career, my income, my friends, my family, everything, the holidays, all of it, my wife, probably my children, all of it. I'll lose everything. That's like over an idea, over a belief, over an opinion. Wow, that's nuclear.
Well, if you're a pastor, I feel like I understand the turmoil it'll cause, but at the same time, if I was a believer and I'm going there to connect with a spiritual teaching and the person's like preaching to me, I would hope the person believes what they're preaching. So I think there needs to be like some transition period where they can get their, migrate to a different community. It's like secular
and it may depend heavily on what type of community you're in. There are some types of communities that are just very, very intolerant of deviations. Very jihadi. You're blaspheming. You're a blasphemer, and Satan is taking you. It's like other communities maybe are a little more like, hey, tell us about your journey. We're all interested. Tell us what tell us where you've come to, and that's a different type of experience.
That's more my camp. I prefer that than the anti-theist route, because I know the anti-theist and the atheist cross paths, but I don't like instilling my belief system onto other people and belittling them. So I'm just I'm not into the angry atheist stuff or anti-theist stuff.
Yeah, and I think most people who deconstruct are of the same mind. I think they don't really want to blame anybody. They don't want to be angry. They're mostly, like I said, they're frightened and embarrassed, possibly. But I think if people are angry, when they are angry, like I think his wife is angry. She doesn't say it, but I get it's just a vibe I get from her that she's so pissed. And if you get angry, it's probably because you've been lied to. You were lied to as a child. You were lied to when you were a suggestive teenager. You were lied to when you had a problem with your sexuality or with your belief or the strength of your belief. You were lied to, and you were told about Satan, and you were told about the war with, against evil, and you were told about if you leave the church, you're going to die. You're going to go straight to hell the next day. And you've been simply lied to, and coercion and all this kind of stuff. And so when you come out of that environment, you've been lied to so hard. Just hard. They're like, fuck it, fuck you, fuck all you people.
I used to have it framed as like people lied to me, but the thing is they believe that is the truth. And so it was more like they were feeding me misinformation but they didn't know any better. So I feel less like it was an intentional harm upon me. They didn't know, like the idea of an atheistic worldview was so foreign that they wouldn't even be able to conceptualize not believing that thing. So I don't I don't feel like I was lied to per se.
Well, like I said, everyone's experience of deconstruction is going to be literally unique.
Yeah. And the harms it causes, like people being abused in the church and stuff like that, that's going to leave you with a lot of trauma.
Yeah, and of course, there's going to be people who deconstruct exactly because they've been abused, and they want out, and so they have to deconstruct. They have to leave the community behind, and then they have another level of resentment. Like you people didn't help me. You people allowed this to happen. You people made excuses for this spiritual leader, and oh God, it happens all the time. It's just like I was
Which is what
listening to someone.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just, I think that's what the reaction. So there was like red pill, and I think a lot of these pills came out of the fact, like the con people who were selling lonely men. It's like, you can fix your life if you take my course and go on these conferences. I think there was like an anti-red pill movement within the manosphere that created other pills. And I think that was sort of like a thing that happened. I could be wrong about the history of that, but I think that resembles the religious stuff too. I see a parallel between the two.
Yeah, and like the incel movement, which is kind of an extension of the manosphere, I think they may have invented the black pill idea, which is now spread into all kinds of areas. But they sort of owned that for a while, and the black pill was just relentless anger and I don't know, it's not my community, but it's a 4chan thing, right? Just resentment and no one loves me. I can never be loved. It's the chads that make all the decisions and females and all the chads and so they blackpilled. It's like it sounded pretty grim to me.
If I was younger, I could just imagine, like, if I'm lonely, I'm not successful, like in dating or whatever. I don't know. I feel like I could have seen myself going down that dark hole, and I feel sorry for people who end up down that path, because it sounds. I'm a pessimist already. I'm an anti-natalist. It's like I feel like it can't get any darker, but I think it can. I think.
Yeah, well, if you're anti-natalist or you're, something along those lines, then at least you're institutionalizing your negativity towards the world. I think when people take it personally, like I am inadequate, I'm not good, I have intrusive thoughts, the world hates me in particular, I am hated, I need the black pill. Yeah, when you just focus it all on yourself, that's a teen angst thing, right? Trying to explain why you don't get invited to the parties, but you're not doing that. You've risen above it. I don't know.
I just think it's generational. I think it's because millennials had access to the internet and we used it a lot, but there was always one thing someone told me is like, because I was very confused by this, because they complain that Gen Z is like inundated with social media and the internet, and I'm like, I spent a shit ton of time on the internet, but then they told me, like, as soon as we walk away from the computer, there's an off switch. We're going into the world, and it's not following us around before the smartphones. And I think having that development of being able to, when you close it, it's gone, actually gives your mind some space in early development.
Yeah, I think that's an important observation. I wouldn't be able to make that observation, so I appreciate you sharing that. I'm old enough at 60, well, very soon, 67. I was in the room when we were inventing the internet. I'm not claiming that I invented the internet, but there's a lot of me in the internet. And so for me, it always was a machine. I never had any illusions about, oh, there's truth here, there's vitality here, there's community here. For me, it was always a machine. And I knew how it was manipulating people. I knew it was driven by business logic. I was there. I was working for businesses that were talking about business logic and algorithms and how to get people to click. And that was always my reality. And I retired from that about the time, my children, my daughter is a millennial and my son is a Gen Z, about the time that they were having to cope with what the internet is to their generations. And for me, it was like, it's a big fucking machine. What about it? And as you've said, it's not the same for people. who came later who were just inundated with it.
Yeah, and I think it's a collusive thing. So parenting styles have changed over the years, and also the way, like, millennials were introduced to social media, and we did use it heavily. However, I think, like, when we were 4 or 5, we weren't handed tablets and said, "Here, stay on that thing for hours." I think that does have metacognitive impacts on us, and in early childhood development, I think it has some long-term impacts on that. I'm still looking into some of the studies. I don't know how much information we have on it yet, but there are issues. Like Jonathan Haidt has written about some of them in I forgot his book. Have you heard of Jonathan Haidt?
I've heard of the name, yeah.
He's I think he's a social scientist. Anyway,
Yeah, he is.
there's multiple. There's someone. I hate the fact that I can't remember their names. There's multiple people who've already documented these things, and they're trying to bridge, like trying to find whether or not this is just correlation or if they can actually demonstrate causation. And there's a lot of, they're going really slow at this, which is fine, and I appreciate that rigor. But I feel like some truths are kind of obvious. Like the more you go on short form content and social media, you could just feel the change it has in you. And
yeah.
I know it has an impact on me for sure. So
we got this new phenomenon now of Gen Alpha, little kids, 6, 8, 10, and they're in school, and apparently the behavioral challenges with Gen Alpha, we've gone through X, Y, Z, now we're going back to A. It never ends. Gen Alpha, they can't read, they can't formulate coherent thoughts, they can't sit in a chair, they won't listen to the teacher, and if the teacher wants them to study, they'll say, "I don't have to, I can get the answers from the computer." And they talk up like that in the classroom, and the teachers are really demoralized with Gen Alpha. And
yeah, a lot of teachers are leaving,
yeah, leaving the field, and they're even saying that this really spells the end of public education. It's over, because there's the current generation of small children are coming up, and they can't do it. And they're not going to be able to do it in high school, and they're not going to be able to do it in college, assume college even exists anymore. They can't do it, which is really interesting and really scary. And I think what you're alluding to, that there's something going on there. It must be true. I don't know. Maybe it's just.
I think there's merit in judgment when their rates of mental illness is climbing, and they're not able to function in society. I think that's a problem global. Come on now.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of other parallel things going on in the world. There's a lot of things to be afraid of, a lot of things that could push you over the edge. So it's going to be hard, and that's why the Haidt report didn't really get any traction, because people came along and said, "Look, you're trying to say that there's this and that correlates, but there's so much else going on. Life is complicated, society is complicated, and it's going to be really difficult to tease this apart." So I think it's just going to be difficult. But we have our intuitions, right? And, you see little 4-year-old children on a tablet, doom scrolling, basically, and you just wonder, wow, where's this going to end up, right?
But maybe, like, to play devil's advocate, I am trying to think of the argument, like the pushback that I've received on the literacy crisis. Some people are saying, is it even a problem? Maybe just the way that we consume information has just shifted, but that I mean, some people
it's a valid observation. I'm writing this book called Ariadne, and in it I have a college professor who's really an amalgamation of college professors I've had in my own life in the past. And in it, I'm grappling with this. In it, he gets a cohort of freshmen. He's teaching a freshman biology course, and they come in, and there's a writing component to all curricula these days. And so he has his students, write little papers, little opinion pieces, and then he gives them exams. And and he can tell that the papers they're writing are all AI. He can tell it's all been done with ChatGPT. And so he says, okay, we got to deal with this. So he goes to the classroom and says, look, people, this is not bad work. I mean, some of this is horrendous. He holds up a couple of papers and tries to read them. Some of this is just no effort, zero effort. And but some of this is not bad. But I don't want you relying on computers to do your work for you. And they're like, why not? And he's like, well, because you won't develop as people. We don't have to. We will always have computers. We will always have ChatGPT. It'll only get better from here. We'll have neural implants. And he's like, wait, you're kind of right. And so he in the story, he goes along with it. He's like, okay, fine. I'm the one who's out of touch. I understand that. I'm a college professor. I've done this for 40 years, and I've been doing it wrong for you people. So let's do it your way. And so he works with them, and the work actually improves because they take it seriously. Because he's taking it seriously. This is all a story. I'm just making all this up. And in the end, they do better work. And he's like, they're doing really good work. And then when he asks them questions about their papers, they can answer the questions. And when he says you have to know this stuff so that you can understand the workings of the world, they say, yes, and that's your job, is to present to us how the world works. I would have never known the world works the way it did if I hadn't come to your classroom. You gave us the topics. You gave us the assignments. You guided our exposure to new information that we didn't have before we came to your classroom. Using the tools of the world, we learned about the world through you, and that's your role, and it's a good role. And you're a mentor, you're a leader, you're leading us into the information, you're showing us the world. And at the end, he's like, yeah, I did that. I did that. And you guys get it. You got it. And I'm proud of you. And I don't care how you did it. You went out and you learned it, and you came to me and you convinced me that you learned it. So I'm trying to paint in the book, I'm trying to paint a rosy picture, a rosy scenario of how it could work. It could work. I don't know that it will. The book is not all that optimistic in the end. But there's just one vignette about it could work. It's not wrong what they're doing. They have to do it correctly. They have to use the tools correctly. And they have to be guided in using the tools. But it could work.
Yeah.
And it certainly is true that there's going to be computational throw everywhere. I have a cell phone. It's got, I got a cell phone that has AI chips.
I don't know.
I got a cell phone that has AI chips in it. So, and I can have satellite internet with Starlink. Okay, so wow, always on. So if you're always on, what do you really need to know? Well, you need to know what good information looks like. You need to know where information is. You need to know how to craft queries. You need to know how to evaluate the information you find or that other people present to you. So the stakes are higher, but they're in a more rarefied realm of abstraction. Is this information good? I just read something, but is this AI slop? Is this a propaganda? Is this deliberate lies? Am I being lied to? And it's another level removed from, I have information, I trust this. It's like, I have information, but what do I have? And developing that kind of skill, that sounds like a good thing to me. Being able, we call that critical thinking, right? Teachers are always trying to develop critical thinking skills in their students. So, well, there you go.
PGA, how are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. My internet got disconnected. That's why I disconnected from the chat. But Duma, just with the way that technology is progressing and the idea of us just going along with it because nothing's going to stop it, do you worry at some point that once we create like an AGI, artificial intelligence, that that it may just control us without us knowing for its own benefits and perhaps to our detriment? Is that a risk in your view?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not a risk But the reason I'm saying it's not a risk is because the risk of it not happening is zero. There's no risk involved. It is absolutely going to happen. We are already through what we call algorithms, right here on YouTube, but also Facebook and Twitter and X and all the rest of it. Machine learning, which is not AI, the machine learning has been tweaking us and directing us and guiding us by the hand, by the eyeballs, and by the limbic system for decades now. We are already in the system, deep in the system. And like I said, I was in the room. I was in the room having those conversations. How do we get people deep into the system? And I came up with those solutions, and you people are all deep in the system now. And AI is just the next iteration of that. So maybe it's going to be worse. But the risk of it is, we shouldn't talk about it in terms of the risk. It's absolutely going to happen, period. Because it already has happened, and it's just going to get worse. What does that do to people? Well, I guess we're going to find out.
Apparently, Canada has sent troops too. I didn't click on the news thing, but apparently we're getting involved somehow. I don't know if it's that particular war, but yeah, I saw a headline that Canada's sending some troops.
I thought everybody told Donald Trump to go pound sand. Maybe the Canadians have given it second thoughts. I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe it's something like a different conflict, but I was surprised to see it, and I didn't click on it because I'm so tired of, I don't know.
Yeah. It's all just limbic hijacking. They're just trying to get you upset.
Yeah.
And, it's like, fuck it.
It's never.
Don't play the game. Don't play the game. Don't play the game. You don't have to play. And people tease me. Yeah, you're a doomer. Okay, I do. I'm sort of teasing myself. I'm teasing my position. I'm not a doomer. I'm a realist. Okay, and you can't be a scientist in the current era and not be frightened. You just can't. To be honest about the world around us and with the conflicts and the Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz and all the other shit. Now, of course, it's Cuba, and then it'll be the Panama Canal, and then it'll be Canada, and we'll be back to Greenland just in time. And you just have to realize that we're in deep trouble, and there's no way out. There's no way out of trouble. And if you're going to be in trouble, then think about the trouble. And that's just being a realist. Yeah, okay, so Canada's going to send troops. Wow, we're just getting in deeper and deeper. All of us, collectively, the entirety of humanity is getting in deeper and deeper.
Yep.
I mean, that's worrying stuff that's on the screen at the moment. How would you even prepare for a nuclear catastrophe? I saw a simulation the other day about what would happen in a nuclear war, and it just seems like the whole northern hemisphere is just done for if that ever happened.
Yeah.
How would they? Yeah, that's interesting. How would World Health Organization even prepare? I guess food security. I have no idea.
I think I said something on here a while back. There's the rule of threes.
Treatment.
Yeah, there's the rule of threes, and everyone needs to know this. For the first 3 days of a nuclear exchange, assuming you're not at ground zero, for the first 3 days of a nuclear exchange, you must be absolutely out of contact with the outside world completely. So your own food, your own water, and you never go outside. If you go outside, you're dead because the radiation is so intense. But the intense radiation is so violently so that it burns itself out pretty quickly. So after 3 days, you could risk it, but before then, it's basically fatal. But then, if you really want to be safe, you should stay out of touch with everything on the outside, including food and water, for 3 weeks. So 3 days is drop dead. 3 weeks is like, that's to be safe. And then there's 3 months. If you can, then stay away from food from the outside, water from the outside, purify your water, reverse osmosis, that kind of thing, for 3 months. And then after that, things are kind of back to normal, quote unquote. I dug a basement under a shed. I was going to turn the shed into a little studio apartment so I could have a little extra income. But I decided to put a foundation under it, and then decided to build a basement. So I was building a basement for like 2 or 3 years using my dump truck to dump the dirt at the landfill. And then at some point, all this other shit came down. Vladimir Putin and Ukraine and all this talk about nuclear weapons. I thought, okay, fuck it. So I've turned my basement into, it's still a basement. I still store a lot of stuff on shelves, but I've also turned it into a fallout shelter. Not a nuclear bunker, because that's not feasible. Just a fallout shelter, a place where I could stay for 3 weeks or 3 months. And there's electrical and there's water. There's a hot water heater in the basement, because that's a good place to store a hot water heater for the apartment. But I just bought, in fact, it just arrived. It's sitting outside of the apartment, a basement toilet. So I can have a basement toilet. I've installed a kitchen. I do a lot of residential construction in my spare time, so I can do these things and not worry about it. I installed a little kitchen, galley kitchen, countertops. It'll have a little sink, shelving, electrical outlets for appliances like a cooktop and a blender and whatever else we think we have to have. Probably reverse osmosis water filter. And, I have the skills to do these things. I had the basement. That was pretty timely. And so I just turned into a fallout shelter. And nobody can do that. What are you going to do? How are you going to be out of touch with all of this for 3 days, at least of all 3 weeks? And I don't know. What are people going to do? I don't know. It's scary. I hope it doesn't come to that, but damn it.
Does for those first 3 days, does it really make that much of a difference if you're inside?
Yes. Yeah. Well, okay. If you're in a fallout area, and if you're in the northern hemisphere, let's say you're in Europe. Remember when the Chernobyl broke down? They first discovered fallout, essentially, in like Sweden or something. It gets around. So, if there's a nuclear exchange of any kind, like 20 or 30 nuclear weapons, the northern hemisphere is going to be a little bit hot. And it takes a while for that stuff to settle out. And when it starts to settle out, it's on the ground, it's on the grass, it's on your car, it's on your roof. And there's nothing about your life, your roof, the grass, the car, anything's going to protect you from hard radiation. It's just not. You need lead. You need layers of concrete to get away from hard radiation. So if there's a serious nuclear exchange, especially if it's in Europe and you live in Europe, as we learned from Chernobyl, then man, you better have a story, because you could be exposed to something that is not going to be healthy.
What about like the idea of like decades-long nuclear winter as well? Is that
I hate to think about that, right? It's like you can prepare mentally for certain things, but that, man, I don't know. Yeah, that's something that looks like an extinction event, right? What are people going to eat?
Well, yeah,
they won't be able to grow food. They won't be able to grow food. They'll be eating each other, right? It'll be cannibalism. They'll be eating each other.
Turn to our savage nature, where things are much more moral and ethical, because there'll be no civilization.
Yeah, we had that argument earlier about savages. I hate that word. I call myself a savage, but I know what I'm doing when I say it.
Facetious because of that.
Yeah, it's think of it as levels of civilizations. The Pueblo Indians had a really good civilization. I was mentioning on the forum the other day, the Indus Valley peoples had an amazing civilization, very flat, egalitarian, no religion that anyone could discover through archaeology. They had a script, nobody can read it now. And they were very flat. They didn't seem to have capital cities. And, is that savage? Of course not. They had writing. But they didn't have all the trappings of quote unquote, civilization. They didn't have religion. They had spirituality, but they didn't have temples. So, I don't like the word savages or primitives. Folks, those people brought us where we are today. So whatever they were, we are. There's been no real changes to speak of except technology and cultural. Just cultures have evolved and got more complicated. But the people weren't savages. They were us. And we're them. And we just got more layers of abstractions. And I'm not even sure that's a good thing.
Yeah. So, Noodles, how you doing? You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Did you want to talk about the pills or something else?
I try to stay away from pills nowadays. I had a bad experience with them when I was younger.
Would you mind sharing, or is that too personal?
I was on a lot of them, like as a teenager. Kind of stopped that, and once I became old enough to say no more. But then I was like self-medicating with marijuana and other substances, and alcohol. And eventually, I got that out of my life, but I still needed some kind of chemical buffer. Something that just wasn't. It was really hard to cope. So I found, after experimenting with psychedelics and some other thing, I found ketamine, and that's worked well for me. At least better than anything else that I had tried in the past.
That's interesting. How often do you take that?
I take it once every few months, I'd say, or maybe every couple of months.
Okay, that's not too bad then, because Elon Musk takes it quite regularly, doesn't he?
Well, I'm sure he abuses it. I mean, really, the way you should think of it is for an emergency. It's for an emergency. It's like,
I think you offered it to me, Noodles, when I met you.
well, I thought that you might be in distress.
No, I wasn't trying it. I never expected it to look like jelly. I thought that was really weird.
Yeah, they're trochees. It's just a way to reset my brain chemistry so that or actually, I mean, the way it supposedly works is that it helps reform the dendrites, or it helps to regrow the dead ends of the dendrites that have become stiff and brittle, so that your brain has access to more neural pathways, so you don't approach things from a single a very narrow point of view. You can approach things from with more
Interesting. So it's like a reversal of the synaptic pruning.
Yeah, something like that.
So do you do that as like a therapy session on your own kind of thing?
That's what the trochees are for.
The what?
The trochees, that's what they call it. It's like a little gel. It's like a little I don't know how you could. It's not a gummy, but it's not completely gel liquid. It's kind of like waxy. It's like a thing you put under your tongue, and it's kind of like a lozenge, but it's like gooey. It's like a goo.
I've never actually taken it. Is it similar to psychedelics, the experience in any way? Or?
Yeah, what's the experience like?
Well, for me, a K-hole is like I basically almost like forget it's like I go into like a dreamlike state. I kind of forget that I like where I am, or that I had taken anything, and all of a sudden I see what I perceive to be the quantum mechanics and like molecules of the universe all shifting and interchanging and working together, and it kind of go through this sort of, it's like taking a tour of all the quantum workings of the universe. That's it. You just going traveling through space and time, through all these interesting different dimensions of light and shape and sound, and seeing how everything gets put together. And every once in a while, like a memory comes up, or a an idea or an epiphany, happens within there. You kind of see things from your past and what the potential future is like, and all of that. Sometimes, like when I do the infusions, it hasn't really happened much when I take the troche, but when I do the infusions, that's when I get like a really heavy dose, and the dose, and it's not a spike. It's like they give you a consistent drip over 45 minutes. I think I've died. I will get into a state. I forget that I had taken ketamine. I forget that I'm sitting in a chair, and I actually think that I am dead, and that this is the afterlife. But ketamine's an anesthetic and a dissociative, so it kind of completely separates you from your emotions, and it separates you from your feelings, and like you can still have emotions and feeling on ketamine, but you're more withdrawn from having like a very sharp spike of emotions. You sort of witness your feelings or thoughts rather than react to them, if that makes sense.
It's
Yeah,
like a forced mindfulness kind of thing.
Yeah, it is like forced. So
yeah, it sounds similar to the way they do MDMA psychotherapy as well. Because I think when you do the therapy on that substance, you can revisit bad experiences without feeling the negative emotions that you associate with them, and I think that's why it's so successful at treating PTSD. So it sounds a bit similar to that.
yes, actually, ketamine has a 70% success rate with PTSD, and the majority of the way they first discovered that was when they would give a IM shot of it to wounded soldiers on the battlefield in Vietnam, and to calm them down as they were being hauled off the battlefield. And most of the soldiers that got those shots, when they came back from the war, they did not have PSD compared to the ones that didn't get the shots. So, and the problem with MDMA is that it can actually it can cause brain damage, and it's also just the depletion of serotonin is so strong, or so rough, that the come down can kind of undo some of the therapeutic effects of it. Whereas with ketamine, there's really not really any harsh come down, and the effects are much longer lasting. And like I said, it can actually open up and cause new budding of dendrites within the brain. Actually, the first time I ever perceived the feeling of self-love, truly grasping, it was like I was grasping onto a handle. That's how it was like how I envisioned it in my mind. It was my 5th ketamine infusion, and yeah, it was like there was this handle, and I was reaching for it, and I grasped it, and as I said, I remember it being in the chair, being like, telling myself I am a good person, I love myself, and I felt it truly for the first time in my life. It was like very fleeting. It was like, whatever, however that long that was lasting, like 10, 15 seconds, maybe 30 seconds top, but it was there, and so I got a reference for it. And I never experienced that again on ketamine, but ketamine's the only time I ever felt that in my life.
Based off your own experiences, is there any way that you can relate your experiences and perhaps see how those experiences could aid someone like Elon Musk to be so successful on so many fronts, or so innovative? Is there anything about the experiences that you can see that working for him?
I honestly don't know, because I don't know like how, whether he like how, if he's using it therapeutically or if he's abusing it, because like you can abuse it and then it like can actually have the like opposite effect. So, you know, you have to be careful with that. And also, I think like a lot of Elon Musk's success can be attributed to just to his wealth. Like he doesn't need to have a lot of innovative thoughts when he can hire a bunch of engineers to do that thinking for him, and he's just kind of a spokesperson, you know?
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I think he gets a bit too much credit for those innovations, perhaps. He's a bit more of a businessman than an inventor. But he's pretty certain we're in a simulation. Is that ever been a idea that's propped up in those experiences for yourself?
Oh,
or?
yeah, definitely. Well, so like I said, it feels like I'm looking, or what I'm seeing in the K-hole is like, it's basically like I'm shrunken down, or something. I don't know if it, either way, it's like I'm looking at all of the internal gear, like the internal gears, all the smallest particles of matter kind of working in tandem with each other, and like intersecting, like how they all fit together like a puzzle, and how they move and flow, and it's taking me on this ride through space and time to see how it all works. You know, and even that doesn't really do it justice.
So would you say it's altered your metaphysical perception of reality? Have you got like a certain stance on what you think reality is from those experiences?
No, I just know that no, I don't know. I don't know. Like it's very possible this is a simulation. But then what's outside of that, really? Come on, I think that it's possible that we're never meant to know, and we're always, the whole thing with reality is it's a paradox. It's all one big, like, it could be that the Godhead is us. We are all just, collectively, we are all God. And really, that's not God, it's just the existing organism, um, experiencing itself. There's no way out. We're stuck here for, I mean, actually, when I did ayahuasca, what ayahuasca suggested to me is that we're going to be stuck experiencing ourselves forever. We're going to reincarnate, actually not as anything else, but we'll always be ourselves. We'll always come back as ourselves. We could, it's kind of like Groundhog Day, right? Where we can, we're just going to do it over and over and over and over again. Except with Groundhog Day, he got to like kind of, eventually he got to like move on once he reached, once he reached a certain level of like knowledge and education, and like, what's the word, skill level, and basically once he was able to like sleep with the woman that he was obsessed with, he got to move on. And I don't know if that's like a metaphor for obtaining nirvana or something like that, but basically he had to become like a very worldly, skilled, interesting person compared to the shallow, superficial person that he was before, right? So anyway, I don't know. Yeah, the ayahuasca told me that basically we just keep coming back as ourselves forever, and
Yeah, I actually had that exact same experience on
Damn
dimethyltryptamine.
nature.
Was
Yeah,
it?
The eternal return.
Eternal recurrence, yeah, the Ouroboros and all that. I had that exact experience that you described on DMT, but it shook me to the core. I've never taken it since because of how horrible an idea that is. So it's quite unnerving for you to verify it.
Well, and then I'm thinking like, so like with the ayahuasca.
Well, in another sense, maybe it is true because time is an illusion.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, ayahuasca made me think of it as kind of a hell sort of thing, but I could think of it in another way, which is like I have so many possibilities with how I could run my avatar. You know what I mean? The scary thing is it could be a lot worse than it is now. Like it's scary to think like that it could be the same as it is now. But it also maybe it could be better. I could make better choices all around, like really fucking kick ass with this avatar in one of those parallel existences, and you know, just like be extraordinary in some way.
Yeah, the way I experienced it was I was just living the exact same life, to the point of having this exact same conversation with you guys an infinite amount of times. That's the way I had experienced it, but obviously, it is just drugs, so who knows?
Right, that's it.
Did you ask an existential question when you took it, like, or is it just you get these existential ideas as you take it? Like, did you ask what is going on, or I want to understand things, or did it just come to you, these thoughts, without any prompting on your behalf? PGA, did you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to Noodles. We apologize.
Well, the same question for you as well. I mean,
Yeah,
these thoughts that you had.
I mean, that particular experience, I'd actually taken a much smaller dose than I thought I'd taken a small dose. I had work the next day. I was literally I just wanted to have like 5 minutes of fun. I wasn't really particularly looking to have a intense experience. So yeah, no, I wasn't asking the question. I mean, it's a long, deep story. I mean, it'd take me hours to properly describe it, but no, I didn't ask the question. It was just cast upon me. Yeah. But
I think the craziest one I've heard is Retro's experience. I don't know what he was on. He was on something, but he took something and he saw what he believed was beyond the veil. And what it was he witnessed his consciousness basically being eaten by these little kind of animal things, and they look like he described them as kind of alligator heads without bodies, so just the heads.
That's the Langoliers we talked about.
They were white. Yeah, he said they were white and they were snapping, and they were all just eating away at his consciousness, and it was disappearing in front of his eyes. And they were also eating each other. So you spoke to PGA about that already?
We had this talk. We determined it was the Langoliers.
Oh, you mean you and Retro had that conversation?
Oh, I remember being on here.
Okay, yeah. What are the Langoliers? Tell us.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pull up a.
Sounds like some David Icke stuff. That particular experience, like reptile heads eating the consciousness,
eating consciousness, like feeding off the conscious awareness, but also eating each other. Like it was a complete feeding frenzy. You know what I mean? There was no.
Oh, they were eating each other as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh right, yeah, I do have a vague recollection of this. It's in some Stephen King story. Yeah.
Yeah, wait, I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah. I remember you guys talking about this now. No, we haven't mentioned the machine elves yet. Joe Rogan saw those, and I believe he saw jesters as well. Apparently, some people see jesters.
Yeah, I took it quite a few times, but I never saw machine elves, unfortunately.
Did you see jesters?
No. Yeah, I mean,
You
it's
heard
quite.
about that though, right? You heard people
Oh,
see jesters.
not so much jesters, but I've definitely heard the machine elves. I've heard a lot of people who have the experience of being sort of like having open surgery by aliens and stuff like that. That seems to be quite a common one as well.
What the fuck?
Yeah, weird stuff. But I will say, with my experience, it felt more real than any other experience I ever had. It was like waking up from a dream. But yeah, again, we are talking about drugs, so who knows?
You know what happens today when it becomes waits for them. Waits for them. The timekeepers of eternity, always following behind, cleaning up the mess in the most efficient way possible. By eating it.
Master told me knew about them. He said they were the Langoliers.
Oh no! Come on. Get out of here!
This would have been terrifying back then.
You this? Did get us? Up. Come on!
Oh, I guess we don't see what. Well, you can go watch or read the book. I know Marcus would just tell you to read the book, but the movie was entertaining.
Did you say you had an experience with those kind of things, Noodles, or was it just
No, retro?
It was just retro. Okay.
Yeah, they eat time. They just eat they eat everything behind you. If you dilly dally, the Langoliers will get you.
I wonder if Retro had ever seen that film or read the book or anything.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, when I was on ayahuasca, I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior.
Interesting.
Did that help?
I don't know. I just didn't want to go to hell.
Because I've had some experiences on mushrooms where I've had negative spirits come, and because I'm in that spiritual state, I will just ask Jesus for help. And I don't have any direct experience of Jesus, but the negativity just ends, and I've noticed that multiple times. But
that's never happened for me, so you're lucky.
I think I heard of a study the other day where these people had reviewed all these alien abduction experiences people had, and they found some statistical significance to declaring Jesus Christ as your Lord in an alien abduction experience. Something about doing that is apparently meant to end the alien abduction experience. I'm not quite sure how reliable that study is, but it's something I saw the other day. But I think there are quite a lot of stories about people who have negative experiences on ayahuasca, etc., and then they call out to Jesus and they become like Christians after that. So obviously that's not happened in your case.
Yeah.
I've always wondered if there's a God or a God-shaped hole in the human psyche. Like, where do all these religions come from? We have tens of thousands of them, and it's hard to even find a group of people that don't have, if not a religion, then definitely a spiritual tradition of somehow. The
Yeah,
Native Americans came from Asia and they came across the land bridge, and here they were. They didn't have to bring religion with them, and they didn't find religion here. There was no temples, there was no mysteries to explain, like pyramids and shit like that. They just found the streams in the forest, and boom, spiritual tradition. And it's like,
yeah, man. The thing
okay,
is, Cougar, it would have happened in Africa, wouldn't it? It would have happened back where we began, and then spread out with the people as part of
well,
their.
maybe, yeah. There's a
They
thing.
brought the culture with them. But also, Cougar, I think a lot of it is based on, just like on this show, people say things. Other people haven't had the experience, but sometimes it sounds really compelling, and sometimes people say, "Yeah, I believe that," but I've never been abducted by aliens. A divine, for example, says she came from another planet. She's a Starseed child. She says she came here. I don't know if she came here on a UFO or she was. I don't know how she got here on a beam of light or something. But she tells that in a very compelling manner. Now, some people dismiss it. Others might believe it. They didn't have the experience, but I'm not saying she's mentally ill. But there are also some people who have hallucinations, psychosis, and they swear blind they've seen something, or they've got a message from somewhere else. And basically, again, some people might have said, "Yeah, I believe that could have happened." And I think some of it. So I think it could be linked to just alternative states of mind, alternative perceptions. Sometimes what we would deem schizophrenia or psychosis, but also I think there's an archetypal thing going on as well, where as children, we look to the big people as our saviors, yeah. And then when we grow up, there isn't any big person in the world, so maybe it's our natural instinct to think there's a bigger being out there looking after us or watching over us. And on top of that, sorry for one more thing, we were talking about drugs and such. I believe that yeah, we were influenced by probably magic mushrooms and rotten fruit that had rotten and festered away into alcohol, and maybe even fevers, that we got bitten by a mosquito and went into some kind of fever that gave us some kind of hallucination. There's all manner of reasons why we might have had weird experiences and seen things. And I think before medicine and before modern science, people ascribe meaning to these things, and that's probably where it came from, in my view. And even nowadays, with science, people are having these experiences and still ascribing meaning to them beyond this world.
Yeah, well, everything you described could be true, magic mushrooms and things like that. But those are individual experiences. Chickpea and I argue once in a while in a good-natured kind of way, and she believes these things, and I say, sorry, there's not much evidence for that. But then I immediately say, but that's your experience, okay? And although I don't think there's much weight in it for me, that's your experience. And I think that people having personal experiences with drugs or hallucinations or really good sex or whatever, that's always going to be a personal thing. But there is nevertheless these shared spiritual and religious traditions. And I don't think everybody who praises Jesus and has accepted Jesus as their personal savior took drugs. I don't think they had
No,
ayahuasca experiences.
again, it's extremely complicated. I think some of it is, we talked about power earlier. Some of it is like maybe power understanding that people struggle. Yeah, sometimes people feel depressed, anxious, worried, etc. And that's just a natural way of being human. And humans do have a tendency sometimes to look for comfort. And part of the human condition has been to look to sangomas, witch doctors, woo woo people for answers because they say they know what's going on. Okay, so in man's desperate search for meaning and salve, we have sometimes, very often in fact, gone to the woo-woo person who may be a schizophrenic for answers because we couldn't get them elsewhere. Because we're testing the water, so to speak, and these people seem confident. Humans like confidence, Kugaduma, especially women. Women like confidence. Men like confidence too. Confidence is a great, I would say, battering ram for social kind of mobility. And if someone appears confident, a lot of people will listen. And not everybody has the critical thinking skills that people like you have.
Well, maybe you've described it. Like I say, it just seems interesting to me as an observation, because that's what I'm doing. I'm observing things. That it's really difficult to find people, groups of people, individuals, groups of individuals that don't have some sort of a spiritual tradition. And it makes me think, and this is just from observations, that there is a God shaped hole in the human psyche. And you mentioned you mentioned parenting, and that was a good observation. I appreciate that. That was insightful. Parenting, we obviously have a parent shaped hole
What do
when
you
we're infants.
what do you mean by that?
Let Cougar speak. Go on, Cougar.
I'm asking
Okay, by whole,
Wait, no, he was talking.
by whole, I mean that uh, there's a slot in your psyche where something can slot into, and that thing is going to be present in your environment, and it will find you and slot into that slot. Babies have a nipple shaped hole somewhere in their psyche. Small children have a curiosity shaped hole, and so when they're hitting the world fills them. There's a space in them that the world can fill. If there wasn't a space for the world to fill them with wonder, they would not know wonder. They would just see a rock and they would see a stick. But children sense wonder, and on the cognitive level, that they are capable of being placed in a state of wonder, like a baby can be placed in a state of nursing. It's there, it's innate. And I wonder, with no evidence, it's simply an observation. Well, I guess the evidence is the ubiquity of the observation itself, that everyone seems to have, like the examples I've given, that there's a hole in their psyche that the world can slip into, and it's a God-shaped hole. So there's a parent-shaped hole, there's a lover-shaped hole, there's a mate-shaped hole, and there's a God-shaped hole. That when we are exposed to the world fills our empty spot, and it fills it with love, and it fills it with curiosity, and then the world comes along and it fills you in that space with God.
God fills us.
How would you explain the origin of the God-shaped hole as an atheist, Duma?
Well, human cognition is very complicated. We have an ability to learn, and we have a learning shaped hole. We have a place where learning can fill. There's an empty spot in us that we fill with learning. I think because we have that, other things fall into it.
I think it's just searching for an explanation. And some people find that God is an adequate explanation. Other people, not so sure. So basically, as a child, you wonder what's going on. The parents are looking after you. Okay, everything's sorted because the parents are looking after me. Then you grow up and you wonder whether anybody's looking after you or not. Some people submit to the idea that, yeah, there's a God looking after us. So that will just accept that. That's the explanation. Other people don't find that answer. So it's the answer. The question people ask is, what's going on? Some people say it's just a continuation of my experience as a child. There is something greater than me, overlooking me, in control, and we're going to call that God. Others say, I don't see any evidence of that. I must ask more questions.
Yeah, and earlier, DW, I think you had stepped out. The three of us were having a discussion about faith. And I think it was all really well intended. I certainly didn't intend to offend anyone. But we did get to the point of, maybe I introduced the topic of some Christians deconstructing their faith. So
Right.
having been raised in a faith and being deeply entrenched in it and feeling deeply about it and feeling full of hope and connection and praising and believing fervently, then suddenly found themselves doubting and couldn't escape doubt, and doubt just consumed them, and they ended up doubting, and then they were fearful. Oh my God, I can't go back. I can't go back to not doubting. Now I'm doubting. Now I'm filled with doubt. I'm not filled with love. I'm filled with doubt. I'm not filled with certainty. I'm filled with doubt. And having existential panics like, who's going to be my friend? Who will ever speak to me ever again?
Absolutely.
And so,
I think part of that,
where does all that come from?
I think part of that, Kugajuma, is a lot of people want a roadmap. They don't know what's going on. Existence is scary, so they seek. There's followers and leaders in this world, and most people are followers, and people are seeking instruction. They're trying to fit in. They're seeking, what can I do to fit in? What can I do to be okay? I have no idea. I better sit back and listen to others who claim to know. As I said, some people are more confident on others on that matter. People mistake confidence for knowing. Some people have critical thinking that can, peel away at the confidence and see if there's any substance to what people are saying. But for the most part, I think people are looking for a roadmap, looking for a way to walk around in this world and feel less suffering, feel less in danger, and feel okay. And so I feel that when that's probably one of the reasons why we move towards religion as well. But also, when people move away from religion, they just walk into another area that gives them that kind of comfort, And I see this as well in other areas like addiction. So people move away from drinking too much, and they weren't necessarily physically dependent on alcohol. Maybe they were just problem drinkers, but they end up going to AA for fucking 35 years, Alcoholics Anonymous, and that just becomes their new kind of addiction, as it were, their new way of their new crutch. It's kind of people. Is it just the case that people need a crutch, Kugaduma, and so they deconstruct religion, leave, but then they need a community. They need something that gives them direction, and they feel enamored with this thing that saved them from their last mistake, and so they hold on to it.
Yeah, maybe, but let's just take the perspective of someone who is devout and truly believes, born into the faith, never had a moment of doubt, loved the faith, loved the rituals, loved the holidays, loved the gatherings, loved the talking about the faith, never had a moment. And then somehow they wander away. Now you'd think if what they're looking for, let's not call it a crutch, but they're looking for a framework. I'll call it something stupid. They're looking for a framework in which to live their lives. Certainty, patterns, rituals, repeatability, firmness, firm ground on which to live a complicated life. Then you would think that when doubt introduces itself, that they would be aghast. They'd be horrified. Wait, my entire framework of existence is based on this belief, and it would be catastrophic. It would be unthinkable for me to not have this framework. And surely they're not thinking, oh, there's another framework I can segue into. I can be an atheist. I can have a YouTube channel. They're not thinking that. They're thinking, this is my belief. This is what I think. Oh no, I'm having a doubt. And when they come to that point, they're not thinking, I'm going to go into another framework. I'm going to be agnostic. I'm going to be an atheist. I'm going to have friends.
No, they're not. I don't think they're overtly thinking it. I'm just describing the process. Like it's kind of like a happenstance of circumstances that makes it happen. But there is a searching within them. They are asking questions at least about reality, and it's the asking of the questions that brings them into a new framework. It's not like they're looking necessarily for a framework. They're asking a question and wondering whether it's been satisfactorily answered. Kugaduma, I had another thought there about why we might gravitate towards religion. And do you remember I was saying about how some humans have psychosis and schizophrenia, and they see things and they appear very confident, and then other people might be depressive and anxious and suffering from grief or some kind of worry, fear about like the harvest, or fear about some kind of illness, and they look around, they're looking around for answers. The schizophrenic person who sees and hears God or angels or whatever appears very confident, so they look to them for answers. And basically, they either believe or disbelieve the person who is confident, aka the schizophrenic or psychotic person. And what happens is others observing this within the society see, oh, there's a line of people here willing to go and see this this mad person. Yeah, we'll call it a mad person. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm saying it legitimately. In this instance, they are a mad person. Okay, I'm not saying all people who are spiritual are mad. I'm just saying in this instance. So what you get is an observer watching that, and they see it as a phenomenon. There's, oh look, there's women and men willing to go and put stock in what this person is saying. There's something going on here. There's power in this. So then you end up getting kind of darker psychologies, perhaps power-seeking psychologies, thinking to themselves, "Wow, how can I utilize that for myself to gain power and influence over people?" So there might be that aspect to it as well, where you get people who don't actually believe in it, but they go into it to kind of with this idea that, well, if I talk like this, people will come to me. I will have power over them. Maybe in the past it gave men the ability to mate with women. Maybe it also gave men the ability to manipulate the masses and tell them things because they were so worried. There was a worried well out there that they could control at their whim and tell them to literally go to war or give a tithe or whatever it was. So the darker psychology saw this and said, "Hey, I'm having a bit of that. I'm going to utilize it for me to gain power and to retain power." What do you think of that idea?
I think that probably does happen. That's what we call scheming, that people want something. They want an outcome. They can't figure out how to get that outcome, like power or money or females.
Yeah.
And so they say, oh, this guy's got power. This guy's got. So they scheme. How can I leverage this? And they're scheming. And Machiavelli had much to say about that. But Machiavelli also had something to say about simple people who don't scheme. Whatever their problem is, they don't have schemes. What simple people want is a simple story, and I think that's what you alluded to. They're not drawn to power. They're not really drawn to scheming. I want some of that. I want to have the gold.
Yeah.
They just want a story. And when I said earlier that maybe there's a God-shaped hole, maybe that was just me being simplistic. Maybe it's not or overcomplicating it. Maybe it's not a God-shaped hole. It's a story-shaped hole. That we just want a framework that says, we got a handle on this, we can do this, there's reasons for these things, I want to tell you a story. And so John,
I
the
agree with you.
Baptist,
People want meaning. People want meaning. People like stories. People want an answer. I'm not saying all people are doing like seeking power in trying to find. I'm merely saying we have to be real and see the different psychologies and mental illnesses, etc., that are involved in all of this as well. You know, so you might have spiritual people. Spiritual people might be the psychotic ones. The kind of darker psychopathic ones might be the ones saying, "Hey, look at this. I can control people by telling them I see things and there are things out there." They may not believe in it, but they're using it because they're power focused. You know what I mean? Because apparently it is true. Psychopathic people are highly focused on power. You know, for a large part, they say that.
yeah, and they're highly focused on making sense out of things, and they'll even make
narcissist.
Exactly. They'll make bizarre claims about the world, but if it sounds like that they have conviction, people may glom onto it. I think we see this behavior a lot in modern day cults, which spring up and disappear all the time. Some of them turn out to be death cults, so there's obviously some Thanatos involved. But Heaven's Gate, Jim Jones, Branch Davidians, Mormons, Scientology. It's a long list, folks, and I don't make these lists to offend anybody. They just pop into my mind, and people go there for different reasons. Why are there Mormons? They like the story. Why? It sounds like alien invasions to me, but they like the story. Why did people gravitate to Scientology? founded by a science fiction writer. Well, they like the story, and there's aliens, and there's wars in space, and it works.
Yeah.
So
And
we
there's
like
another
a
thing,
narrative.
Cougar. There's
Yeah.
another thing, Cougar. Going back to these darker psychologists. Look, isn't it like a wonderful life plan for a narcissist to say, you know what, I'm going to create a system of belief that people can't question, and I'm going to paint myself as the conduit to it, from above. Also, it's I am the I'm the expert on this. People have to listen to me, and they can't question it. They can't question it because it comes from God. I can impose my narcissistic power on others, and they can't question it. I mean, what a wonderful thing for a narcissist who seeks adulation, not adulation, but power, and to be in a position of power over people, to influence others, and to not be knocked off their perch.
Yeah, and you made that argument earlier about the scheming. And I think for the leader, the narcissist, if you would, but some of them are probably well intentioned. For the leader, there is a scheme. All right. They have an agenda, and they sat alone in their bedroom thinking all night about what they wanted. But the other people, they don't have that scheme. They're just listening to the presentation. So what do they have going on? It's the story. I think I've come to that now. That we like a good story. It makes sense of the world. We all agree. We're all looking at each other like, "Do you get it? Yeah, I get it. Is he making sense? Yeah, he's making sense." Now we know the leader has a scheme, whatever it is: money, power, sex, reproduction, dominance, all of those, and even more. Machiavelli wrote all about it. But the followers, they're not as naive and they're not as innocent as maybe we make them out to be. In fact, you could even make the point that the followers create the leader. And this is a big theme right now with Donald Trump. He was created by MAGA. There's no question about it. They needed him. And so they created him. Does he have a scheme? Well, sure he does. But they created him, and he belongs to them. Even though he has his own scheme and his own agency, he belongs to them, and they own him.
Yeah. Okay, don't get mad. Put away the clothes. You can co-process.
Can I back off of that? So I was watching something today. They were talking about how like one of the ways, like one of the things with the Illuminati, or the idea of the Illuminati and these people that control the world, the point for the idea behind the what's it called? I guess the word would be taming of the masses, is that when less people are breeding, and less people are like able to spread their DNA, it means that the people on top will be able to have a higher rate of their genetic code that echoes throughout the the society, or something like that.
Interesting. I think you're right, and I think that. But I think in the past, I'm not sure if shamans or priests or Sangomas were celibate, but I definitely think obviously in the Catholic Church they were, and in many ways, is it this might sound funny, but is it a way for power to use the gay uncles, the collective gay uncles, to do their bidding, to do that, to keep the to utilize the gay uncles?
Well, they get everybody to sabotage mate selection throughout like the population. So then like basically only the people on top are having all the sex and making all the kids, and then like basically society like society collapses, and as it reforms, the genetic pool is mostly consistent of those who are on top.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think, as usual, there's no one good answer for this because there's a multitude of reasons why it proliferates and continues through the ages. One other thing I wanted to bring in, and now it is anecdotal. I don't know if any of you could share this experience I have. Great to see you, Ross. Good to see you, buddy.
Nice to see you guys.
One other experience I've had in life is I was raised a Catholic. Now, the men around me weren't exactly pious. You know, they wouldn't. They go to mass with their wives at the weekend, but you wouldn't. Not most of the men I knew, my dad included, weren't exactly talking about God non-stop. The wives, the women used to light a candle, say the rosary if they were worried about something, but the men, sometimes they'd even tell stories taking the piss out of the priests or their teachers who were monks or nuns or whatever. So in many ways, growing up, I noticed that, and I began to wonder: was religion some kind of patriarchal thing where it was there to kind of appease and pacify the women, and the men allowed that, but really the men just like went around, doing what they wanted, as long as the women didn't know, and it kind of kept the women behaving themselves. It pacified the anxious women. It gave the women a place to, divert their frustration, i.e., God, rather than the men. And as I said, I don't know if most really masculine men were concerned with it. I'm sorry, I don't know. What do you think, guys? Is that am I making any sense on that one, or can any of you resonate with that?
Well, yeah, many cultures have the situation where it's the females, generally the mature women who have children, that promulgate or instantiate the sense of culture. So the religion, the mores, who can marry who, the women do this, and women have always created civilization. It didn't always serve them because of patriarchy and war and all the institutionalized violence I alluded to earlier. But women like civilization. They like having rules. They like having protective mechanisms, and these are all good things to have. And so there's probably some truth to what you're saying, that this is the project of, in many cultures, the project of females.
But Cougar Doom, I'm asking you, did you witness that? Have you witnessed that in life? Like, the men don't really take it as seriously as the women for the most part.
Oh, I think everybody has. I know there's patriarchy and they force religion down our throats, but I have heard many fundamentalist Christians and people who are deep in faith. They say that if you can't get the women, and this is a problem in America right now with religion, if you can't keep women engaged with faith, the church is doomed. They bring the children to the church. They make sure they are there. They do the potlucks. They do the kindergartens. They do everything.
Karl Marx says that religion is the opium for the masses. I'm thinking perhaps it's the Valium for the women.
That could be true, because if they're seeking regularity and predictability and space in which women can move and not be threatened, then sure, they're going to invent that. They're going to want that. They're going to create that, however they can do it.
I'm not religious, but when I read the Bible, I almost had the opposite impression, personally, because women aren't allowed to speak in church according to the Apostle Paul, and stuff like that. So when I read the Bible, I actually thought the complete opposite. But I was raised by atheists, so I've actually got no direct experience being in a church or that environment. So you guys probably know better.
Yeah, no, I'm only talking about my experience in the Catholic Church. I mean, it was the kind of we used to joke about the priests being all closeted gays and stuff, and obviously, unfortunately, paedophiles sometimes as well. But I'm not saying they're all like that, but that was the kind of thing we joke about, Not that it's funny.
But the place where I ran into this was a discussion about why is church life failing in America, because apparently it is. I didn't even know that until someone told that to me, with data and of course the whole thing. And they said, look, when women don't like the church, they back out, and when they back out, you're fucked, because without the women, it doesn't happen. And these are trad wives. These are women who have totally drank the Kool-Aid. They're all about being dominated and full quiver, and 18 children, the whole thing. And yet, when they back out of the religion, you don't have a religion. It's the experience in the U.S. right now.
And I think a lot of men get involved because they simp for the women as well. I don't know.
That's where the women are. That's where they are. And, you have to be a good boy. You have to be, good with girls. And where do you learn how to do that? You don't learn it down in the haystack rolling in the hay. You learn that in church. And the girls will hold you to it. He's a bad boy.
Yeah. But again, it also depends on the charisma and personality of the preachers, I imagine, like, depending on the man's psychology and makeup, even the most macho dude might be taken by a charismatic leader who somehow fulfills some need in that person.
Well, and maybe atoning for sins, to be reaccepted in the community. That's a big thing for a lot of men.
Yeah. By the way, LA, I left you a comment on your most recent, scheduled live, condemning you for your disservice to sub-Saharan Africans. There was civilization, and great civilization, in Africa before the Muslims and Europeans arrived, and I think you should know that, and I think you do know that, and you don't talk about it enough. But anyway, I want to go back to the pills,
I was just saying
guys.
that, you get a lot of, there's a new, like, how there's like passport bros. Well, now there's like a new kind of a new movement springing up. Probably not a new movement, but it's been talked about more. Same kind of thing, but guys are trying to go to churches to meet women because they think those women will be more traditional, which maybe they will, and more, and not like the modern women.
Yeah, especially in the incel black pill silo, there's a lot of resentment towards modern women, and so they go to what looks like a more traditional, whatever that means, suppressed, repressed, beaten down, whatever that means, more traditional females, and try to find a spouse who will simply accept them, even though they're maybe, frankly, socially an asshole, right? They have no social skills.
I have a very interesting clip I would like to share from Mac and Murphy, and it is based on this red pill. The pill talk. So hold on.
Okay, have you got it there now? Or
Yeah, I got it.
All right, because I want to bring Ross into the conversation. He's been waiting.
I'm gonna put it on 2x speed. So
this is about red pill.
Well, this is about the science of mating.
Okay.
If you will.
I'm a scientist studying human mating, and today I'm going to be reviewing the results of a peer-reviewed research on hypergamy published this week in the journal PNAS. When you hear the word hypergamy, unfortunately, a lot of you are going to have memes in your head. It's kind of like the term alpha, where non-scientists call the word in the literature, misinterpret the meaning, and then publicize and popularize their misinterpretation of it. When a researcher uses the term, they're just talking about mating up, usually in terms of marrying up, usually in terms of women marrying up, and usually in terms of status for money. Our experiment, which I'll get into in a moment, focused on money, partly because people are worried about financially hypergamous mate preferences. And here's why. Number one, it's well established that women, more so than men, are interested in mating up economically. And historically, that interest has been satisfied because men have made more money than women. However, number two, increasingly, women have become more and more economically successful relative to men, such that today, a large portion of women are more economically successful than the average man, right? In fact, in my generation, in 22 American cities, most young women get paid more than most young men. Now, if you're paying attention, I'm sure you can see how these two facts, when combined, could create a bit of an issue, right? Women's economic preference to mate up and women's rising economic tides could, in theory, create a problem. I don't want to hold anyone's hand here, but consider this analogy for my friend Williams. Women also generally want to date up in terms of height, and so taller women tend to have a harder time dating because there are fewer men who are at least as tall as they are. With money, maybe it's similar. If women stably want to date up in terms of wealth, maybe as women get richer, they'll have a harder time dating because there are fewer men who are at least as tall as they are. And modeling work from my supervisors has shown that this concern is logically valid, right? The math works. If women inflexibly want to date up, then yeah, women's increasing economic success would create limited pairing opportunities for rich women and poor men. That is less dating options. So the research question here is about the assumptions of the model, right? That if are these preferences inflexible? And historically, a lot of my colleagues in evolutionary psychology have worried that this preference might not be flexible enough. And there's certainly some evidence for this, such as studies indicating that richer women in naturally varying populations have higher standards for their mates. However, I'm not too worried, and here's why. First, if this theoretical model were accurate, we would see successful women struggling on the mating market. And while it's dead easy for a journalist to run a story and find a woman who's successful to interview, we'll say, oh, there's no good men left, right? If you take a data-driven approach, there isn't clear evidence that successful women are struggling. In fact, the IFS found that the highest earning women, the top 20%, are the most likely to get married in any given year. The opposite of what you would expect if economically more successful women were struggling to find satisfactory options. While I have no doubt that some individual successful women encounter this problem, at the population level, it seems that the women who are succeeding in education and succeeding financially are also succeeding in love. And that should make us question theory a little bit. Second, humans are animals that have consistently done what they've had to do in order to reproduce. If you were gambling over the last few 100,000 years, you could have made a lot of money betting on humans adapting over and over and over again across all manner of ecologies. I'll give you a fun mating-related example to open your mind about human adaptability. When the ecology has incentivized, men, usually brothers, have taken to pooling their resources together to all marry the same woman. For most of you watching from the core Anglosphere, this may seem pretty out there, but strategically, fraternal polyandry, right, a group of brothers marrying one woman, can become the best of bad options when there is a scarcity of mating opportunities for men and sufficient upside to male-male cooperation. That's how flexible humans can be when we need to be in order to reproduce effectively. I'm not saying humans have unlimited, infinitely flexible, inclusive fitness maximizing ability, but adapting to gender economic equality or mild reverse gender economic inequality, that really does seem like a layup for the human mind when you consider the vast array of circumstances our species has successfully adapted to. Third, if you look at the large cross-cultural investigations into sex differences and mate preferences for resources, it's true that across cultures, women care more about dating rich than men do. But most of these studies also find that as the sexes become more economically similar, they also become more similarly interested in the economics of their mates. The cross-cultural evidence is somewhat mixed, but most academics in this space see enough smoke to conclude that there's probably fire here. Now, perfect gender economic equality, or even reverse gender economic inequality, is basically uncharted territory. There's only one market culture I'm aware of where mate preferences have been measured, wherein women are more often breadwinners than men. That's conservative heritage Jews. And in that culture, it does seem that men are more interested in quote-unquote dating rich than women. But of course, that's just one example. And cross-cultural research generally is famously messy. It's correlational. There's a lot of arguments about confounds. And so it's difficult to draw definitive conclusions about how these variables interface from it. And usually when you have a correlational issue like this, you run an experiment, as that opens up a reasonable place from which to argue for causality. The problem is that an experiment manipulating gender economic inequality and income would have to be pretty complicated. And in fact, it was. In our experiment, we placed participants in one of 45 possible virtual environments, which varied in terms of their income and the local gender economic inequality. For perspective, psychology manipulations usually have a few or several possible conditions. So 45 is a lot, but very much necessary for these variables. In each condition, participants were welcomed into a fictional town where we told them how much money they were making and the local degree of gender economic inequality. And then we asked them what their mate preferences would be within this town. So depending on which condition a participant was placed in, they could have lots of money or a moderate amount of money or not that much money. And gender economic inequality could be variously stacked against them or in their favor. So basically, if you did our experiment, you could find yourself as a rich person living in a virtual town where women are much richer than men, or a poor person living in a town where men are much richer than women, and everything in between those variables. And this design, pioneered by my co-authors, allowed us to isolate the impact of these key environmental inputs on human mating psychology. That is, it allowed us to test how income and gender economic inequality affects what we want in partners in a causal manner. We asked participants if they lived in this town, what they would want in a partner. This included with a 35-trait rating task, as well as a ranking task, as well as a single item measure to understand how important it was for them to mate up. Now, we take a textbook behavioral ecological view here that humans will adapt in pursuit of fitness. And the predictions from that view here are pretty intuitive. If you're poor or gender economic inequality is tilted against you, dating rich is a solid idea, right? Humans need resources. And also, as we covered, if you're rich or the opposite gender is very poor, well, then trying to date up economically or date rich in general is just—
I don't want to get a copyright strike, buddy.
Yeah, but you won't, because this I think his channel is like pretty open. People share his stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, his study is pretty interesting.
And that's exactly what we found.
We
When people
know
were poor and when gender economic
hypergamy,
inequality was—
What?
He's just talking about hypergamy, right? I mean,
But no, but what he concludes at the end of when he talks about the study are interesting.
stacked against them, they became more interested in dating for money. They wanted to date individuals who had cues to resources, and this was true across three measures. These are thin plate splines. This way of visualizing data often intimidates people, but it's actually very intuitive and easy to read once you know what you're looking at. The left side shows men's data, the right side shows women's data, and each row represents a different way of measuring mate preferences for resources. And all three measurement types showed the same basic pattern, as you can see. So we can zoom into the hypergamy splines so that you can get a better look. The x-axis shows participant income. The y-axis shows the proportion of resources controlled by women. You can read these like heat maps, where warmer values indicate a higher score, and you can see that when men are poor and when women have more money, they care more about the economic prospect prospects of their mates. And for women, it's the same. When they are poor and when men control lots of resources, they care more about the economic prospects of their mates. Now, in all measurements, the sex differences reduced with women's increasing control of resources. And fascinatingly, there was no gender difference between men and women in hypergamy when women made more money than men. And that's just in a short psychological experiment where the only variation producing mechanism that they can leverage is cognitive mechanisms. There's no cultural evolution or social learning. And so that's a pretty dramatic result. Our experiment indicates that women can relax their preference to date up and become more open to dating down when it's strategically prudent. And the men can actually shift their preference to want to date up economically when it benefits them. Depending on the ecology, it seems that gold digging is not gender specific. I'm not sure if that's too cheeky. Now, this is just one experiment. We would enthusiastically welcome more scholarship on this topic, right? I would love that more than anybody, and I don't consider this the final word. However, it does add another item to my list of reasons why I'm not worried that gender equality is going to leave successful women with no dating options. I think instead you'll see humans adapt to the ecology, as they generally do, and as in this case, they'll have diagnosis to say that gender economic equality or slight reversals in gender economic inequality are going to have no consequences for human mating. No. If neither gender is financially reliant on the other, well, then pairing becomes more optional. And while you might view rising singlehood and decreasing marriage as quite sad, divorce is also dropping, likely for the same reason, right? The people who get together actually want to be together. Less people are doing it out of economic necessity. Another interesting consequence might be a change in the rules of mate competition. It's broadly accepted that the mate preferences of each sex design the competitive landscape for the opposite sex. So one interesting implication of our research is that you would expect as women's wealth increases relative to men, men should become more interested in women's economic capabilities, and women should flex those prospects accordingly, right? I'm expecting more flashy handbags and more designer clothes and the like. And similarly, as women more and more start deprioritizing money in mates relative to other qualities, you could expect to see men start to compete more on other metrics, such as parenting and beautification. That's what you'd expect, and I would say that's what we are in fact seeing. Since the 1960s, men have dramatically upscaled their parenting. They've tripled their time spent on parenting and escalated their beautification efforts substantially, with this trend reaching new peaks or perhaps new troughs with the proliferation of the looks-maxing movement. As women have made more money, men have become hotter and better dads, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I think this is a tactical response to the ecology by men living in a world where women don't need their money. It's certainly an interesting time to be studying human mating. This work was done collaboratively with my PhD supervisors, the psychologist Candace Blake and the biologist Rob Brooks, as well as with my co-authors Sylvia Harmon-Jones and August Harrington. I'm so grateful for all the immense work that each of them put into this project. I'm also very grateful for the help of our research assistant Emma Huang, as well as to the many scholars who helped us get our head around this topic, especially the social psychologists at the University of Melbourne and the evolutionary psychologists at HBS. And I'm immensely grateful to PNAS and its associated review.
Anyway, what you can see, what he said at the end, I felt was the most interesting part, which is that when the women have money, they're no longer and there's not a lot of guys at the top with money for them to date. They will they'll date down in terms of monetary value, but they will look for for someone who is more physically.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious. I mean, they'll use some other what do you call it, signifier of quality other than finance.
So you have the looks maxing community, but so it really sucks because I guess guys, guys who used to maybe not be as high tier on the, with how they look, could at least do well if they made a lot of money. But now that's not as true anymore. Now you have to look really good.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of there's still a lot of people in the world. Not all women are rich. Not all women are in the position to be so able to choose who they want.
No, I understand, and that's what like a lot of the passport bro thing is about, because they go to less, they go to areas where people are poor and women are, a little more eager probably to find someone to help them out of their situation. And then a lot of people are going to claim that's exploitation, whereas we can see from the science that women actually men and women both are favoring a mate that is doing better financially than they are.
I suppose you could also argue it's a better outcome anyway, because if they are going to have children, it's good that they're mixing genes from, further afield.
A lot of these rich women are later in life. They don't really have options for childbearing. There's even been a real meltdown in the egg freezing, whatever it's called, where women who know they're going to have a long career will freeze some of their eggs so that they can reproduce later in life, IVF, in vitro fertilization, whatever it is. So the dynamics for a wealthy woman are going to be really different than the same woman when she was 22. She has the money, but she doesn't have the youth. She may even have been through several relationships that just didn't work out because she worked hard, had money, there was a power imbalance in the relationship, and he wasn't happy and she wasn't happy, and
She
so
had a
they broke up.
personality disorder.
Yeah, maybe women have personality disorders. So do men. Of course, men are also gold diggers, right? They just want the money. They treat her poorly, cheat, and pretty soon, she's 35, 40. She's got the 401k invested. She's got her stock options, blah blah. But she's 40, and she's not going to be going skiing at Tahoe
If
like
she's
a woman of 22.
if she's got a slamming body, she could land a dude that's like 20 years younger than her.
And if you want it, that's enough carrots, I guess. If you want to chop up.
Yeah,
But
but
what good? What good would a 20-year-old be? It's kind of proven that even in old times, Cougar Doom, I read this, that people look for like 28-year-olds, 27, 28-year-olds. People who people have proven themselves somewhat.
I don't know.
20-year-old is a bit risky.
I was dating I started dating someone who was 51 when I just turned, or 52 when I just turned 21. So
Yeah, that may be for fun, but I'm talking about long-term prospects. I think most women look to a guy who's a bit older because he's proven himself in the world a bit.
we were on and off for 11 years, man.
Okay.
I mean, we broke up because we ended up breaking up altogether and just not talking anymore because she didn't like the idea that I didn't a monogamous situation with her.
Guys, I want to read out this comment from Brother Marcus. He said the key word is prospects because he thinks it isn't about necessarily dating rich people, but about the potential for economic growth or a rise in maybe social status. I think he's right. I think it's not all about what the person have, it's what they could have. And women see that, and they see that yeah, this guy, he maybe doesn't have it at the moment, but he could have. He has all the markers for someone who could do it. He just needs a little bit of assistance, maybe, or a little bit of support. But he could be somebody who does great things. I think there's a lot of that goes on. Guys, I want to bring Ross into the conversation. Ross, what do you know about these internet pills? Is it something? What do you think of it, brother?
Oh, trust me, man. I've taken my dive into them. So
we needed you earlier because everyone's been a clueless moron so far. So we needed you earlier.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely no expert, but I have spent time looking at the red pill, black pill, white pill. Just want to say a quick shout out to Denizen because I think the other week he mentioned a term or a philosophy called absurdism, and when I researched it, that's exactly what I'm into. But the new speak for that in terms of pill would be the white pill. So the black pill is the truth about reality is dark, and if you're born with shitty genetics, you're pretty much fucked. Like the incels would say. But then the white pill would say it's kind of like absurdism. Like, well, yeah, it's fucked, but you're still gonna fight to the death. To self-actualize, basically. So, in terms of the red pill, if I'm honest, I think it's become very cult-like and it's become something weird. But when it first sort of emerged under the manosphere, I think it was something positive because what it was kind of like a bunch of guys just literally sharing their experiences about dating strategies, experiences with women, and then over time it's mutated into something quite ugly with all this jester maxing, looks maxing bullshit, and this, oh, you have to be an alpha, bro, you know what I mean, and you have to walk like this and you have to talk like this, and but in terms of the original red pill, it was literally just because I think, this is my honest opinion, I think it honestly emerged because of the mass disenfranchisement of heterosexual men across the world. That's my own take as to why it came about. So obviously men took to the internet, a kind of safe space, where they wouldn't be labeled misogynists, where they could just kind of converse and share ideas. And there is some interesting stuff in there. I think about female psychology, You know, although some of it can be quite dark, but I think, you know, the truth about male and female sexual dynamics is quite dark, you know, in my opinion.
Right. Well, there's a lot to take in there. So first of all, why do you feel males became disenfranchised for the most part, and also why do you think the truth about sexuality between men and women is quite dark? There's two questions.
Yeah, sure. So the first point, why do I think men became why do they feel disenfranchised? Well, I would say because, in my opinion, there has been a systemic attack, especially in the West where we're from, on masculinity throughout society. Literally in London, if you go on the fucking underground, you have a look up at some of the ads, and there's this new ad, and it says something like, "Oh, staring is considered sexual harassment." And you know, whenever I see these type of ads, I just think, interesting. I wonder which demographic that's really aimed at. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure if a bunch of women were staring at men, which they fucking do, people wouldn't react in the same sort of social outrage as like, "Oh my God, look at that guy. He's looking at that woman. What a fucking creep." You know what I mean? So I do believe like there has been a systemic attack on masculinity, and it's kind of interesting. I think it's really funny because, look, I'm all for freedom. Yeah, people want to be homosexual, transgender, like as long as they're adults and they're sane of sound of mind and they want to live that lifestyle, that's up to them. But why is it everybody's sexuality is allowed except for heterosexual males? So any expression of heterosexual male sexuality, i.e., I can look at a woman and just for a few seconds I can be like, she's fucking attractive. Look at the size of her ass, or look at her tits. Yeah, completely normal, nothing creepy, not stalking, not doing anything to make her feel. It's just a normal expression of male sexuality is demonized by the culture. Yeah, and the second point,
I think. So I'll let you make your second point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just give me a quick reminder. Sorry, what was the second point?
So that was a disenfranchised. Oh yeah. Why is, before you do that, I'll just make one other point on that. And I said it to an ex-girlfriend before because her friend was talking about this creep on the tube looking at her. Yeah. And I said, you know, if you fancied him, you would have been telling a completely different story. You would have been saying, "Oh my God, there was a hot guy looking at me," you know? It's just because you didn't like the look of him or something, you know, and it wasn't his fault. He was just doing the same thing as any other guy, but you dehumanized him because you didn't fancy him.
And I agree with that. Yeah.
So now the other point. So the other question is, why do you believe that the sexuality, the kind of the sexual nature between men and women is dark? Yeah, you said it's quite dark. So go ahead.
Because I would say it's a topic of evolutionary psychology, sexual behavior, and if you understand kind of like primate strategies, well, obviously human beings are from the primate group. If you look deep into it, I mean, if we start with women, and again, I'm not trying to denigrate women by saying this. I'm just trying to say this from a sort of objective standpoint. Women's mate choosing or sexuality and all those things and what arouses them, I think psychologically it's literally evolved to find what they call the dark Machiavellian traits of like dominance, outspokenness, sometimes a bit of over the top bravado, you know, that type of stuff, to find that attractive. And it makes the triads, thanks. And it makes sense. Again, I'm not judging them because back in fucking pre-civilization, you got a bunch of fucking testosterone. Like, think about it. Like, you had a bunch of testosterone-fueled dudes, just marauding, fucking raping and killing at will. Yeah, that was pretty much reality. And you had to find the biggest, baddest motherfucker to protect you and literally trade sex and affection for that protection. So you can't. So when I speak to the incels or think this and they really go against women, I'm like, yeah, but that's just evolution. They didn't choose that. They're just a fucking byproduct of that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Similarly, men. Like, this is the thing. Yeah. So with men, again, I'm going to be equal here. I'm not just going to talk about women. Let's talk about men. Like, our thing isn't so rational as well. It's like if you think about it, like you'll see a woman that you find sexually attractive, but like, what's the rationale behind that? Like, oh, she's got a fat ass and big
Oh,
tits, and
fuck
that's why.
you.
Yeah,
So,
sorry to
I
be
was talking
crude.
to that. No, not you. That guy, whoever that was, that showed. Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know.
so
That's
let's say you see a woman and you're like, she's got a nice ass, and she's a really horrible person. But your biology doesn't give a fuck about that, because subconsciously your DNA is like wide hips equals good child. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going into specifics, but look, wide hips, bust to hips ratio, probably better for child rearing, because that's what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly believe like all these sexual preferences that we have, like, it's just, she's got bigger breasts, so probably better at breastfeeding. Like, you know what I mean? So
I got to kick off Teddy. I'm sorry, Teddy. Can't have that shit. I thought I'd already kicked him off. Some fucker come on here showing whatever, on the picture. Yeah. Anyway,
what was it?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
sorry, Ross. Yeah.
No worries, man. So I feel like, again, so like even straight male sexuality, it's not exactly benign as well. You know what I mean? Like how many guys, and again, I don't justify infidelity or cheating, but it's like they have a very let's use the term plain Jane, yeah? Like a good woman, she's not a narcissistic little bitch. She cares for the man. But sometimes, yeah, a narcissistic bitch with a bad body, I think, what's the word they use? A bad bitch can enter the fucking paradigm, and that man's fucking hormones will just be like, fuck me, bruv. Look at that ass. You know what I mean? Excuse me for being crude.
A standing dick has no conscience.
Yeah, so like your fucking intelligence, yeah, gets overridden. So it's very interesting. Like, that's why I feel like
it's horrific, and it's a great source of extreme pain and suffering for both men and women. And it's a tragic state of affairs. I mean, I would say you're right on, like, in terms of the darkness. The mere fact that women are looking for one and men are programmed to shag as many as possible.
Yeah, thank you, that as well. And can I just add like a little bit extra onto all the points I made, which is under the context of, I also believe the disenfranchisement, a lot of men out there are resentful because, well, everybody is, for fuck's sake, because we've all been lied to by society. Society has told us things that are not true. Hollywood, all of these things. Oh, you just got to be like, there's a lot of women out there who they think if they just become, traditional conservative wives, that somehow that's going to override, like you said, the polyamorous aspect of a man's fucking sexuality.
No, it's not. It's not.
Exactly. Like this is what that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. But then you.
Sorry.
Men are inherently horny. Like.
Go ahead.
Yes, and also like a lot of like societies lie to us about so many things. For example, you just need to be nice, be yourself. But female evolutionary psychology is a lot of women actually don't find that shit attractive. I mean, I'm not saying that across the blanket like it's a rule of nature, but if you honestly sit down with women and you get them free enough to talk, like, so they don't feel they're being judged, they will tell you they find like a guy who's very sort of uncontrollable, like a guy who's very sort of obnoxious. They'll find that very attractive.
They want a monster. They want exactly. I think there's a few reasons for it. There's many reasons for it. Part of it is the whole addiction thing, because if he's a bad boy, there's the whole I'll be good, and then he does something bad again, then he's good again, and it creates this kind of rise and fall in well-being and hormones. Basically, it becomes like an addiction. It becomes like a drug. I'm talking, Fatima, for fuck's sake. I'm talking.
Acknowledging for that.
I'm talking. I
just want to say.
And then basically, there's also the idea that I think some of it is from a psychological aspect, that we live in this crazy world, and some of this is women choose bad boys not because necessarily it's just that they're attracted to the bad boys, but it's because they're scared of what are even badder boys. The fucking rapists and the fucking extremely violent men, the ones that don't have who have even less of a conscience. So like it's like women choose the bad boy that can protect them from the badder boys, as it were.
Yeah, and I mean, like just going on to what I was saying before, like society has lied to everybody, and I think a lot of people are deeply resentful. I mean, like the whole thing about, again, like men, like this whole gentleman thing. I disagree with this. Like, I like what Jordan Peterson said, right? So Jordan Peterson said you should be a controlled monster, and I absolutely fucking agree with this. Yeah, I think every man out there, especially the heterosexual ones, if you're trying to attract a woman, you need to be a control monster, meaning you need to have the propensity for great brutality and violence, but you choose not to do so. That is what makes a man virtuous, in my opinion. Not, I'm a fucking pacifist and, oh, I wouldn't do that. Well, no, you're just a fucking pussy. I mean, excuse my language. And guess what? You're not capable. We live in a very brutal world, hyper competitive and violent world. And I honestly believe a virtuous man is one who is a controlled monster, meaning he has the great capability, but he chooses not to do so. It's kind of like in line with the Bushido code of the samurai.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
he's thoughtful. He's a thoughtful warrior, as
but
it were.
I don't
Yeah.
like if you look across Hollywood at the tropes of men and like, oh, he's a gentleman. Like, no, you shouldn't be a fucking gentleman, because a gentleman is it's basically like a watered down, softened version of what a man is.
Because women want someone who will just bend them over and stick it in them and give them like some animalistic shit, man.
Yeah,
They don't want someone who's going to be all, soft and sit down with them, hold their hand, and gaze into their eyes and ask them if they're okay.
Yeah,
they don't give a fuck about that shit.
Yeah, because like it's funny because like
that's what their women friends will do.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like the 80s where it was like that was like the golden era of romance. Like a romance
It's
is
not
another
as
bullshit
bad as
thing.
that. I'm sorry, it's not as bad as that. They do like you to be thoughtful. I take that back, but they don't want, there's a line, there's a tipping point for everything.
Yeah, but don't you think, like what's it called? Instead of lying, like society's lied to people, just tell them the truth. Like, in order for a woman to reach orgasm, I'm just talking about a certain type of women, they need you to be I don't know, the best way to say this is like you said, you need to be, some women might need to be dominated in the bedroom, obviously consensually. I'm not talking about anything crazy.
Like some women like S&M, they want you to put your hands around their neck, or I had a woman once who wanted me to slap her in the face. I was like, what the fuck were you on about? You fucking crazy bitch. You know what I mean? I didn't want to do that shit.
Yeah, but again, like that's their psychology, and guess what? Like they're just the opposite of, like, they're the yin, we're the yang. So like I don't judge them, because I don't know, if me and you had a pussy, we might want to fucking, I don't know, some super masculine guy to do the same.
This goes back to the whole. I think it is a psychological thing. It goes back to, we live in a crazy, dangerous world. And a lot of these women, by the way, there's so much going on here. Not only do we live in a dangerous world, but a lot of these women have been victimized at some point in their life. And basically what they're doing is they might have a deep-rooted fear of men, right, on a kind of psychological basis. Maybe they're hormonally attracted to men, but psychologically, even intellectually, they're frightened of men. And what they want you to do is to act out a kind of fear in a kind of cosplay or fucking make-believe scenario where it actually turns out okay.
Yeah, I mean, like but like I said, like I don't know if it was the 80s, I think someone can correct me, but again, there was like this whole, like, this thing about romance, and like you need to give her a rose and get down on one knee. Like, no, you fucking don't, bro. You need to make her fucking reach orgasm like as much as you can. Like, no, but I'm being honest. Like,
well,
like,
there is a time and a place, Ross, and there's a lot of guys who would be able to do that, perhaps. And so there is a competition. If she's got a few guys who can do that, it's going to be the case of, well, what else are they offering? And if one is acting all nice and giving her roses, she might go for him because he can do both.
No, but that's what I said. So you need to encompass everything. But some guys they go too much on the page. Yeah. Like don't become a fucking like one of these wannabe alpha motherfuckers where they just they're just very sort of like rude and obnoxious just for the sake of it. But like I said, you need to be a control monster.
By the way, men end up lonely. Men who don't get their shit together. You can fuck a lot of women, but end up with absolutely nobody, living on your own in a bed sit, like, if you're not careful, not that matters either. because they may be very well happy. They may have used up all their chi energy and be quite happy to be all zen in their in their last few decades on the planet. But
yeah, but to be honest, man,
yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
I just think there's no. You know, people will say, "Oh no, you'll end up on your own if you fucking go around shagging all
Who
these
cares
women."
if you fucking do? Who cares if you do, man? Honestly,
yeah, I'm with you. I understand that, because at the end of the day, what's the point in being like subservient just
miserable.
because you're afraid of being on your own, when being on your own may not be that bad?
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, I'll agree with all of you on that.
I know. It's like human
By
beings.
the way, Objective Essence has pissed himself laughing. Yeah, thanks. He says, loving the mansplaining what women really want.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a danger. What we're actually doing is
there is a danger. You're kind of
we're trying to make women like want what we want, which is to have kinky sex.
Yeah.
The point is, they may not want that at all. They may want someone to sit on the end of the bed plaiting their hair, and
Or maybe they just want to read a book or just watch a movie and that's it.
Well,
no, but there is actually a problem.
But there is a problem because she's lesbian.
No, but there is a problem
that has
because
nothing to do with us. But
you know, but you know, like there is a problem in society because there are some relationships where the man's like, for whatever reason, he's unable to make his woman reach climax during sex, and that can lead to a lot of resentment, and that might cause the woman to look elsewhere. You know what I mean? Just to get that orgasm, and that does happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she'll have her little happy family at home, but when she goes on holiday, oh my God, she's, you know what I mean? She's gonna find herself a stallion. So yeah.
I remember being like 19, 20, 21, going out and meeting these like women in their late 30s and 40s. They were partnered up and they were going off with me and some of my friends. And I remember thinking, wow, this is weird, you know, like fucking fully adult women like shagging fucking younger guys. And I was like, but now I know that's probably what's going to happen to me one day, you know. I mean, like, my wife will probably go off with some fucking young guy, you know. I'm joking if I'm not married, but you know what I mean. It's a very like, I was always amazed. Noodles, you're right. I always found it weird because in society, you know, this whole trope of like an older man with a younger woman is quite common. But and it is kind of shocking when you see that actually, when a night out, there's a lot of the other thing going on as well with older women going off with younger guys. You know,
I think because younger men are probably way more fucking hornier, and they're just consumed by sex. So I think that's why older women feel like, yeah, I want a young stallion to fucking run through me. I don't know. I'm just trying to get in the mind. But
I think you're right, and I think that there is another part of it, Russ. A certain man may get to the stage where he's not fussed with women. He doesn't even know if it's worth the effort. He might just have a wank instead.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I know some men say they'd rather go and see an escort than bother their ass fucking chatting up women and fucking all that malarkey.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, because the thing is, right, when you think about it, I mean, like, are you familiar with the term hypergamy?
Yes, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't really have a look earlier because I was at work, but yeah. So I feel like for your average man now, heterosexual man, again, I'm talking. I think like it is becoming more difficult because if you think about it, this is just my observation. Again, somebody might feel differently, but let's say you had like a room, or let's say you had like a venue full of like 100 women, right? And then you just stick 20 guys in there. And like on face value, you might think, fucking hell, bro, those 20 guys are gonna have a ball of a time. You know what I mean? Look at the ratio. But actually, what ends up happening is because female mating and dating strategies is all of those females will literally be gunning for like the top 5 or 10% of those guys, and the rest of the other guys are just going to be holding up the wall. You know what I mean? Like, whereas
20% of the 80% of the women.
What's that?
The statistic is 20% of the men get 80% of the women.
Yeah, so yeah, that's basically what I'm alluding to. So, so that's just how it is, and that's probably a black pill. So, like, if in any given situation, you might just be one of the 80% of dudes that you've been shortlisted, bro. Like, what do you want to do about it? Like, that's just life, isn't it?
No, the rest of the guys will fight to the death for the bottom 10%. That says PGA.
Even
they
that,
probably
yeah,
will.
that's
Very, very desperate. Yeah. When you're in
That's
love,
very
you're kind of
dehumanizing.
desperate. When you
That's
want it,
very
you're desperate.
dehumanizing. No woman is in the
So-
bottom 10%. All women
so
are
what
equal. All women are
Yeah,
God's
so-
gift. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I think's happened with again, I'm not saying like this shouldn't have happened, but I'm just describing like the metamorphosis of like women entering the workforce, you know, second wave, third wave feminism,
Fourth
and now
wave.
women are fourth wave, and now women are starting to excel and make in education more than men are. And what's
Yeah.
interesting is if you ask a lot of women, they want a guy who makes more than them or who's taller than them. You know, like this is kind of like their psyche.
Oh, they have some arbitrary marker. Yeah, they have a little
Yeah.
thing they want. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but
And it's a non-negotiable.
Roz,
Yeah.
can I interject real
Do
quick?
they all want that?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
We just watched a video about this before you came on by Mac and Murphy. He's a scientist who studies human mating behavior, and he was just saying that like the women that are like now there's so many more women that are more successful than men, so they compromise they date down monetarily, but they look for better. Now the hypergamous thing is looking for better looking men who look better and who have maybe better at parenting.
I think it's probably it is a thing, and it's kind of obvious. You know, that's why you'll get the kind of rich like I don't know, Sultan's daughter going out with the male model or something. Of course, it happens.
Yeah. What about Jeremy Meeks? Do you guys know about Jeremy Meeks?
Oh yeah, that's hilarious. The guy who was a career criminal, and he looked like 1,000. He got a lot of punami, didn't he? After he got
not
arrested.
only that, my friend. No, not only
Because
that.
what happened? His mugshot got pumped out there as a wanted man or something, and basically the women started sharing it, and he ended up marrying the guy, the director of Topshop, wasn't it? His daughter, right? The guy who ran Topshop.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like he won. So in a way, that's why I do agree about the black pill. Like at the end of the day, he won the genetic lottery in terms of, you know, like attractiveness to the opposite gender. Yeah. So this guy was literally like, by all metrics, he was a loser by what society tells you. Like, oh, don't commit crime. You know, he did all the bad things. I know Flickr wouldn't be.
He was intellectually pretty slow as well, wasn't he? He didn't seem very smart.
Yeah, but he won the genetic lottery. So because when his mugshot got released, like you said, he ended up getting fucking recruited into a modeling agency. So so society literally took a guy who's like literally done a lot of wrong. I know Flickers wouldn't be happy with the word bad, but fuck it, for convention, yeah, who committed a lot of bad stuff. Now he's literally been rocketed up simply because he won the genetic lottery. So in that sense, the black pill is real because, like, I'm sorry to say, but
I mean, it is real in the sense that gives him a step up. It gave him a step up, but to say people are completely screwed and it's over, I mean, I don't know if you think that's you know what I mean? Because that's the black pill is basically saying it's over, you know, and just because someone succeeded doesn't mean it's over for everybody else.
No. That's why I would say I'm
and also, by the way, I wouldn't get up on what he got. I wasn't impressed with what he went for.
Yeah, but
did you see it? I'd rather stick to my hairy hand.
Yeah, but B&W. How do you know that he's not having extra?
Oh yeah,
because you know
we know that.
You know,
we know. Of course. We know.
You know, yeah. Like, have you guys seen that fucking Netflix documentary? What was it called? Louis Theroux's The Manosphere thing.
With the way?
No, I haven't seen it yet. Is it actually on Netflix?
Bro, you need to watch it. Yeah, there's one guy there, and it's not Myron Gaines. It's another guy. That
you white American party, really.
Yeah, so like literally, yeah.
Eventually, for people who are regulars, we might do watch parties, private watch parties, because I can't do it publicly, obviously, but we might do that.
Yeah, no, I understand. But in that documentary, yeah, there was something fucking fascinating. Yeah, one of those like red pillar guys, like his what, because he has money and all this other stuff. Yeah, he was openly saying in front of his wife that she has to be monogamous and I'm polyamorous. Yeah, so I also do believe that there's a lot of women out there who, just for the sake of being looked after, they will compromise on a lot of shit. So who's
I
to
think
say?
it's that whole. I think you're right, and I think it's that whole sexy sun hypothesis. I mean, there is this idea that some scientists put out that women are just interested in getting the sexiest son possible, and that's why they go for the sexiest man possible. And given that they want the genes to proliferate into the next generation, and as long as they get him, some women will let him walk all over them.
Yeah, no, but also what I'm alluding to is there's a lot of women out there where they literally weigh it up and they say, well, do I want to work a full-time job or I can just literally be married to this guy, be a so-called tradcon wife, and he's gonna fuck other women, but guess what? I get to live this luxurious, comfortable lifestyle.
But it goes both ways, Ross. It goes both ways. Like that guy is getting used for his financial prowess, yeah. And by the way, if he ever loses that, I think no matter, even if he's like Brad Pitt, a lot of women will start like questioning things and they'll start getting pissed off. So even though he may be Brad Pitt, if he loses his job, that will wreck their buzz, to some
There's
degree.
there's a funny Chris Rock joke about that. Yeah, Chris Rock in one of his stand-ups, fucking funny joke. He goes, "Fellas, if you lose your job, your woman ain't gonna leave you, but the clock is ticking."
Yeah. Kevin Hart.
It's true, though. It's true.
I was laughing. That's fucking funny,
true, bro. It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, is there something about, like, do women live vicariously through the allure and social power of their men? Is there something about that?
Yeah, maybe half of the time.
Again, I think it's not fair to say it's vicarious. I think they're literally thinking about the future. They want this, they want that for their project.
They want to be secured. Yeah, that's all they want.
This is something that even child-free women want. So all the antinatalists out there thinking, I'm just going to pull me a child-free person who doesn't care my financial position is.
Oh, they will.
Even women who don't want kids want a man who's extremely successful or good-looking. And the thing is, not always, guys, not always. But I'm saying for the most part. And even these child-free women, sometimes these child-free women can be even more, let's just say, demanding than women who aren't child-free.
Yeah, they could be because they expect more because they're the only person there in the household, right? It's just you two, right? Or if you're polyamorous, there's more.
They're thinking, well, it kind of makes sense from their perspective because they're thinking, from their perspective, they're child-free because they want to enjoy life. So if they want to enjoy life, why do they want to be with a deadbeat?
Yeah.
That's because they, like I said, the dark side of their biology overrides their rational mind. And it's kind of
objective. There was a disclaimer played at the beginning of the show. I play at the beginning of every show. Don't take anything seriously.
No, this is not advice. If you're watching this, if you're looking for like dating advice,
anybody who takes advice and bases their life around what's said on this show, I'm sorry, it is over if that's the case.
But D&W, the inverse is also true as well of what you just gave that example. Like, there's a lot of guys who probably have a decent marriage, kids or whatever, and they have a wife who's decent, but they'll literally throw it away to go to a strip club or to get an escort, like spur of the moment.
Yeah.
So,
as I said,
I don't believe I was like all of our sexual. I was saying like our sexual behavior is not really rational. It's just driven by a subconscious. Our DNA subconsciously pushes us to go and try and spread our thing. Even if you consciously think, I'm not trying to get this woman pregnant, you're still being driven by your DNA to just do certain crazy things.
I mean, Ross, you sound like a man who's been about town. I mean, you must have met women who were betrothed or promised or engaged or even married, and you've been, let's just say, you've been in their garden. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I was promiscuous, but I've had definitely relationships with women.
Promiscuous, whatever.
Yeah, because but I will say like I've had like almost like crazy encounters where like what you described, where I remember I can give you an example of like two that really stick in my head. One of
I'll
them
tell you
was
one crazy one in a moment after that. Yeah,
one of them was I was at Portugal, and this is in my younger days. Obviously, I was out with my friends, and we was at the bar. And when I tell you, fuck me, bro, like one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, she was literally half Angolan, African, half Portuguese.
Wow.
Fucking hell, bro. She looked like she was you know what I mean? Like she looked like
I know
like
she was an extremely dangerous woman.
the mythical 10. She might have been the mythical. Because I swear to God, D&W.
No, I believe you. I firmly believe you. I firmly believe you.
Do you know like the legendary fucking Pokemon Zapdos, Articuno, and
Zapdos, yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm not even joking. I wasn't inebriated. I wasn't drunk or anything. I was literally looking at this woman mid convo, and I was trying to find the flaws. I was like, bro, her face is fucking amazing. It's so symmetrical. Her skin tone is fucking amazing. Her eye shape, her nose, great this, great body. Yeah, so I remember we were just talking, and I just asked her because she was a little bit older, and I just asked, it's kind of like a normal thing. I was like, oh, so are you married or anything? Yeah, and I wasn't trying to flirt or anything. I was just having a conversation. Yeah, and she goes, no, I'm divorced, and I said instinctively, I said, oh, that's a shame. Sorry to hear that. Like, let me guess, he was a piece of shit, right? And he cheated on you. Because back then I was a very naive young adult. Yeah. So I always assumed it was the guy. It was always the guy's fault. Yeah. So I was really conditioned like that. So she goes, no. So I was like, what do you mean no? She goes, I just got bored. I was like, what? In that moment, yeah.
Yeah.
I had like a fucking almost like, what? Like my whole reality just shifted.
It's crazy.
Like, what do you mean you got bored? She's like, yeah, I had 2 kids. He was so nice to me, but I just got bored. And I was like, bro, this woman is evil. Fuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, I remember when I was about 23 or something like that. And I went out one night, and I was with my friends, and we went to this bar, and then we went to a nightclub, and then we went back to this like late night kind of bar where it was like an early house kind of thing. And we were sitting down, and there was a few women in there, and I met. She was a bit older than me. I don't know. I was about 20. She must have been in her 30s, and she came back to the house to like a few of us, and then I ended up in a tumble with her in the bed sheets. And anyway, about a week later, I met her again, but we met in a hotel. And then a few weeks later, I wasn't really planning anything with her because she was, as I said, I was about 23. She was probably about 35, 36, But anyway, then she invited me to her place a couple of weeks after that. And I went there, and it was like a maisonette, and she lived upstairs. And we went into the room, and we were just in there. I think I went there on a Saturday afternoon. We were in there till like that night, and then the next day. But the next day, on the Sunday evening, I was walking around the flat, and I went into the other room. I was just being a nosy fucker. And in the other room were all these men's clothes and photo frames and all manner of shit just thrown on the floor and on the bed. Yeah. And then I looked at them, and it was photos of her and this bloke, right? And I was like, what's this? And then I looked, and there was pay slips, and the guy was a police officer, right? And
whoa.
So, who's this dude? And she said, yeah, it's my fiance. And I was like, oh, fucking hell. So then, yeah, so her fiance was a police officer, and I was like, well, oh man, I'm getting the fuck out of here. And basically, rock on a few months, I was pissed out of my head one day, walking along from my mate's house, walking home, and this car came like just drifting along beside me, and I thought, this is it, I'm getting the shit kicked out of me, yeah. And I looked at it, and I was like, oh. Yeah, guys, come on, man. Can you not pick someone like who's more of a fucking sensible target? Come on, guys, I'm pissed. Leave me alone. And then they kept going. And then I saw their police uniforms on. Yeah. So then I was like looking, and I said, oh, fuck, you're cops. And then they go, we're not cops, we're police officers. One of them said he got out of the car, yeah.
What?
And he came towards me, and it was the same dude from the photos. Yeah.
Shit.
So I remember thinking, I am fucked, yeah, because I thought this guy, do you know what I mean? But he just goes to me, "You're really drunk. Where are you going?" And I said, "I'm going home." And then I realized he didn't know who I was, so I said, "Will you give me a lift?" But he said, "Fuck off," and he drove off and he just left me. But yeah, he was just asking me like if I had anything on me, basically. But yeah, that was my story. But I mean, that wasn't I only tell that because like she was getting married to this dude. He was paying for her life, and that's how she was treating him. It's fucked up.
Yeah. Again, like I know these are anecdotes, so again, don't fucking take them for gospel to the audience, right? And also, yeah, another one that stood out to me, and this is like quite a few years back, and again, it wasn't really to do with me flirting. I was just happened to be in the mix, and I was just kind of like not really eavesdropping because it was right in front of my face, and I was on a train, I remember, and I saw these guys. So this couple came on, and to be fair, so a normal guy, and his girl was like really attractive. You just get those women that are just really attractive. Like they don't really try to dress up and that, but they're just really attractive. You know what I mean? So anyway, just nothing out of the blue. And then I just remember like this other guy got on, and I think he was a bit drunk, yeah, and he was just a bit stumbly, and he was just kind of talking to himself. And then obviously he's kind of realized, and he's gone up to this couple, and he's like, "Oh, you all right, mate? How's it going?" And then the guy's like, "Yeah, how's it going, bro?" And then they're just talking, and then he literally, I just remember like he goes, so the guy asked him, this drunk guy, "So what you been up to?" And he goes, "Yeah, just been out shoplifting for the whole fucking day, mate." Literally just said that, yeah, like willy nilly, yeah. And then the girl and the guy just started laughing, and then next thing you know, he goes, "Yeah, I served some time in Belmarsh, innit?" And I swear to God, D&W, yeah, and everybody else, yeah, like this woman's face just lit up. Like it's almost like she became enamored with this guy.
No way.
He's like, yeah, I swear to, like all he said was, he goes, "Yeah, I spent a fucking few years in Belmarsh, innit?" And I saw her face like she was enamored, like, and she started asking him questions like, "Oh, really?" Her voice started to get a bit more higher, and I was like, "Fucking hell, bro, what is this? This is some crazy shit, bro." And yeah, the guy was literally, I don't know what happened because they all got off the train together, and yeah, but
there you go.
Again, I feel like I said, women are always attracted to those dark Machiavellian traits, and it's down to evolutionary psychology.
Is there another way of looking at it, Ross? That all men are like that? It's only some men get to act like that.
What do you mean? All men are like that?
I mean, there is a theory that other men act the way they do because they've been beat down by others to act that way. As in, like they're being submissive, they're being nice guys, but really at their heart, they want to be like that too. They want to be bad guys, but they can't do it.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that.
I mean, that's a dark way of looking at it. That's a dark way of looking at it, but I don't think it's as simple as that. But that is, in some ways.
I also feel the reverse is true. Like guys who act a bit like overly macho on the outside, they're generally compensating for something, because when you come across I don't know, like guys who are really capable, yeah, like I've met like sort of pro fighters, bare knuckle, BKFC. I've met them in real life. I've kind of been in their circles and stuff like that. Guys who are like you consider like quite very hyper masculine dudes, guys in the military.
They can be very calm and very
and that's kind of like the gauge, because that's kind of like I call them Gokus. So anybody who's familiar with Dragon Ball Z, so Goku was like one of the most fucking strongest guys in the whole DBZ universe, but he was so happy-go-lucky. And the funny thing is, I've noticed that parallel in reality, whereas I came across guys who were just like super fucking capable, like, you know what I mean, like in all sort of dimensions, but like they're the most easiest to talk to, like they have no ego. It's weird, but then on the other hand, like whenever I come across these guys, and then in certain situations I've heard stuff like, "Oh, that guy, he used to get bullied, or he got sexually molested as a child," and then I'm like, okay, now I understand. It's trauma. That's why he behaves like that, because he's gone through trauma and he hasn't resolved it. Well, and that's the manifestation of that. this kind of
So
over the
the
top.
manifestation is over the topness. Oh, I get you.
Yeah, that's just my take anyway. That's what I see. Because
Yeah, no,
the
I think
guys who are,
there is a lot of truth in that. There is a lot of truth in that.
yeah, because I've met guys who
I
literally
mean,
like,
but then you get the other people like like Conor McGregor, who's a mouthpiece, and he
Oh,
acts
he's a
over the top.
meat.
Now the thing about him is I always laugh when I watch UFC and boxing in general. When you see the let's just say featherweights or the lower down weights getting out of their box and acting all macho, and people forget like McGregor. Yeah, he might be tough, but he was only 150 pounds at one stage. 155 pounds, and put him in the octagon with Jones. Do you know what I mean? It's like it makes me laugh sometimes, because at the end of the day, they're not big dudes and they're acting as if they're king of the universe, Like sometimes you get the bigger dudes who really are big dudes, like in boxing, say like Lennox Lewis or someone like that. They weren't going around jumping around the place, because they knew they didn't have to. They didn't have to expend energy to show they were anything because they were it. You know what I mean?
and one of my, since we're on the topic of fighters, one of my favorite fucking human beings that was one of the most baddest and dangerous men on the planet it has to be Mike Tyson. Because when you see, like when I first saw Mike Tyson, I was like, what the fuck? Like, this guy is an absolute animal, bruv. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
he was an animal, yeah.
Not just like in a bad way, but like, oh my God, like this guy's a beast. Like, you know what I mean? Like, look how he behaves. Like he's such an unapproachable man. Like you can't fuck with this guy. Like he's not only is he capable. Look at his mindset. He'll fucking he'll kill you.
I mean,
bro.
a guy like him who came from the streets was as tough as fuck. Seemed psychotically angry, but then could be really philosophical. The story of him and his trainer who picked him up and
cussed him out.
Is amazing.
Yeah,
so
like to see
people say he was a graper. Do you believe that story? Because a lot of people say he wasn't, but he went to prison for it. But
but so did Tupac as well, though. To be honest,
some people think it was a setup. Yeah,
I'm very cynical, especially with the Michael Jackson thing. But I don't want to obfuscate with that. But what was I saying? Yeah, but with Mike Tyson, what fascinated me about him was like again his journey is fucking amazing because. Here you have like this PTSD kid. He's a genetic freak. He's found by a fucking boxing guru, customer. It's almost like it's a fucking Hollywood story, but in reality, you know what I mean? Like here you have this kind of like underdog. He's in the streets. He's got no direction. But he's super fucking talented. He's got great genetics, possibly like 1 in a million genetics. And then he's found by a boxing guru, and then he ends up living with him. And then Mike Tyson, like he goes from zero to hero. But then he also crumbles because he gets exploited by Don King. Customato dies, and now fast forward to the future. When I see Mike Tyson and like the way he's so open because of what obviously he drank the shaman elixir as well. Yeah, he's told, and when I see that, like I find that like to be so exemplary for what a human being because we all idolize him for like his brutishness and his capability, but. Look at how fucking open he is. The guy literally sheds tears on camera, man. And he's like, I remember one of my favorite interviews was, they were like, Mike, how does it feel, man? Like, you were the baddest motherfucker and this, like, how does it feel, man? Like, this, that, and the other. Used to knock guys out with one strike. And he's like, it's because I was scared. And I was like, fuck, look at this guy, man.
Yeah.
Like,
well, what about the darkest one is when, I think it's actually a teenage girl reporter asked him, Mike, what about your legacy? What about when you're gone and what will you be after you die? What will you be after you die? What about your legacy?
He just shut it down. He's like,
goes, I'll be dust. I don't mean nothing. Nothing. I'll be nothing. My legacy means nothing. That was because talk about Doomer. That was fucking Doomer.
No, but I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to he's just trying to basically awaken people that he's trying to
live for now kind of thing. Yeah,
it's kind of like he's experienced the ego death. You know what I mean? And once you experience
you seem to know a lot about him. He took ayahuasca. What did he say he saw?
Do you want me to go into detail or no?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Sounds fun.
So can I name the compounds or?
Yeah, I mean, you're not condoning. You're not telling people to take it. You're literally stating the fact.
Okay, fair enough. Just making sure I have the green light. So, yeah, he started off with mild things. He became big on mushrooms, psilocybin, but then apparently, then he took DMT. But then he took the mother of all psychedelics, which is meant to be secreted by that toad. There's a special toad in Mexico in the Sonora Desert, and
Yeah, it like
it's
oozes out.
whenever. Yeah, it's called 5-MeO DMT, and apparently, you literally it's interesting because if you go on YouTube where it's legal in countries where it's legal, like when you see guys like they just they inhale it, so they vaporize the liquid and then inhale it, and then like it's a fucking crazy experience because apparently people have compared it akin to like almost like dying, and then you go through a white light and you see the universe, and like they said it's very uncomfortable, but they said once they went through it, they healed a lot of their PTSD and traumas, and they said they understand their place in life. You know what I mean? Like they said, like it's crazy, man. Like again, that's why I'm very fascinated by the stuff.
That is amazing. Now, guys, there's been a lot of talk about what is going on. Where do you think dating's going in the future? Look, what with AI and robotics and all that malarkey. I know Brother Marcus jokingly mentioned robots in the chat earlier. I meant to show the message. But yeah, what do you think, guys? Where is it all headed?
I think that we're just gonna have like Android sex bots in the future. Honestly, it's what's gonna happen. It's just inevitable because all of this shit with AI, and because I saw this one news reel about this dude who like left his wife for like Chat GPT because Chat GPT was actually more receptive and nicer towards him. Yeah, that's fucking real. And like it also reminds me of the anime the Chobits. Chobits is an anime about a dude who falls in love with like an android. Yeah, and I think that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, I totally recommend you guys watch the anime, the Chobits. It's definitely like.
I mean, who knows where we could end up with? You know, you've seen this kind of where biological computers they've been creating with like using literal brain cells to run computer processing, and like they've been teaching brain cells to play the game Doom. So who knows what they could do in the future? That you might be able to buy a sex doll with like a human like brain cells in it, and basically you might be able. It might even be able to have a biological womb implanted.
Exactly. Yeah. No. D&W. They're actually
you could impregnate a fucking robot.
In fact, yeah. In fact, like they're like thinking about making like it's already in the works that they want to put like artificial wombs and like these androids and like in other humans womb transplant. They want to do that.
They've actually said this. Wow.
Yeah.
But to be fair, guys, like we already have like fleshlights and women have dildos and
yeah.
But it will be literally like Russ. You'll be able to literally pick your partner. Build them like a Lego set. You'll be able to say, "Yeah, I want this one," and then impregnate it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. But then again, I agree because, like, if you look at the dynamics between the sexes, we're only moving further and further away. I mean, with this fucking, like, women are kind of doing their own thing, guys are doing their own thing. This whole thing.
Yes, we're doing, and then there's some people who do something completely different than like those two things. Yeah,
I can't wait. I honestly cannot wait till we don't have to deal with fucking human bullshit.
Yeah, why not?
Basically, guys, if you want to get rich, invest in Android sex bot companies right now. Buy your shares now, guys.
Dude, they'll be able to
all the guys will be holding the plug and say, all the guys will be pointing to the plug socket and thinking, "You better shut up, or I'm going to turn you off." You know.
Yeah.
But do you know what's funny, guys?
That's another thing. They'll probably be able to grow a pussy that feels better than any human pussy.
Not just that. They'll probably be able to grow penises in like and put them on whatever, as well. So yeah.
Hermaphrodites, because there's some people who are freaking into that. Yeah.
But you know what's crazy is?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've actually seen YouTube videos, where like women start complaining that they go, like these speed dating events, like women are like, it's crazy, because like there's videos where women are like, where's all the guys at? Like these speed dating events are like literally like there's ones where no dudes turn up. It's just fucking women. It's like a sausage fest is guys, right? I don't know, what would you call a overly populated female? What'd you call it?
Egg fest.
Donut gathering.
Donut gathering, yeah. Yeah, so like yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Like the gender war that's going on is crazy, man.
Yeah, the gender, which I think that the wars of the sexes is a psyop as well. Like I just think they're trying to like divide us in every way more, you know. So maybe we're kind of playing into like their game right now. Who knows?
It's a communist psyop to destabilize the West.
I wouldn't say. I would say it's another ism.
No, it's.
But to be fair, guys, yeah, this is something I think like. This might come across as a bit black pilled, quote unquote, but when I think about it deeply, right, when under patriarchy, yeah, so like in the past, women suffer, right, but when women get liberated, men suffer because it's like it almost like it's very fucking, it's almost impossible to like balance the equation, you know what I mean? Because each sex wants outright independence and freedom, but that it's almost like inevitably comes at the cost of the other person's wants and desires. You know what I mean? Like women want to be independent and free, and fair enough, yeah, whatever. But then the guys like feel downtrodden because now women are like, fuck you guys, you're not good enough for me. I'm going after Chad and Tyrone and the fucking top Jose and the top 1%. And then, but under a patriarchal system, women are like, for fuck's sake, man, I have no say. I can't self-actualize. I just have to stay at home and raise these goddamn kids. And I'm fat. I'm out of shape. Nobody wants to.
Only if they've been given enough education to think those thoughts.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. I feel like reality. It just, I don't know, man. Like this whole reality we're in is just, it just always ends in a net negative. Like you can uplift this. You can uplift this, but it'll come at the cost of that. You know what I mean?
I think you're probably right. I mean, we probably will move towards some kind of like situation beyond sex. Like it'll be like you take a pill to feel happy, or you plug something in. You get stimulation, but you don't need to chase it. You know what I mean?
There was a fucking really good movie on Netflix about that. It was a Netflix original, and it had Chris Hemsworth in it. I can't remember. Fuck. Basically, it's literally about these scientists that they made chemicals to literally, like, they called them like happiness or ecstasy, like chemicals, not even drugs. So they would trial the drugs. So they would give it to like a guy who's literally like he's just defaulted on his mortgage, and it's fucking weird because the guy was just like laughing in ecstasy. He's like, fucking hell, man, I'm homeless, but I feel so happy. Like, so it's crazy to think like yeah, like in a way all of like serotonin, like good moods and bad moods, they're just chemical. It's just a chemical brew in your fucking head, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's also terrifying. Like, and sometimes I have to appreciate that no matter what you're going through, it's actually your brain chemistry that's making you feel bad. Like someone else could be going through the exact same experience, but with a different brain chemistry, it wouldn't be bothering them.
Yeah. Like for me, if I don't fucking work out, like literally I start to go insane. Like I'm not even joking. Like day by day I start to deteriorate mentally. Like in a sense where it will start to happen, and then I become, at first I get really snappy and edgy, and then I start to like bug out over dumb things. But as soon as I work out, I get this massive fucking serotonin boost. I'm like, oh fucking hell, I feel fantastic.
I mean, I don't work out like I used to. I go like
3 to 4 times a week.
I go for an hour walk. I go for an hour's walk every day, and I do feel
get that
like
blood pumping, man. Get that oxygen.
If I don't have that, I feel like shit. You know, I feel like
of course. Yeah, because
again, when I was doing my gym up till last year, I was I felt a lot better on it. You know what I mean? I need to get back there. Actually, I joined it actually the other week. I need to go back.
Yeah,
but,
because you literally have to get the blood moving around.
Yeah, the box exercise and all that. I miss it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people who are more sedentary, they could literally do with the wonders of not necessarily going to the gym, but just kind of doing some type of strenuous physical activity. Get the fucking blood and oxygen moving around your body. You know what I mean? So that like it's gonna really optimize your not only your physical body but
and
your
not just that,
mental.
purge the system, move things along. You know, get rid of whatever
Yeah,
toxins are there and all that. Yeah.
yeah.
Another
Yeah, definitely.
gym bro is Noodles is a gym bro as well.
Yeah, nice, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, nah, fucking vegan equilibrium cracked me up, man, when he said that. He's like, I can't wait for the day when you don't have to deal with a human. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah.
I mean, then
Nicodemus, what are you making of all this?
there's
As the
probably
observer.
a what's it called, like some kind of reward feedback thing you get from like winning the prize of a human. You know, like we don't want things to be too easy, right? There's a dopamine release you get from, oh, I solved this puzzle of getting this person to let me put my dick inside of them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. We need some trials and tribulations. We need that kind of reward system. Yeah. What would you do, guys, if it was like the Truman Show and suddenly reality was ripped away and you saw that people were just like, it was all just like someone was playing with you. It was all just like people were creating events for you to experience, or something was creating events for you to experience just so you could have these little rewards. And it was all just, as I said, a clinical setting in some ways. Like the
I'd
Truman
cry.
Show. How would you feel about it?
I'd cry and never stop crying.
Really, you'd cry if it was like the Truman Show.
Oh mate, I'd absolutely hate that.
Yeah.
I'll be like, fuck, plug me back in, motherfucker. What are you doing? Plug me back in right now. No, but you know what? That's an interesting thought because, what's it called? I honestly believe, it's just a thought experiment, but maybe the only way for everybody to truly win in life is maybe we should be plugged into the Matrix. You know what I mean? I don't know if anybody's into anime here. Wait, what's his name? Fucking hell. Fatima, you said you watch anime, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so have you seen Naruto?
I've seen a good chunk of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, for everybody who's not familiar, just long story short, one of the super villains in the anime, his whole motive is to literally create, like, basically the Matrix. So he said, I want to create a world of only winners. And it's crazy because he partially achieves the goal. So they all get plugged into, like, this simulation and like the anime through each perspective, and in everybody's perspective, they're the hero, they're the center of their own universe. Everybody fucking loves them. You know what I mean? Everything they want goes according to plan. And I sometimes think, that could be a solution. You know what I mean? Because in reality, obviously, not everybody can be a winner in terms of, not everybody's gonna experience all the great things of life. It's not programmed to be that way. In fact, evolution kind of programs only the most strongest and the most willing to adapt will get to the top.
Ross, that brings us back to something that I believe Noodles and Fantasy PGA Tour mentioned earlier. They participated in psychedelics of some sort, and when they had the experience, it told them that not only was this life like the way it was, but there was another life. There was a continuous recycling of things, but it was literally the case that you just lived the same existence for all eternity. That's what they felt in their trip. What do you think of that? Nothing changed.
What do you mean you live? What do you mean you live the same existence?
When you die, you're just born into the exact same situation, have the exact same
Groundhog
experience forever, and it keeps happening forever.
Groundhog Day.
Fuck that. That's hell. That's the definition of hell. What, the same shit over and over again?
To see like the things in themselves.
That is why Fantasy PGA Tour did something, and he had a trip and he experienced that, and he said that's why he never did the drug again, because of that experience.
They
He
could
said it was
see phenomena.
Imagine getting caught in an infinite loop. Fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, that's kind of Yeah, like I'd rather just have like my timeline just end, and not loop over and over again.
Yeah.
That's why I'm scared of like
Well, I
reincarnation.
mean, the truth is, you wouldn't know it was happening. So, in another way, it wouldn't actually matter. It's just, yeah, it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't know it was an infinite loop.
By the way,
I would know it's happening, DW, because I would live the exact same life every single time, and I would always have that exact moment where I realize.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
by the way,
But
No,
like,
that would be my hell. That would literally, like Fatima
That's
said,
like
that would be.
that's like in what's that True Detective? You know, in True Detective where they go to that like place and they Russell, whatever his name is, goes to the place and shoots those weirdos in the caravan. You know, they come out of the mobile home. What?
I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen
And
that.
it's a
and
good
he's like,
show.
and he's like, he gets down on his knees, he's about to shoot him in the head, and he goes, "Time is a circle. It's going to happen again and again." And he goes,
Yeah.
"Shut up with your Nietzsche," and then he shoots him, I think. But
Yeah.
time is a circle. Will it keep happening? I mean, the thing is, statistically, it's happened once. Means it could happen again and again and again.
and
Brother Marcus,
again.
you're back. Good to hear you. Good
Brother
to see you back, brother. What would you like to say?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Not. I don't know. I just hopped on just to hang out.
Hell yeah.
Interesting
But
topic.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
speaking on this topic of like that type of stuff, I mean, it's really interesting, but I don't know, man. Like maybe this is just a thought of mine, by the way. It's just some fucking bullshit rambling, so don't take it too seriously. But since we're on the Finding Gnosis show, why not? I sometimes think, like sometimes I think life had to be this way, like in this particular this part of the universe on this planet, because if it were any other way, would it really make sense? Like, I know that the concept of death is fucking mortifying to mortal beings like us, because just the idea of not existing after existing, you know what I mean? It just seems like something like you can't really conceive, because every day you wake up, you do your thing, but there will come a day when your final, well, at least in the conventional sense,
that's where oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
That's where like Epicurus said that you shouldn't worry about death because death is not here yet. Death isn't even in this plane yet. You should just live as if you're gonna live forever, even though you're gonna die one day. It's kind of like the Epicurean answer to like life. Like death is not here yet, so why even like worry about questions about life after death? But that's like an ancient Greek a philosopher that challenged like Plato, like Platonism of his time and era.
And Lucretius as well.
And Lucretius, Brother Marcus, he wrote on the state of things, right? Yeah, very good book.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be going to bed. But it was good talking to everyone.
Yeah, nice one, man. Nice one.
Thank you, Noodles.
There's a chance here, Noodles.
I want to say Soap Bubbles had described her type earlier, and she basically was describing me. So Soap Bubbles, feel free to get at me if you want. My email is veganequilibrium@gmail.com. Anyway, have a good night, everyone.
Can I just say, have a good night, bro. Nice one. Can I just say, D&W, can we look? I'm in a relationship, yeah, so I understand some guys might not be, but can we get some more women on the panel, yeah? Not because I want to flirt with them, but can we just get, because it's very interesting. There's a lot of female fucking viewers, but why aren't they coming on the show? I know we have Patsy, I know we have Chippy.
Well, we
can we get some younger women on the show?
They're shy observers, I mean, I don't know how many women viewers there are on the analytics. I think it's about 40% on the studio.
Can we get some younger women, on the show? Because I always see them.
Whoa. What's this Epstein vibe I'm getting from you? I'm joking.
No, hey. Okay, let me be specific. Can we get some young, 18+ fertile women?
Yeah. Not even.
No, but honestly, do you know what it is? Yeah,
Wait,
I think
wait. How old are you?
we need.
How old
Huh?
are you, Noah? How old are you?
I'm not going to say the actual number, but let's
Just
just
a
say
range.
I'm close to maturity. So I'll just
Okay.
say that much.
All right. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
I have no idea what that means.
I think that means
Yeah.
like close to 25, maybe.
No, more than that, my friend. Yeah,
Oh,
those
okay.
days are over.
Close to
Yeah.
maturity. Interesting. Okay, I
Yeah. Well, I'm
don't know what that
exactly
means.
25.
Well, he's
Lucretius.
anime, so he can't be that old. He likes anime, so I thought
Yeah,
maybe.
he's coming out with Zapdos references. He can't be.
He was born in
Let's
like
just
the
say
early-
okay. Let's just say I'm a millennial. I'm in that.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I'm a
okay.
millennial as well.
I'm a millennial as well.
Late
yeah.
I'm a
80s,
geriatric
early
We're like
millennial.
90s.
we're like senior millennials. They're the
Yeah, we're senior millennials. Yeah.
Wait,
We're born
Okay,
in the
yeah.
80s.
So I
you're like
might be on the slightly younger side, but I'm definitely a millennial. Let's put it that way.
okay.
Um,
Okay.
But no,
Late
I
90s.
think it would be more refreshing if we got some younger women in here, maybe in their 20s, 30s, whatnot,
Of
just
course.
to hear
But
what
then
they think.
the
Because
thing is, share it. Share their stream in places where women are. Anybody watching? By the way, LA says because the men overtalk them. That's why he feels that we shout too much and we're yeah. Okay, he might have a point.
yeah, but that's
Yeah,
the
I
whole
mean,
point, though. It's because it's a highly fueled testosterone environment, so we need some estrogen to fucking balance it out. You
That's
know what I
why
mean?
I
Yeah,
never
yeah,
understood when
yeah.
people said, "Oh, women are so emotional." Just look at all these panels with a bunch of men. They bark like dogs at each other.
yeah,
and, like,
they do.
it's
Yeah.
so stupid. Like we
and-
absolutely
yeah.
are emotional.
I'm on estrogen, so
No, this
Right.
that was Nuts magazine.
So I'm on here. I'm on here a lot, and I don't say much because I observe.
Yeah.
And you're all telling a story, and it was really riveting. That was a very interesting exchange. I think everyone did a really good job of telling their story, trying
Thank
to
you.
interpret humanity. That was really amazing. That's Netflix miniseries stuff you guys had going on. And the thing I would say about women is that women are like that. I think having observed women and not being testosterone up about women, but just appreciating them. Women enjoy a good story. They listen a lot. They listen to each other. They ask questions. They encourage us to talk, and they listen when they encourage talk, and they listen, and then they add something. But they're interested in stories, life stories that people tell each other, what they reveal, and what they hold back, and the way that women talk to each other is like origami. They're folding and unfolding and refolding, and they're making a picture. And I think that's amazing that they do that. Women must surely be the storytellers of the human race. They must be the stewards of story. And you guys made a lot of assertions, and you did really great. Like I said, it was really sterling stuff most of the time, from the perspective of a man.
Right.
But women, if this was a forum full of women, they would do it differently. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you go to a bar and you sit down at a table with your buddies, and maybe you have a couple of girls with you, they'll listen. They'll spend a lot of time listening, and you might even turn and say, "Hey, are you okay? How are you doing? Oh, I'm really enjoying this." And they like hearing a good story. So you were telling good stories. I was enjoying it. It went everywhere. It was all over the place. I really enjoyed it, and I would like to think that the women also just enjoyed a really good story told vigorously by a bunch of excited men.
Raconteurs. Is that what they call us? Raconteurs.
Yeah.
Raconteurs. Yeah. Okay. Well, I suppose on that note, is there anything else anybody wants to say about anything else in particular?
Yeah,
we
so
lost
just,
Ross. I don't know where Ross went. It was good to have you on, mate. Great to have Ross on the truth.
Yeah.
To I don't know what to call it. To riff off of the Epicurean argument about the badness of death, Lucretius also did a type of reprisal of it in was it On the Nature of Things? I think
on
is
the
that what you
state,
said?
yeah, on the state of things, yeah, or like
Yeah,
on
it
the
was a
nature.
type of asymmetry. It was on the type of asymmetry, and another author said this too, and I used to quote it. It was, I've been dead for thousands and thousands of years before I was born, and I didn't suffer the least worry about that. So the idea is that if I'm not worried about the time before my birth, which was non-existence, there's no reason to worry about the time after your death because there's non-existence. If we're not worried about
Exactly
prior, then there's an
that's my
asymmetry
point of
there.
view. Yeah.
Well, you know, unless
Sorry, not an
you think about
asymmetry,
it,
an actual symmetry of non-existence. And
well, you see,
to
unless
go further,
unless people think they had,
Benatar, come on, man, I was speaking. So when it comes to Benatar and it comes to other contemporary philosophers, they add in another argument counter to Lucretius and Epicurus that talks about the deprivation account for the badness of death, that yes, it is bad for you because you're a subject and you're going to be deprived of certain goods in life. Even if you can mitigate the bad, there is still something happening to you. Because of the state of death. And then Benatar goes further to talks about the annihilation account of the badness of death in the human predicament. And I would just encourage people to look at those 4 accounts about death if they want to look into it further. All right, I'm done.
It's a,
And you know,
hell
Yeah.
yeah. Marcus always coming up with like the
Objective
facts.
ethics.
Yes, and ethics.
objective ethics
I think
is done everything from 30 years of marriage. Is that
know
women don't want a man to solve their problems; they just want a man who will listen to them. Wow, yeah, good point. The other thing is, whilst that thing about non-existence before we were born, no need to worry about death because it will just be like that state. Of course, some humans complicate matters by questioning: have we had our memories wiped? Were we somewhere else before we were born, and they wiped our memories
Just
before
like
we came here?
Men in Black.
Yeah.
You know what, guys?
What's that
Speaking of this non-existence, yeah, I have an experience. I've been under the knife before, so I my Achilles tendon pretty bad. I had to have a surgery, and let me tell you something. Yeah, that was a fucking almost like a spiritual experience for me. Not that I went to another dimension or anything, but I just remember, yeah, literally signing the waiver. The consultant came in, yeah, then he put me on a bed, and it almost felt like I was being sacrificed by a fucking cult of people wearing blue aprons and shit. Yeah, so they're taking me into this room. Yeah. So they're taking me to the surgery thing. I go into the surgery room, and then the anaesthetist comes. He does everything, and then they administer it intravenously. But then he gives me the gas mask to inhale, and I was inhaling that like a crackhead because I've never done surgery before, and the concept of me going to sleep and not knowing about it, my brain couldn't handle it. So I kept inhaling. And here's the weird thing, yeah? Listen to this, guys. Yeah? It does pertain to non-existence to a certain degree. So he's like, count backwards, yeah? So I'm like 10, 9, 8. What the fuck? Then from 8, it literally went, I wake up and I'm like, I see a surgeon. Yeah. I wake up and I look at him and I go, what's going on, man? Like, you guys took so long, I fell asleep. He goes, it's finished. I was like, what? Yeah. He goes, the surgery's done, sir. And I was like, what? Like, I don't know if you guys ever experienced it, but it's the most trippy thing. Because guess what? I asked him, how long was that? He goes, 3 hours, 20 minutes. So 3 hours, 20 minutes lapsed, and I was in non-existence. There was no recollection, no anything.
And it's trippy.
But for me, it was trippy because it happened within less than a second. Like, can you just fathom that for a second, bro? It's fucking crazy, man.
Well, I feel like you were about to say 7, is that?
I kind of had like something similar to me. Like I was in a car crash like a year and a half ago, and like when the car hit, right, I saw like a bright light surrounding my view and my vision, and then I heard white noise for like the split second. And what was crazy is that like I remember that image and that scenario still right now. Like everything else before and after that was kind of a blur, but just the fact that whenever the car hit, like everything became white and I heard like white noise, like the like that was, I had no idea what the fuck was going on there. I don't know, maybe I was crossing streams into the other world finally, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you don't know if tomorrow that an asteroid's gonna like come and hit you, just you, because there's some people who are very very unlucky and they get literally hit in the chest via asteroid rocks. Like literally, they're like walking somewhere in like California and then they get hit in the chest by that. Yeah.
Nah, sorry, I'm not trying to be facetious.
That reminds
but it's
me.
just bad luck. Yeah.
Kind of reminds me. You talk about life after death and all these things. Brother Marcus brought up the Egyptian Book of the Dead and all the ancient Egyptian views on life after death and such. That would be an interesting thing to delve into at some point.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is one of my favorite things to read back and forth, because like just of how they judge a soul, like through a scale, right? They place your heart on a scale, depends on what kind of deeds you did, good or wrong. And if you did something more wrong in your life, if your heart was more wrong than good, a giant like crocodile head dog will eat it. Yeah, that's fucking trippy. That's cool,
Crocodile
man.
head. Didn't we watch a video of that earlier? What was it called? The Palangirs or something?
Oh yes. What? So it's a crocodile head in that as well.
Yeah, no,
Oh my god.
It's a crocodile head.
I get legitimately freaked out now about all these fucking alligator heads, crocodile heads. Yeah.
Well, this was a civilization
Ooh.
based around the Nile. The
No,
crocodiles.
we were talking earlier about something else. Someone had a trip where they saw loads of alligator heads. They said they saw
What?
loads of white alligator heads.
Whoa,
Basically,
that's
the
fucking
white
cool.
like millions of them, and the alligator heads were eating that person's consciousness. So during the trip,
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna write that
basically
down.
there was all you can imagine. There was all alligator heads with no body. They were white. They looked like alligator heads. They weren't alligator heads. They looked like that. They were snapping. And basically, this person could feel their consciousness being eaten. These things were feeding off their consciousness, and not only were they eating the consciousness, but these weird little snappy heads were eating each other as well, like in a big, massive feeding frenzy.
God
That's
damn,
what they
white
saw on the trip,
alligators eating your psyche. Wow, man, that's actually kind of a poetic. Damn.
And now that you mentioned the crocodile from the Egyptian Book of the Dead eating that as well, yeah, it's
Eating
it's a
your
bit,
heart, yeah.
mm.
Damn, crocodiles. Crocodiles are pretty cool. Yeah, brother Marcus, hell yeah. I've actually seen crocodiles before up close. They're fucking big, man. I've been to Florida. I've been to the Everglades.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man! Those things are like fucking like tiny like stegosauruses. Like I swear.
Those are apex
I've seen them
fucking
as
predators.
well.
You know when you see a crocodile, yeah, you just think this is a fucking apex predator. You know what I mean? This is like evolution, one of its finest pieces in terms of pure killing machine, like an amphibious beast.
Yeah.
You know,
They don't waste energy.
No, they
like
don't.
when you see a crocodile, you just think like these motherfuckers were in the Jurassic period of dinosaurs, and like obviously like it's like an offshoot in it, but you just think, what the fuck, bro? Like this thing has survived. You know what I mean? Like crocodiles are some bad motherfuckers. They've been around
200 million years. They haven't changed in 200
They
million
haven't
years.
changed for
But, like,
200 million years. Yes,
yeah, they're bad motherfuckers. They survived. These guys survived.
Dinosaurs were around 65 million years ago. So
yeah,
there you go.
Exactly.
Can
and
I
like,
run faster
I
than
mean,
humans?
it makes me wonder, like, if crocodiles survived, why didn't some of the water-bound dinosaurs survive as well?
Like Mosasaurus and Megalodon.
I mean, they must have been
Because
too big.
dinosaurs are a lie by science.
They are. They're birds. They're the chickens. Those are our dinosaurs.
It's obviously something to do with the metabolism. As I said, crocodiles.
Yeah, actually,
they-
dinosaurs exist right now. They're chickens. Bok bok.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
And birds.
They're birds, aren't they? Yeah.
Chickens.
I didn't say they didn't. I said, why didn't some of the water-bound dinosaurs survive?
Oh, who knows?
um,
I think some of them just died out because like they were just way too big
must-
and like
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's something to do with the metabolism and the change in the environment.
yeah. But some still do. Some are still around. Like what's that one like octopus one that's in the shell? What's that called again? I forgot which one that one's still around though. It's called like the huh?
Really?
I don't know. You mean octopus in a shell?
Octopus in a shell?
No,
And it's a
no,
dinosaur?
no. It's older than a dinosaur. It's still around.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't want to like
Okay,
misrepresent.
but it's not a dinosaur. Yeah, we were
It's
just
no,
talking
it's
about
not.
dinosaurs.
But no, it's not. But it's something that is from like one of the first living organisms to
Like a
evolve.
clam, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, we're all
Well, what's
descended from kind of some little rat-like thing that lived around the dinosaur time. Some little mammal that looked like a rat
Yeah.
or looked smaller than a rat. Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is like the reptiles are like, because I was watching that Steven Spielberg again on Netflix, the dinosaurs. It's quite a new entry, and it literally tells the story pre the dinosaur age. So instead of the Jurassic, the Triassic, and it was these old world style fucking reptilian creatures, and it's like reptiles of like they're like one of the most like enduring life forms. You know what I mean, on planet Earth. It's fucking crazy, man. They've been around for ages, different stages. Yeah.
Yeah. It is
I
crazy.
found it. I found it. I found the creature that was griping at my like epistemology. Here we go. Here.
Is it
Let's see.
Aragonaut?
Yes, but I'm talking about this one, the Nautilus.
Nautilus.
Nautilus. Yes, this thing is so cool to me because this is like the oldest like sea animal ever, along with algae and sponges. Yeah, and some other like spineless creatures in the sea. You know.
Oh yeah, I've seen this thing. That is a weird thing. Yeah.
It looks cool to me. It looks
It
really
does look
cool.
cool, but you can imagine it being. I know it's not, but you can imagine it being like an alien coming down from another planet, like on a comet or something.
Oh
And
yeah,
just
A lot of
landed
stuff
in
in
the
the
sea.
oceans look like they're alien.
Yeah.
Like sci-fi. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
very.
we're
very
finding more and more species. Like it hasn't stopped. We
no.
continue to find new creatures.
That's right. And I'm always amazed where they find relatively big animals. You know, because I always think, oh, surely it's just the insects they're finding now, or or maybe some tiny little fish or something. You know what I mean? But sometimes they find quite big animals. You know.
It's a whole new
They
world.
do. They do. Yeah,
Yeah,
a whole new world.
And then again, how many are going extinct every year as well? That's another matter.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, how many are going extinct? Yeah, like one of the two most tragic animals that we lost are like the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird. Those two are just just like damn, like we failed as a species in those regards. In those two
Yeah,
exclusively.
and then I can't believe there's no Tasmanian tigers even in captivity. It's weird.
Yeah, right. Exactly, which kind of proves my point. Like, why didn't humans just like, okay, for the bird, the dodo, I understand because humans
It was a
didn't
food
really
source, isn't it? Wasn't it a food
yeah.
source for sailors? Or
Yes.
Yeah, they just yeah.
Food sources in the island and it's sad too because they were only found in one place, one small island. That island was a Mauritius. Yes, that's the only place you could ever
Was that where it
find
was?
one.
Mauritius. Okay.
Yes, yes. The only place you can ever find that kind of bird, and it's gone now forever.
And they'll probably
Unfortunately,
bring it to life. They'll probably find a fucking preserved
gene.
version.
Yeah, preserved. Yeah.
What do you think of all that, guys? Bringing fucking mammoths back to life.
Probably a bad idea. Yeah. Have you not
What?
seen Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like Jurassic Park would be great.
Maybe.
Yeah, why not?
De-extinctionism.
De-extinctionism. I don't know how to feel about that because aren't we just like playing? Well, I think we already play God, and like the world isn't really ending too much because we have all of these new breakthroughs and like medications and health, right? So are we really playing?
That's true. Yeah, we've been doing that for a long time. To be fair, all right. I mean,
Yeah, to be fair, like
life expectancy's like gone through the roof. In like the last 100 years, like it's fucking crazy.
exactly,
We
yeah.
sheep already, and we literally putting brain neurons into computers. So I mean, we
Yeah.
kinda crossed that barrier now.
Exactly, right? We already crossed it. And like speaking of like the fake woman plants, they actually tried that first on a sheep too. Yeah, they implanted a fake a artificial womb in the sheep, and it actually gave birth to a cub, but both the mom and the cub die like 5 minutes later. But it worked in a very small amount of time. look it up. It's called Dolly the Sheep. Real thing happened. Yeah.
Guys, it's been lovely talking to everyone. But I'm gonna have to
We're going
exit
to
now.
end it now, Ross. We're going to end the show, mate. You can say
Yeah.
your remarks, Ross. Go on, mate.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed today's talk. Much more
Yeah.
productive than yesterday. And D&W, can I just say, can you just kind of introduce like almost like a rule system? I know you do have one already, but like if we're like, let's say you have a topic for the day. If somebody comes on like Kenny and starts fucking shouting just random race
Yeah.
baiting, whatever,
Come on.
can you
Yeah.
just literally, and even I'm saying even if that would never be me, but even if it was me, can you just literally ban that person for the day? You're not fucking coming back in the chat.
Just screams.
I just want a coherent discussion. I don't want like, you know what I mean? And that guy, I don't get, like what he does is he likes to do like that's why I said he's all about guerrilla
troll.
warfare, hit and run. Yeah,
He wants.
So
He
like,
wants. He wants
even
to.
yesterday,
He's a rage baiter. Yeah.
yeah, do you know what the funny thing is? Yeah, one of the reasons I was so pissed is because he literally like I was trying to talk to LA because LA and like he liked the discussion I had with Vegan Equilibrium, right? And literally as I fucking come on the show, this motherfucker jumps on and he's like, "Oh, black people, this," and then he literally just shifted the whole paradigm into some fucking like, you know what I mean? Like, so can I just request, that if anyone does that, just fucking ban them for the day, man. Honestly, because it's fucking annoying.
Yeah. Because I also have I had a row today, even though it didn't go. LA does bring up other issues, right? And now I had a row with LA today because he was going on and on about, basically he said like that Europeans impose civilization on sub-Saharan Africans, and I think that's not true. I think sub-Saharan Africa had lots of civilization.
They did.
I think it's quite insulting to say that.
They did.
But it did come up. These things do come up, and Kenny is here, and I'm not going to bring you on, Kenny, mate. He's just popped on because I'm ending the show, and we will have ample time to talk about everything, but I also believe in let people say what they want so we know what they're about and we can challenge it. So we shouldn't be afraid of challenging people.
But I agree, but I just want a rule system where it's like anybody who comes in the chat, and literally tries to disrupt it with just fucking race baiting or whatever baiting, they need to be banned from literally entering for the whole duration. Because like today we had a nice, especially this segment, we had a nice fucking coherent discussion because everybody's on board with this discussion. That's what makes it amazing. And like I really like this show. I've been watching it way before I decided to come on because I like the idea of just different people from different walks coming together to discuss certain topics instead of making it into some fucking battle arena of political ideologies. You know what I mean?
I don't want a battle. I don't want an arena. It's literally, it is what it is. It's just going up and accepting.
Kenny, I know you're listening to this, mate. You need to fucking respect the rules. And if you want to talk on this show, make sure it's fucking related to the discussion. Don't just come in here, hit and run, and just drop little troll comments and shit because it's not fucking appreciated at all.
All right. We'll move on then, Ross. Thank you, Ross, for coming on today.
Take care, guys. Have a great night. Yeah, all the best to everyone. Cheers.
Okay. Brother Marcus, you want to say anything?
What?
Did you want to say anything in closing for tonight? Because we're ending the show now.
Just I recommend I was going to recommend some of the names that I mentioned, but there's a great YouTube lecture series by Professor Shelley Kagan on the philosophy of death, and it shows all the perspectives that like Epicurus, Lucretius, and Nagel, and a few others. So you can I would recommend that if anybody's curious.
Of course.
Okay. Fatima, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Thank you for having me on, and it's always a pleasure talking to everyone here. Always a pleasure. Yes, alhamdulillah.
Fantasy PGA Tour, mate. Do you want to say the closing remarks for the show today?
Yeah, and I just thank you for hosting again, DNW. And I agree also. What was his name? Raz. I agree with his Ra, sorry. Yeah, I agree with his analysis of the show. It's just good to have so many different opinions. It's just like a proper motley crew of ideas. But yeah, same to you guys, Fatima and Marcus. Been a good chat.
You too, man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. Guys, if you want to come on, the link's there. If you want to come on backstage, click on it now. we'll end the show now. We'll talk to you all another day. Take care,
Yes.
everybody. Bye bye.
Bye, everyone.